Oof. Ugh. Jesus.
I can't do this just yet.
Which you know what they should add? Jesus, a voice for me. Jesus. Small card where you can add everything. So when I get map and track, that's 175. Could also get ultimatum, which make it 205. I guess, yeah, or delirium. No, we should get delirium instead, maybe. Yeah, instead of the ultimatum, I barely do ultimatum. Every now and then I do it. One, eventually. Oh my god, I need my whole card. Shite. It's gonna take a while. God. It's so easy to code. You think I'll remember it eventually, but no. Fuck, you know, that's never gonna be remembered. $72 each map type. Delirium. No, this is fragment, is it? Yeah, this is fragments, my bad. Hold on. Shit. You are delirium. Oh, that's pretty nice. Saw these in here. Oh, oh. Ah, it's like I took a big shit right now. Forgot the color here. Go. Money first, essence second. The order was different, right? Wait. Fragments and maps. What maps to be last? Money. Shit, wait. It's confusing me now. Okay, this is what the order I wanted. These three at least. So I want to get cards down there. Wait. 12. Money. Essence. 12. Money. like this and money colored. Okay, I need to color this though. Or make you darker at least. Very cash money. I could grab these. Not sure if this goes anywhere. No. Not really. Maybe it goes in the ultimate team. These don't go anywhere. Let's go here. Breach. That's breach. Okay. These guys really know. Trick Maven. Fragments? What do you mean by fragments? Fragments. I'm not sure if these go anywhere. Oh, they do. Okay. Grab these. Grab that. This should be ultimatum. Just confirm. Yeah. Wine vessels. Cool. Pa 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 pa. So I have power on. Things. Masculine and power, Purser, Sister Cry. Toad. That one has much of thought to me is going on. War Chief and Protector. Okay. Sanctum go anywhere? No. Okay. Ja, the operator goddess as well was in here. Ah. This doesn't go anywhere, right? Oh, shut up. That's nice. How about this? Huh? Oh. That's nice. That sadly goes nowhere, so I'm gonna put these back here. Okay. Nice.
I can't do this just yet.
What? Hi. That makes sense. Why did I die? How? How? What? How? Sort of debuff I didn't see.
I can't do this just yet.
He's cold damage. Prismatic heart. Well, okay. A level 81, okay. It's pretty good. Yes. Increased cold damage.
shall we? Not on my watch.
You're almost.
I can't do this just yet. My spirits are spent.
Spell damage. I have 5 complete release. Do. Wait. How much? Den startkata vet. How much? Eh. Charge 200. Oh, I just remembered. I need to go dwelling. Shit. I guess I'll do that after cleaning up my inventory.
can't do this just yet.
Ah. Bruh. Bro, wrong button. Oop. Nothing? Do nothing after that. Flares. Yeah, I can take flares. Here is pissing me off. Do I need movement speed on boots? Maybe I'll roll these. Maybe I can get movement speed. What's this? Oh, cold items. has armor and armor, and fire damage is 9. I mean, damn. Damn. It's even worth anything. It's fucking corrupted, actually. No one's listed this, though. Oh, what the fuck? How are people... Why are people listing this for fucking 5 divine? What the fuck? Why is this worth so much? I've doubled my armor, actually. Huh.
I can't do this just yet.
What's that? Oh. Why wanna go here? Fuck it.
plus specters. These mana reservation of skills. Wow. Minions plus 2, minions plus 2, minions plus 2.
Spirit is spent. Can't do this just yet.
Give me bosses. Ah, it's this. forgot. Hollow faucet. Answer
I
the
can't
piston
do this just
socket.
yet.
Good. Is this worth like 90k? Oh, a stack is 6.9.7 divides. I can't count. Jesus. Deeper, I guess. Damn. Sure. Well, after this, what the abyss has. I know there's a unique enemy there I've played once. I don't know if there's something else in there as well.
And down we go. Weapons. I don't think I can get any weapons upgrades.
I can't do this just yet.
I feel like I'm forgetting something. I don't know what anymore. Ah, I remember. Can I upgrade? Hell no. Okay. I remember now. I want to Google Abyss. Did I wanna? Yeah, I did wanna Google it. But let me check the map if there's anything with the Abyss. Abyss. Yes. Definitely is. Labyrinth. There's multiple abysses. Holy shit, there's a lot of abysses. Abyss, throws and stick inspires him as 5% to drop a rare item with an abyssal socket. Okay. Abyssal drove and stick inspires him as 3% to drop a rare item with an abyssal socket. Okay. Increase the experience. 50%. Wow, so 60 total. Okay. Guess you could do Abyss monsters for XP farm? I'm not sure. Facing rest stratagem should lead to an Abyssal Depths. Abyssal Depths. Abyssal has a 100% chance. Abysses in your maps have a 5% chance to lead to Abyssal Depths. Abyssal maps that do not lead to Abyssal have 5% increased chance to lead to a Stygian Spire. Okay. Stygian Spires in map drop items with +1. Okay, I mean, the +10 becomes quite useless after this. I don't see a point in going higher than 100. This graph. More monsters. Oh, here as well. Apparently we have some Abyss. Each prior pit. More monsters. Cracks and pits. Abyssal maps do not lead to an abyssal that lead to at least 3 pits. Okay. 5 more rare monsters. Four pits. What the hell? Okay. What does the wiki say? PvE Abyss. Reward Abyss jewels. Function is the same as regular, but with some differences. They offer different types of bonuses for regular jewels, most offs. Can also do this just in ways. They are the abyssal jewels.
once. Let's see. All attributes, minions left. 6% damage short term to Viper, cast the eye affecting you up to a maximum of 30. Uras grace touch and increase the effect of arcane surge on you per hypnotic jolt. Tekrot's gaze strength, increase main hand, critical chance per murderous jewel affecting you. 10% off and critical strike per murderous jewel. Lawman's gaze, dexterity, projectiles have 4% chance to able to change going with terrain purse. Okay. How about the sticky inspire? Sticky and no jewels. Okay. How about the guy in the boss? Lawman. Okay, it seems like it's one guy only drops jewels and one of them drops
I can't do this just yet.
armor or something with socket slots. Okay. Alright.
Is still alive,
the Lord,
although he seems to
so-
fight the corruption of the Elder in his mind constantly. Xana wonders if the children the Elder has captured, either in Oriath or in the distant past on Raycross, are still here in this place. Twisted, tormented creatures clinging to whatever fragments of past memories they've left. We do not get concrete evidence of these children remaining, but Xana does say that there must be thousands of them, and they beg to be set free from their torment, killing them would be an act of mercy, so maybe they are the creatures we see throughout the Atlas. What we do know is that the Shaper has created these maps to delay the Elder, hopefully indefinitely, but his plan is slowly failing. That is why the Shaper is now actively entering the Atlas. Xana says, this Atlas, these maps, they aren't so much worlds as they are like the performance stage in the Theophilus amphitheater. These worlds are merely disguises for what truly lies behind the curtain. This is the nexus of the Elder's world, the place from which all its hunting grounds are born. They're close to the void in which it is birthed. At the true nexus of the Atlas is not only the Shaper's realm, but the Elder's dreamland, and it is trying to hunt its way out of the Atlas into every other world it can access. When we fight the Shaper in the war for the Atlas expansion, the dialogue and ending of the fight are quite different. In the second phase, Xana says, "Father, it's me, let me help you," instead of asking why he did it. The Shaper still does not recognize Xana until the end of the fight, but they have a more lengthy exchange. The Shaper says, "These memories are mine, I cannot lose them." Xana responds, "They lied to you, Father, I'm your true memory." And the Shaper replies, "To save the future, the past must be sacrificed." It's unclear if Baldo refers to losing his true memories of Xana or the memories of his created world, but he has lost his memories before and doesn't want to lose them again. The Shaper says to save the future, the past must be sacrificed, remembering how he abandoned Xana to try and save Boreas, knowing his likely fate. In a moment of clarity, Baldo tells Xana to take a key to unlock his private study, where she'll find a weapon that can defeat the Elder. And at that moment, the Elder appears out of the dark portal and begins feasting on Baldo's memories. With this key, we can enter a taken by the Elder seems accurate. The Elder has found a way into Auriat and begun his infection, bypassing the Shaper's attempts to stop it. Here we find the weapon Elder mentioned, Cosmic Arcana. We can use to lock the Elder into the abstract of non-reality, the place before time which it originated from. I wonder if the Shaper created this weapon from within the Atlas and sent it to Auriat, as he once planned to do with the missing piece of the Watcher's device. To use the Cosmic Arcana, we must lure the Elder to the nexus of the Atlas, where the Shaper resides, his crucible of life, because the veil between worlds is the thinnest there, and there the power of creation is strongest. Earlier I questioned whether the shade in the Dreamlands was thaumaturgically gifted on its own, or if the land influenced it. The Shaper's fixation on this location suggests it's both, and this place, this nexus, gives one more thaumaturgical power. Quick note, the lore document has flavor text for the Shaper's Guardian maps that imply the Guardians were not meant to protect the Shaper, but to hold him captive. Each map's text starts out, "One of my captors," according to this document, but I could not find the text in-game. So it's unlikely the Shaper created these beings to protect himself. Perhaps the Elder surrounded the Shaper with the beings or turned them against him, but who or what they were originally, if anything, is unknown. The Elder also has 4 Guardians who function in-game much like the Shaper's Guardians, or powerful beings who, upon defeat, drop a piece of the key needed to access the Elder's realm. In our initial fight with the Elder across the Atlas, we fight the Elder by himself, after spawning him by allowing his influence to spread to at least 20 connected maps in the Atlas. He's also wearing a hooded cloak, like the Shaper, but has 4 arms, monstrous tentacles hanging from the bottom of his robes and poking out his back, with a face made entirely of a fanged mouth. Xana theorizes that our actions in the Atlas have allowed the Elder to access Auriat, likely from our manipulation that allows the Elder to spread influence and spawn. The Elder's realm is called absence of value and meaning. In this fight, at times the Shaper will appear to assist us. When the Elder traps us with his siphon, slowing us and draining our pulse, the Shaper will appear to slam him, disrupting his attack. Once we've gotten the Elder to his final phase, the Shaper puts the Elder in restraint, and it becomes the Shaper from being killed by the Elder's hands that appears from the portal. If the Shaper is killed, the Elder breaks free and we must keep him on our island. If the Shaper is saved, we enter phase 3, where the Elder is restrained but still able to attack and spawn Ash. Keeping the Shaper alive is the only way to have a Watcher's Idol, a powerful jewel that reflects the grim fate of those Watchers of the Day who stood up to the Elder so long ago. For our final encounter with the Elder, we push his influence to the center of the Atlas, over the Shaper's realm, and defeat his 4 Guardians to get the key to entering this Elder influenced Shaper's realm. Once inside, the Shaper's realm looks mostly the same, but the 4 paths that once led to recreated boss zones are now blocked by the Elder's tentacles. We enter the portal to the Nexus where we once fought Shaper, and Xana follows. Inside, we see the Elder holding Shaper by his arms, hovering before one of the Elder's portals. We follow the Elder into his portal, which takes us from the Shaper's celestial nexus to the absence of value and meaning. And now we must fight both the Shaper and the Elder. The Shaper's mind has been fully ensnared by the Elder's influence. In fact, his first words to us in this realm echo the Elder. Putrefied, rot, spoil, fester. Years of being feasted on by the Elder, of having his memory drained, it seems finally he is fully gone. Shaper and Elder fight in the sea. When we defeat both, Xana uses the Cosmic Arcana to open a portal into which the Elder is drawn away, clawing at the ground to fight this power. The Shaper, Valdo Caesarius, Xana's father, is nowhere to be seen. When we talk to Xana, she does say, "My father, wherever he is, I can sense him. Thank you, exile." Perhaps Valdo is not truly gone. In Baldo's final entry to his Book of Memories, he writes, "My war with the creature is far from over. I've no other chance, but like a cornered animal, I will fight until I'm gone. I've attempted to see and awaken Orion many times, hoped that one night I might get the holster in my arms once again. But instead of my study, I dreamed of nothing. Create worlds or destroy them. He did not make his way back to Orion, to his daughter." Xana, following in her father's footsteps, recreated the device Baldo had wanted to build, this map device, and in doing so, ultimately weakened the barrier between the Atlas's worlds and our own that Baldo had fought to create. Although we emerged victorious, finally banishing the Elder back to the non-reality, that place before time, we also killed Baldo, who fought for 20 years to keep Oriath safe. Do we do this to save Oriath? Or do we do it in hopes that a Watcher's eye will drop? That valuable, overpowered testament to the bravery and sacrifice of those who stood in the Elder's way, and use it to further our own power. I think the Conquerors of the Atlas expansion, where Xana has trapped overpowered exiles who defeated the Elder in the Atlas for fear they will destroy everything, gives some insight into our own marriage. Thank you so much for watching. If you like this video, make sure to check out part 1 and the rest of the videos in my lore series. We'll be making some shorter form videos, so if you want to vote on the next topic, check out my Patreon link below. Thanks to all my patrons and subscribers, and please, if you feel your sanity slip away, just stay sane, exile.
Yeah. What? I was max HP and insta dead? Fuck me.
Forbidden Sanctum is a league that diverged in mechanics quite drastically from previous Path of Exile leagues. The Sanctum functions as a roguelite, giving players a new life pool, resolve, and overruling all normal mitigation tactics besides get good manual dodging. This means even hardcore players can, and will, die within the Sanctum, until they get enough relics and good boons to outweigh their face-tanking reflexes and afflictions to get through all 4 floors. It's like Hades minus the hot gods, and in my humble opinion, an extremely welcome and satisfying mechanic. But beyond, yes, pun intended, the great mechanics, Forbidden Sanctum is also absolutely brimming with lore. Its story connects to lore that has existed since the beginning of Path of Exile. More recent additions like Scourge absolutely dunks on the Templar propaganda of Innocence's Ascension story, and in my opinion, strengthens a theory I've been brewing about a new foundation of core lore for Path of Exile. This will be a long video, as there is enough information here to create at least 2, if not 3 lore videos. So, hold on to your bones as we descend into the winding crypt of lore that Forbidden Sanctum contains. The League begins with us meeting an NPC named Divinia in the forest encampment of Act 2. Divinia is a Templar academic and relic enthusiast, presumably traveling here from Oriath to uncover an abandoned Templar enclave beneath the ruins of Felshrine. Her use of the term enclave is important, because an enclave is a small group or place within a larger area that is culturally distinct from its surroundings. At first I suspected that Archbishop Joffrey, the last Templar in the Frisia Cathedral before the Cataclysm, which is now the Felshrine ruins, was related in some way to this Forbidden Sanctum. But Joffrey didn't seem the type to be chill about Templars doing secret demon worship next door, considering his condemnation of Malagaro's laboratory, giving it the moniker Chamber of Sins, and the Frisia Cathedral existed before Joffrey's presence in it. We can surmise a couple of things about the Sanctum immediately. The Sanctum's activities were happening separately but next to the Templar activities in the Frisia Cathedral, and they must have been happening before Joffrey, because he would not have allowed it. Likely the Sanctum was abandoned before Joffrey was around. I won't get too ahead of myself, but I believe that the Sanctum existed years, if not hundreds of years, before the Purity Rebellion took place in 1334 IC. Divinia studied archaeology and recognizes Helena in the encampment as they had both pursued similar fields of research. Helena came to Rayclast alongside Dominus's Blackguards to study artifacts, although she deserted once she learned of the High Templar's dark ambitions to create a new empire in his own image with thaumaturgy. Unlike Helena, Divinia's loyalty to the Templars remains intact. Divinia follows us as we search the Fellshrine ruins and go not to the Frisia Cathedral in the crypt. Seriously, that took me a while to figure out,
I can't do this
but
just
to
yet.
a small underground entrance of the Forbidden Sanctum. Inside the sanctum, Divinia hands us a relic to arrange on the chantry, which is defined as an area, in this case an altar, blessed by a priest or holy person to celebrate a religious person's death. Mechanically, we put relics into the altar to boost our chances of completing the sanctum. When we put our first relic in the altar, Divinia claims we're glowing and we must be drawing on something sacred, implying we are receiving a blessing for our offering to whichever god holds power here. But as we enter the sanctum, it becomes quite clear that this place is anything but holy. There are 4 floors we must traverse, and as we descend, the sanctum goes from being a relatively clean and organized library to a dark and frightening crypt with bones strewn about. And while each floor has guards and a boss at the end, the guards and monsters change from things you'd see in the reliquary of Oriath to unmistakably scourge demons. The rooms on each floor have one of 4 objectives: run, fight and run, fight in a circle, or fight a mini-boss. And you can be rewarded or punished in various ways with the system of afflictions and boons, both major and minor, or treasure throughout, offered like chests, fountains, or even Divinia herself selling you stuff she's, I guess, just collected on her way down. As you progress, it's hard not to just focus on the gameplay, as suddenly we are having to dodge and zip about rather than face tank our enemies. But even the most unobservant exile could pick up on the obvious change in decor, vibe, and enemy as you progress. It begs the question, why is Divinia interested in this place? And how has it never come up before when it's located among the ruins of such a historical site? As I mentioned, I don't think that the Forbidden Sanctum was created or observably occupied during the Purity Rebellion or the Cataclysm almost 300 years ago. The Sanctum being a crypt actually does match the Fellshrine ruins as we know them. The ruins of the actual Frisia Cathedral above are destroyed, but we can go underground to its crypt. I suspect that the sanctum itself was seen as an abandoned crypt by the time Archbishop Joffrey was heading to Frisia Cathedral. According to Divinia, a lot can be inferred about the ancient Templars from their burial practices, their scripture, their artifacts. First, the distinction of the ancient Templars in regards to the sanctum, juxtaposed with calling the Fellshrine ruins an important part of Rayclastian history, is part of why I think the sanctum predates Joffrey. Secondly, the burial practices we can see in this crypt are a key instigating factor in the life and transformation of Lycia, the final boss of the sanctum. Before I discuss Lycia as a person, let's finish setting the scene for the time and place of the sanctum's creation. I believe that this sanctum had to have been built sometime after the Eternal Empire was founded, based on the architecture and the use of the sanctum as a library/catacombs, a combination that feels particularly eternal. We know from Divinia that Lycia has endured centuries of isolation within the sanctum. Centuries could still put Lycia's mortal existence at the time of the Purity Rebellion, or even more recently, although I doubt Templars were coming to Rayclast often just after the Cataclysm of 1336. While I can only narrow her time from 1 to 1336 solidly, she had access to knowledge passed down by the High Templars of the impending threat of the Scourge, which makes me assume she was alive sometime between 1000 and 1300. That window of time is admittedly just a vibe. As we will learn, there's no way to know for sure how long the Templars have knowledge of the Scourge, or how long the Scourge have been a threat to Rayclass. We find out this leads that the Templar religion was actually founded within the Asmiri tribes, while they still lived on the Asmirian mountain ranges. I'll explore this absolute bombshell of a revelation later, as it's one of the subjects that could be its own full video. But how that relates to the Sanctum is that we now know for sure that the Templars could have joined Tarkus Baruso as he descended from the mountain onto the ruins of the Vaal and founded Sarn, and that the Templar presence actually expanded to Oriat from Rayclast and not the other way around. A line in the Ancients' library text, The Light of Frisia, reinforces that Templars were among the Eternals as early as 35 IC. Trinian writes, "To care for this empire with eyes open, a traditional vow made by the High Templar upon the coronation of an eternal emperor." I had assumed Templars came from Oriat, so this was an older but not ancient connection between Templars and Eternals to describe the vision of eternal emperors, people like Vol, who spurned thaumaturgy. I now believe that the first Frisian eternal emperor, Alana Frisia, was sworn in by a High Templar quite literally. While the Templars did not become a ruling theocracy until the Purity Rebellion, they had an influence and presence in the Feltrine ruins area, likely creating the Frisia Cathedral themselves for Templar purposes, and therefore the nearby Sanctum was initially created as an ossuary to hold the bones of many deceased Templars.
I can't do this.
The burial practices of the Templars is what pushed Lycia over the edge, and part of what inspired her to make a pact with the Scourge demon. She writes, "When I was young, I never questioned our fate. We pile the bones of former Templars in massive ossuaries that fill the spaces under the earth. Each one is hollow, we are told. Yet as I stood there on that broken day, gazing at the bones I was supposed to join, I realized I had no idea who any of these people were. But I will be remembered." Lycia, a Templar of unknown occupation, had discovered the terrible lie of the origins of innocence. With this earth-shattering revelation ringing in her mind, she went to this Templar ossuary, where she had been told the bones of every person were remembered and kept sacred, and found piles of unnamed bones scattered about. Another Templar lie. I learned a forbidden Templar secret. There are no records of the deceased. They are not hallowed forever together like the priests told us as children. They are simply discarded, thrust away into crypts, and buried haphazardly in the earth. Lycia decided the Templars' lies would not stand.
Not good news.
She would not be forgotten and thrown into the bone pile. She used her knowledge of other forbidden Templar secrets to call upon the Scourge demon Vedat, and make a deal for her immortality, so that she would never be forgotten among the bones. Perhaps ironically, she made this deal within the very place these unmarked bones were kept by the Templars. When Lycia made her pact with Vedat, she became immortal, but also trapped inside the Sanctum, constantly funneling adventurers and treasure hunters into it as sacrifice, by placing tempting portals around Rayclass. Now, when we face her on the 4th floor, she appears to us first as Lycia, unholy heretic, a rather normal-looking humanoid, and then finally as a demon, Lycia, herald of the Scourge, with wings that remind me of the Pale Angel. She takes us through a portal simply labeled Beyond. Both Lycia and Divinia had knowledge through the Templars about the Scourge, which is knowledge only available to the line of High Templars and their keepers of the Forbidden. Since neither are High Templars, this means that both women were keepers of the Forbidden, if they had access to this information. This position is probably also how Lycia discovered the true origins of innocence, which makes me wonder how many other people are aware of these Templar secrets. While Divinia plays coy about her purpose for coming to the Forbidden Sanctum, her in-depth knowledge of Lycia is pretty suspicious. So it's strange that when they meet Davinia, she acts like a curious little bookworm just wanting to gather artifacts and relics. She is certainly more informed about Lycia and the Sanctum than she initially lets on. Davinia basically trickle-treats us as we explore the Sanctum, going from simply studying Templar history to asking us about the woman's voice as if she doesn't know who we could be, to musing about if the creatures in the Sanctum are guarding something, before finally revealing how much she actually knows. She was aware of who Lycia was, although she wasn't sure if she had physical form or if she was some kind of spirit or entity. She knew Lycia had made a deal with Baydat while researching her occult activities, that Lycia chose an unholy path out of spite, knowing the Templar preachings to be riddled with fallacies, and that scourge demons are all around us, eternally trying to enter our world, and we cannot let them manifest themselves more than temporarily or they will consume every living thing. There's good reason to believe she knew exactly what we find in the Forbidden Sanctum. But why? We can only hope that Davinia's motives are to stop the Scourge and not something more sinister. Speaking of the Scourge, the demon Baydat is actually one of the 3 Scourge bosses we have already encountered on Rayclass since Scourge League came out. In fact, you can still fight him just out and about in maps. He is the leader of the Pale Demons, one of the 3 factions we encounter.
Alright.
According to Davinia, Baydat and the Pale Demons can think, speak, and communicate like and with humans. The other 2 factions, the Demon faction led by Cash the Feet Shepherd, and the Flesh faction led by Gore the Grasping Maw, are seemingly unable, or at least unwilling, to communicate. As Davinia says, they are far too unlike us to ever be capable of making a deal with someone like Lycia. Although the Scourge are separated into factions, they all desire to consume. We were warned by the Last to Die that the Scourge had already invaded and destroyed an alternate dimension of Raycast, where Last to Die had been fighting them for most of her life, before using her dimension-traveling powers to come warn our version of Rayclass of their presence, and giving us her blood crucible, a device passed down since the time of the Ball between members of the Bloodline, to continue this battle here. She never makes it seem that the Scourge invasion is terribly imminent on our version of Rayclast, just that she is too weak to carry on her own multi-dimensional fight against them. The Last to Die tells us the only world she has traveled to that survived a full assault by the Scourge was one dominated by the shade of High Templar Venarius. We know from Niles in Heist and Venarius' own dialogue and synthesis that he was very aware of the looming threat of demons from beyond the Veil. In fact, Venarius was attempting to treat with the shade of the Elder in its dreamlands for power, but Venarius claims that power was for Rayclass to protect it properly. Putting these pieces together, I believe that this version of Venarius, whose Rayclass survived, was able to wield the power of the Elder, or another eldritch being, to fight the Scourge. Perhaps that is why the Last to Die pegs us as being capable enough to take on her blood crucible. We are no stranger to eldritch entities and powers. To our understanding, Venarius was the only High Templar to try and actively fight the threat of demons from other dimensions. But with so many people having access to the knowledge of this threat, Templars who can access the forbidden texts, the Last to Die in whatever dimensions she has visited, all the way back to the Templars of Lycia's time. Why does Davinia have an interest in the Sanctum now? If Lycia has been trapped for an eternity, are she and Baydat really a threat? Davinia has knowledge of the Scourge not only from forbidden texts of the Templars, but also from a note she found from a mad woman who mysteriously disappeared from a Templar jail cell a few years ago. Keep the timeline a few years ago in mind as Davinia recalls the note. She said the name Katash, and she ranted about the demons not thinking because many don't have heads, and that something else does the thinking for them. And that is almost word for word what Last to Die tells us in Scourge League. She says about the demon faction led by Cash, what part of them thinks? Some don't have heads. What if they don't think at all? What if something else does the thinking and they're just drones? So now, on top of all this Sanctum lore, we've got a wild time and dimension mystery to solve here. There is no question the last to die is the one who was in a Templar jail cell a few years ago. She wrote that note. But the last to die that we meet is from another dimension of Raycraft, and only comes to us to pass on her blood crucible before she dies. There are a few possibilities of what happened here. I'll go over them from least to most likely. 1. Our Alva was in the jail cell and has known about the impending threat of the Scourge, even writing notes about it while in jail for the Templars. We have to assume, if we believe that Alva is the last to die, that she also has had the blood crucible just tucked away somewhere with or without knowledge of its purpose. Since the blood crucible was passed down exclusively through their bloodline until it's given to us, either Alva has received it and just never brings it up, she's received it and doesn't know what it's for, or she has not received it and also doesn't know what it's for. But to be able to mysteriously escape Templar jail, Alva would need access to dimension or time travel, and her methods of time travel are pretty restricted to Vol waypoints, unlike the portable blood crucible. Alva did get in some trouble with the Templars, saying that damned High Templar knew she was keeping something secret, and she was no longer welcome amongst the nobility. So it's not impossible she was also jailed. And this is after she learned the Vol blood thaumaturgy needed to visit the Temple of Otzoatl. Still, I really think this revelation puts a huge dent in the Alva is the last to die theory, and perhaps the asset and voice actress reuse were really just coincidences. 2. Our dimension's last to die is the one who was in the Templar jail cell and is still out there. Whoever was in the jail cell had to have a method of escaping mysteriously. This person in jail had knowledge of the Scourge and means to escape, which means most likely they possessed and used the blood crucible. While I like the idea of having our own last to die, it's most likely this. 3. The last to die visited our timeline a few years ago to warn our Templars about the threat of the Scourge. Since she had been fighting the Scourge in her own dimension most of her life and had traveled to many other dimensions to see the states of Scourge in each, she would have reason to warn people about the threat of the Scourge. Especially since she tells us that through countless shifts, she saw only one Ray class survive, a world dominated by the shade of High Templar Venarius. It would make sense she wanted to warn the Templars specifically, even in a world without Venarius. We can assume Last to Die is aware that High Templars know about the Scourge through her travels. We also don't know how long this mad woman was stuck in the jail cell, so she honestly could have popped by just long enough to try to warn them, get jailed, write a note, and go home. In whatever form, there is no question that the last to die is who left the note that Divinia found. And even in the face of this note, and backed by the forbidden texts, the Templars simply jailed someone trying to bring light to this threat, rather than take action. We know that the Templars have known about the Scourge since Lycia's time and likely before, predating the Purity Rebellion of 1334, if not way longer. That means for hundreds, if not thousands of years, the Templars have known about interdimensional threats. In addition, the last to die has had the blood crucible passed down her bloodline from a time when the high priests of the Vol worshipped Chaos and made a pact with him to receive this crucible. Chaos does seem capable of seeing possibilities far into the future, hence his love of gambles and wagers, and his disdain for Atziri, who is apparently an island of stability whose history of existence is a single unbroken course where no world, real or imagined, did not have the Vol led to ruin by Atziri. Chaos is the essence of all that might be, and he is fascinated by skilled mortals who can bend chance in their own favor. Chaos must have seen the threat of the Scourge as well, however far into the future it was from when he made a pact with the High Priest of the Ball. We don't know for sure that the Blood Crucible's only purpose is to combat the Scourge, but we aren't given any other uses for it. That means that the Scourge have been a force threatening Rayclast since before the fall of the Ball, 400 BIC. How long have the Templars known about the Scourge? And how did they get this knowledge? Could it be that the Ball and Templars had some level of camaraderie and exchanged this information? I don't think so. At least, we don't have evidence for this. The modern Templars have long been interested in studying Ball artifacts and magics, and have clearly compiled a large compendium of knowledge. So I believe this is something the Templars learned from writings of the Ball who were given the Blood Crucible. But still, the Scourge have been known since before the fall of the Ball, to some extent, whether or not they were even yet a force at play for our raid class. It makes you wonder how many other secrets of the world and the surrounding dimensions the Templars know of, and how they have used this information. One secret that was revealed to us through unique relics of the Sanctum certainly demonstrates the lengths the Templars will go to cover up and repackage information for their own benefit. And that, of course, is the knowledge that set Lycia over the edge, the true origins of innocence. Diligent lore enjoyers will know that I have always held issue with the Templar story of sin and innocence's ascension presented to us on the stained glass windows in Orient. I have derided it for being clear Templar propaganda, because the story itself doesn't make sense. It's a transparent moral allegory for righteousness and purity, but being burned at the stake never made sense as Sin's ascension, and just being a really good boy didn't actually explain Innocence's ascension either. Now I get to check Innocent's origin story as propaganda off my list of things I was right about. The actual story as we hear it from Lycia on the unique relics is much more interesting. We learn that Sin and Innocence are brothers who once lived among the Asmiri, while the Asmiri still inhabited the Asmiri mountain ranges. Innocence was aware of gods, likely Solaris, Lunaris, and Viridi, as those seem to be the oldest gods we know of and were also worshipped by the Asmiri, and he desperately wanted to become a god himself. He was even aware of the methods by which godhood was achieved, namely, getting enough people to admire, follow, or fear you to accumulate enough energy to spark divinity. And Innocence's methods so far had been to try to found a religion. But not enough people followed his initial symbols and proverbs for him to achieve godhood, until one day something happened. Something that was foreshadowed in Siege of the Atlas expansion. The Cleansing Fire, and possibly the Searing Exarch, visited the lands of Rayclast. With the Cleansing Fire came the newcomers. Now, the origins of these newcomers are unclear. They could be people who somehow came with the Cleansing Fire and escaped its presence by hiding, or a group of people already on Rayclast who were visited by the Cleansing Fire. They were, for sure, people new to the Asmirian ranges, having traveled to escape. I have a hard time buying that aliens came with the Cleansing Fire and then stayed here, but there really isn't enough information. I've tried to come up with a satisfying explanation of the newcomers, at least who they were originally, but there's a point when you have to move on. We do know from the crystallized omniscience that the newcomers came out as scorched refugees from a shrine, speaking in tongues and praying to a new symbol of power out of fear. This amulet first appeared in Siege, but what we didn't know until now with Forbidden Sanctum is that these refugees were on Rayclast, and that Innocence found them. Seeing these people afraid with a symbol they revered that represented a terrific power, Innocence saw the perfect opportunity to start his religion and become a god. We've seen how important symbols are to the Templar religion. The Templar Death Scribe, a bastardization of the Cleansing Fire's symbol, is plastered all over wherever the Templars reside. Like a banner of war, a symbol must represent one's belief and purpose, and in Innocence's case, this new symbol already embodied the flames of eldritch fire and the toothless promise of saving people from that fire. The newcomers were terrified of fire. He used their fear to control them. He claimed only his God could protect them. And who is this God? Well, at the time it was the cleansing fire, or as innocence dubbed it, the Lord of Light. But now that God is Innocence himself. The biggest bombshell in this revelation is that Maxarius, the first High Templar, the one who was apparently gifted the sign of purity in the shape of the Death Scribe by Innocence himself to start the Templar religion, Maxarius is actually Innocence. So Innocence, Maxarius, takes the symbol of the cleansing fire, the newcomer's fear, and a promise of protection, and begins spreading the word of his new religion. On Dawnbreaker, he is quoted as saying, "Why should we fear the fire when we serve the Lord of Light?" Only those who were sinners would be burned by the Lord of Light. Those who were righteous and pure need not fear the fire. There is nothing to fear if you follow me, but if you are a sinner, you will be burned. As we've seen in many Ascension stories, fear is the most potent tool to gain enough attention to become a god. To solidify his plans, Innocence deemed his own brother, whose original name we do not know, as the pinnacle of this sin. Like many religions, he needed to establish an us versus them. Maxarius vilified his brother, sparking zealotry, and the change finally began. They ascended together, one, Sin, unwillingly. Sin became black as coal, his ashen body representing the consequences of the fire that would burn any who were impure. And Maxarius, now Innocence, became golden. The Asmirians around them who did not follow this new religion found Maxarius' hollow gilding of Asmirian traditions distasteful. The Asmirians valued purity, but in an ascetic sense, one that shunned materialism, not one of moral self-righteousness. They forced Innocence and his new followers off the mountain range. Lycia notes all of this with clear disdain. It's all here, the lie at the core of my faith. Maxarius was not chosen by Innocence, he was Innocence. A charlatan, a liar, and a power seeker. He sacrificed his own brother for the selfish purpose of attaining godhood, something he could not earn on his own merit. He had to steal the symbol of the cleansing fire, utilize the fear of the newcomers and any who knew of the fires from this god, this Lord of Light, and use his brother as an effigy for everything his new religion was against, with absolutely no merit behind this vilification. The fact that after we defeat Kitava, Sin is able to forgive Innocence and ask for his help in restoring Oriath is mind-blowing with this revelation. Sin was turned into a god by the sheer amount of hatred Innocence had created around him, pinned a symbol of everything wrong, and yet he does not hate Innocence. But Innocence could not let his new religious followers know this. So he created the relationship of Maxarius and Innocence, replacing the Lord of Light with himself, but using the same iconography. The Death Scribe, purifying flames, the ashes of sin. He likely made up the story of the Mother of Two, outlining how sin was bad, as a fable for his followers to exemplify for their own behavior. Burn the impure, don't be like sin. And that's probably why the original story, the story likely propagated by Innocence himself, of their ascension always rang so hollow. Just like the Asmirians felt about Innocence's new religious traditions. He was, and has always been, shallow, greedy, puritanical, and self-righteous. The purpose of that story, and everything the Templars stand for, is to keep people in line within the religion. To create the fear of being burned, even if that threat has changed from the cleansing fire to Innocence. But the true origins of Innocence is something the Templars kept, and and had in writing, and multiple people must have known about within the religion. These Templars did not care about the truth of their god or their religion. They only cared about keeping power and moral authority over others. And this is why, to Lycia, they all must die. Their hypocrisy knows no bounds, and the scourge will consume this world of sinners. So now we understand a bit more about Lycia's motivations for creating a pact with Beta. She was disillusioned with the multiple lies she discovered, that Innocence was actually Maxarius and a desperate grifter, and that the Templars did not venerate and remember their dead, but instead discarded their bones unlabeled in piles. And she used her access to the forbidden texts to contact Bedak and achieve immortality, with the aim of wiping out the Templars, at the expense of her eternal isolation and the world's population, but with the gift of actually being remembered and having power. As Davinia put it, Lycia renounced the path of righteousness, and now Lycia remains in the Forbidden Sanctum, luring people in to gain power for some ritual that is almost complete. That ritual is probably to allow Bedat and the Scourge to fully enter Rayclast, as Lycia has already received immortality, and the threat of the Scourge has not yet truly descended on us, although it is burgeoning. Apparently, the blood moon rises and Bedat beckons just beyond the door. But as with many Path of Exile leagues, once we face Lycia, we are destined to repeat the cycle of approaching and defeating her, with her plans never fully coming to fruition under our repetitive victories over her. As Davinia says, she is truly immortal, so all we can do is delay her, but every time she is slain, you buy us time to work on a more permanent solution. Unlike some recent leagues, we have been given an absolutely massive amount of in-game lore to contend with. I've laid out what we know so far that is actually present in-game, but I think a recap is in order, because I, of course, have some more theories and questions. So, Lycia was a Templar who lived sometime between the Purity Rebellion in 1334 IC and likely sometime after the founding of the Eternal Empire in 1
Can't
IC.
do this just yet.
She was a scholar and had access to the forbidden texts of the Templars, which revealed the truth of Innocence's origins and the burial practices of the Templars, sending Lycia over the edge. She vowed to take revenge on the Templars, to be remembered, and made a deal with the Scourge Demon Bedak, one of the Pale Demons who are actually willing and able to bargain with humans for their own ends. In exchange for eternity, she gave Bedak and the demons a foothold in Rayclast with the possibility to garner more power. In modern times, Davinia, also a Templar and a keeper of the forbidden knowledge, seeks out the Sanctum, but needs someone battle-hardened to be the muscle behind this operation of exploring this abandoned place of ancient Templar history. She slowly reveals to us how much she knows about Lycia and the Scourge within this place, although it takes her quite some time to be forthright. She eventually tells us that she had researched Lycia's occult activities before coming to the Sanctum, in addition to having read a note left by some version of the Last to Die about Scourge demons that was left in a Templar jail cell years ago. While she does seem to want to stop Lycia and the Scourge, she seems completely unfazed by the Scourge themselves, the knowledge of innocence that so deeply angered Lycia, and Lycia's immortal presence within the Forbidden Sanctum. Her most emotional reaction is to say that what happened to Lycia is sad. She chose an unholy path out of spite, knowing the Templar preachings to be riddled with fallacies. Davinia's awareness of needing muscle to explore a supposedly abandoned structure, and her utter ambivalence to shocking revelations about Lycia, the Templars, and Innocence make her true motivations for coming to the Sanctum questionable. She could either be here to stop Lycia and the Scourge, or to learn how Lycia became immortal and whether bargaining with the Scourge was worth the reward. So with that recap, let's move on to questions. One of the questions that we touched on earlier is, How long have the Templars known about the Scourge? And how long has the Scourge been a threat to Rayclass? Before this league, I had presumed that High Templar Venarius' particular interest in the demons beyond was something unique to him. While the Atlas and the Elder had predated Venarius' reign, it didn't seem that Venarius knew what the Elder was when he encountered its shade in the Dreamland. And so I thought perhaps the knowledge of the Templars about the more cosmic and dimensional was limited, and Venarius just had a special interest or was privy to some new information about demons beyond the veil. Now, knowing how many secrets the Templars have, and that the knowledge of Scourge must be at least centuries old, it puts Venarius in a new light. From what we've been told, he's the only High Templar to have taken proactive action on this knowledge. It haunted him, according to Niles. I don't think Venarius knew that the Shade was the Elder, but he may have had a better idea of what he was bargaining with. At least that the Shade was not a mere king, but some powerful entity. The Order of the Jinn, a Meritech tribe who took in orphans from all peoples of Rayclass, had members that worked together to originally seal the Elder away. They created Starforge, a blade to separate spirit from body, with the help of an Asmiri, a Mutwind, and an Eternal member. The Order certainly knew of the Elder, and one member at some time was a Templar, as seen on the Legion Scarabs. The Rusted Legion Scarab suggests the Order and Templars wanted to start a new era of cooperation. Knowledge of the Elder, in whatever form it existed at the time of their cooperation, would have been shared. Perhaps the Templars, knowing the truth of Maxarius and possibly given knowledge from the Order, were even aware of other Eldritch entities like the Cleansing Fire. Maybe they hadn't put those pieces together. They may have just assumed Maxarius stole the symbol from the newcomers, who were afraid of some god's fire rather than an Eldritch entity. But still, the knowledge and length of knowledge of the cosmic threats by the Templars is something to ponder.
Oh my god! Okay.
Speaking of the newcomers, I am thoroughly uncertain who they were.
Never thought lightning storm could be that deadly that I died 5 seconds I get in there.
The Atlas was that the story was possibly about the Kalgur who had fled the empty-eyed fiend and the risen Olrock, and hid in the ancient site of power where Uhtred had disappeared.
Hello.
Inside was a giant mirror which could have been a portal, potentially to the cosmos. This ancient site of power could have been the shrine that is described on Crystallized Omniscience, and the fire they feared could have been the Triskelion flame they had so relied upon, how it abandoned them, went from purifying their food and protecting them from Rayclass, to leaving them vulnerable and forcing their leaders to use virtue gems and turn into vicious monsters. The last entry in Expedition even says, "There is still one way out, one we dared not risk before, hidden under the earth and older than the oldest men. This is not the end of our people. Night falls, but there will be dawn." And the Kalgur would have certainly been seen as newcomers to anyone on Rayclass. But of course, the timing for that event and the Ascension of Innocence is completely off. The Kalgur visited after the fall of the wall, and by that time Sin had already ascended and created the beast. And these newcomers were specifically fleeing the Cleansing Fire, as the Templar Zestri, Innocence, or Maxarius, copied from the newcomers, is unmistakably inspired by the symbol seen on the Searing Exarch, one of the Cleansing Fire's mortal champions. But could these newcomers truly be from another planet, being chased by the Cleansing Fire? We don't even know for certain if the newcomers stick around and become a group of people we do know. I initially interpreted this story as the newcomers becoming the Templars, but that is actually not implied. Innocence uses the newcomers' fear of fire and their warnings about the Cleansing Fire to convince people to follow him, Maxarius. The moral foundation of Maxarius' new religion, though, is don't worry about fire or death and doom beyond the mortal ken that the newcomers talk about, because our God, the Lord of Light, will protect you, as long as you're not like the newcomers or my terrible brother Sin. I believe that Maxarius used the newcomers in a similar fashion to how he used sin as a warning of this new god's wrath. So where the newcomers ended up is still unknown. Accepting that the newcomers might be aliens is tough, because that makes me want to know what planet they're from, how human they are, if they're connected to other aliens like Harbingers maybe. And if they are aliens, what happens to them after they emerge from the shrine? Do they assimilate? Do they take off in their spaceship? Do they just die and archaeologists haven't discovered their alien bones yet? The question of the newcomers' origins and ends is something that is driving me nuts. Another question the revelation of Maxarius being Innocence brings about is that the Mother of Two might not even exist. Previously, the Mother of Two was speculated to be Calandra, primarily because she was a powerful woman with the power to mirror objects who we had not yet met. Sin and Innocence being brothers, possibly twins, led many to believe their Mother of Two was actually Calandra herself. It was a decent theory until Lake of Calandra League, where Calandra's disdain for gods and her long eternity spent stuck on the lake itself made that seem impossible. She's been trapped on her lake since before the Earth fully formed, it seems. So it's unlikely she escaped her prison long enough to get pregnant, have kids, and raise them. But now, we know that the whole story in which the Mother of Two exists is a fabrication. If that's the case, is her identity even relevant? Surely Sin and Innocence have a mother, but is she anyone important? I saw an interesting theory that the Mother of Two was actually Viridi. You can check it out in the links in the description below. While I think a lot of their speculation about Viridi herself is interesting and probable in relation to the Winter of the World, I suspect that Sin and Innocence's mother is not a person of note. Considering that Maxarius had absolutely no pull, no sway, no followers, and was so desperate for power and recognition, having a mother that was a god and revered by the Asmiri would have certainly given him more favor than he had. And in the Templar propaganda, part of Innocence's ascension and Sin's condemnation is incurred by the mother herself. This never actually happened, so her real identity likely had no sway on their ascension story. And finally, I have questions about the pact that Chaos made with those high priests of the Vaal long ago, which gave them the blood crucible they passed down for centuries, eventually ending up with the last to die. Was the original purpose of the blood crucible to bring the fight to the Scourge, or was there some other reason it was gifted? It is a device that allows dimensional travel, at least to the ravaged lands where the Scourge come from. But we can only presume that Last to Die is able to shift between other dimensions with its power. So if we assume that the Blood Crucible's main purpose is the fight with the Scourge, that not only reiterates the question of how long the Scourge has been a threat, but also, what stake does Chaos have in this fight? We know that Chaos sees many dimensions and the various outcomes of acts across each dimension. The Trial Master tells us, through the grace of Chaos, I now understand that all things that can happen do. Even now, I am testing the might of another survivor who washed up on Rayclass instead of you, and to her, you are dead. Chaos sees all outcomes and enjoys seeing the different possibilities. Chaos seems to act as a neutral party, more interested in how an individual's abilities might end up weighing the coin toss of chance between dimensions. If that's the case, why would he give the High Priests a tool that would clearly help them in the fight against the Scourge? Maybe it is that all the worlds will end without this tool, and Chaos wants to continue observing. Maybe Chaos is in danger if the Scourge succeeds. The Trial Master does hint that Chaos may actually be in danger. Chaos has often felt there is a sinister force lurking in the unknown mists of raw creation that seeks to oppose him. It does not show itself. No, it is a cowardly impulse, one that subtly tangles the threads of fate to bring together mortals in each era for the purpose of order, a cold conflict that has raged eternal, with only one exception. But this just does not sound like the Scourge demons. Bringing mortals together for the purpose of order, what does that mean? And what is the one exception? Once again, I am left completely uncertain. I don't know the connection between chaos, the Scourge, and this unknown impulse of order. However, that doesn't mean I'm going to leave you only with questions I cannot even theorize on. Because I do have a theory, and it actually expands far beyond the bounds of the Forbidden Sanctum League. I have had a growing sense that the recent leagues, starting with Ultimatum, to be specific, are building up to what I'd call a new core story for Path of Exile, or maybe even Path of Exile 2. Right now, the current core story of Path of Exile is the Purity Rebellion and the Cataclysm. Almost all of the stories we are told, past, present, and ancient, have had these two events as the central point connecting them. The Purity Rebellion introduced various peoples of Rayclast and Oriath, the important historical figures on the sides of Templars or Thaumaturgists, and the architecture and history of the land we are exiled to. The Cataclysm explains the beast, the virtue gems we use, and ties us back to the Vol, the gods, etc. The use of map devices, the views of Purity versus Thaumaturgy, the Shaper and Elder, the Labyrinth. All of these things can be related back to the Purity Rebellion and Cataclysm. What I see brewing is a new core related to chaos, the Scourge, and eldritch beings. There have been so many small connections between these new concepts between leagues that are almost independent from the previous core, that I believe a new foundation for the story of Path of Exile is being set. Not to replace, but to create more opportunities for stories that can explore different parts of the past and allow new paths for the future. So, what the heck am I talking about? Let me try to walk through what has been said so far, league by league. Ultimatum League set up the entity Chaos, a being who is interested in the fates of mortals and the concept of chance. He is able to view multiple dimensions to see each possibility of each decision that is ever made, and he enjoys testing those mortals he finds the most interesting, namely ones who seem able to influence their own fates. We are also introduced through flavor text to the concept of high priests of the Vol, and a god named Yaumak, a three-headed serpent. Expedition League seemed mostly self-contained in its lore, besides some hints that the Kalgur possibly faced the Elder, a being they called the MPI Fiend, and that some Kalgur had potentially survived on Rayclast after their unsuccessful colonization attempt following the fall of the Vol. But one seemingly throwaway story about a particular city the Kalgur visited, Utsal, is what connects to this new core. The city of Utsal had mountains of gold, with nobles and priests lurking near the treasures, unwilling to give them up, locking themselves in their own tombs to protect the treasure. The nobles had purposely drowned themselves to spite would-be looters, and had done so successfully, as the Kalgur had to move on, for they could not drain the deadly waters. In Scourge, we're introduced to the concept of Scourge demons, which are replacing or assimilating the previous Beyond demons. These are part of the interdimensional threat that High Templar Venarius had feared, which is lore that had already been established. But Last to Die mentions that her ancestors, High Priests of the Vol, had made a pact with Chaos to receive the blood crucible used to fight the Scourge. We also learn that the dimension in which High Templar Venarius is still alive is the only dimension Last to Die has visited that has fought and survived a full assault of the Scourge. This gives question to the means which Venarius used to fight off the Scourge, and the reasons why Last to Die would entrust us personally with the blood crucible. It makes me suspect that the real way to fight the Scourge has something to do with eldritch powers. Venarius may have used the Elder, and we have the Maven. Then we get Siege of the Atlas, where more eldritch entities have decided to come visit Rayclast, and we do a classic protagonist teams up with antagonist to fight their common villain, and help the Maven as her mortal champion to fend off these new entities. These entities are the Tangle and the Cleansing Fire. We don't know if the Tangle has visited our world before, although similarities between the imagery of Sin's flesh assimilation in the false Templar origin story of Sin and Innocence is a possible hint the Tangle has visited. If crystallized omniscience was about Rayclast, maybe the flavor text of items like Ceaseless Feast are also. But it is in this league we learn that the Cleansing Fire has been to Rayclast, even if we do not yet understand what we are being told. Sentinel didn't really have lore, and Lake of Kalandra's lore's only purpose for this theory is that it sowed doubt that Kalandra could be the mother of two. But Kalandra League actually gave us a bigger piece of information hidden on the unique map that leads to the Trial Master fight, the Tower of Ordeals. It reads, on the outskirts of Utsal, at the Temple of Chaos, the Trial Master awaits your challenge. Now we can connect Utsal, the city the Kalgur had visited, the only Vol city given a name in the Kalgur lore, to the worship of Chaos. And thus we can tie the High Priests, the ancestors of the last to die, to the city of Utsal, and say that's where the pact was made and the blood crucible was given. And now, in Forbidden Sanctum, we learn that the Templars and Innocence himself are based off of symbols and threats inspired by the previous visit of the Cleansing Fire to Rayclast. We learn that more Templars than Venarius are aware of the Scourge. More Templars than Lycia know that Innocence's origin story is propaganda, and they possibly know about the Cleansing Fire's visit to Rayclast. We see that Divinia has read a note left by the last to die, and based on how cagey Divinia is with her knowledge, she may have even met the last to die in person, which means Divinia and other Templars may know that Chaos has put things in motion to fight the Scourge, namely the Blood Crucible. And the last to die may know that Eldritch powers are what's really necessary to fight the Scourge from her shifts to different Rayclasts. And it seems that Chaos is invested in preventing the Scourge, perhaps for his own preservation, or for preserving life across every dimension. We also find out that Kadiro, the uncle of Chittus Perandus and Loot Hoarding Ghostman, has made deals with Chaos in the past, meaning that Chaos is one of a few entities, he's never called a god, that stayed alive during the time of the Beast. Chaos, Prospero, and Hinakora. The latter two are gods of their own underworlds, and Chaos might be eldritch or cosmic. So the common factor for them staying active during the Beast seems to be not being on the surface of Rayclast. Regardless, they are also among the gods or entities you do not slay when the other gods awaken. They are the remaining players that are not explicitly eldritch beings. Chaos, Utsal, Scourge, Innocence, the Cleansing Fire. Some new tapestry of lore is being woven here. So many things are threatening existence on Rayclast. Demons from beyond, entities from the cosmos, and birds on a lake. Okay, not the last one. But I see the beginnings of a new lore foundation here. The pact with Chaos, the knowledge of the Vol and the doings of their high priests. Innocence running to the south of the world before we learn about his true origins. The multiple ways the Scourge are trying to break into our world, at the same time as eldritch beings coming to fight us and also defend us in the case of Maiden. Where can we go from saving the world from eldritch beings? What does this have to do with the Vol and Chaos? There must be some future event, likely the Scourge threat becoming imminent, that we will be involved in. I believe that future leagues will give us the pieces of knowledge, tools, and introduce people we will need to thwart the Scourge for good. We may need to know more about the High Priest of the Ball in the city of Utsal in regards to Chaos, the Blood Crucible, or even the new god we hear about through Yalmak. Maybe Innocence will have to face the shame over the destruction of Oriath in light of the Cleansing Fire's return. If eldritch powers are key to defeating the Scourge, that may be the Maven's payment for our help protecting her. We have heard the envoy talking about order before in regards to two forces at play in the cosmos, the progenitor and the lightkeeper. If chaos is opposed to order, maybe that order is the lightkeeper, and we are once again stuck between two eldritch opponents. What could the Scourge have to do with order or chaos? Could order be what allows the headless Scourge to think, or the mind that thinks for them? What about other interdimensional threats like breach monsters? Some of the loose ends of old threads could be weaved into this new tapestry. There are so many possibilities for this new core of lore. It can introduce new gods, new groups of people, even aliens if that's really where the newcomers come from. I see a lot of potential here, and even if it's not a new core, and the storyline will be wrapped up in a bow and finished soon, it's the longest string of interconnected stories we've seen in a while. No matter where this goes, Forbidden Sanctum has made this lore nerd very happy. Thank you so much for watching. It's your Beyond Demon Noodle. Sorry for the delay in this video. I had a funeral and spent a week with family, on top of work just being crazy. I usually like to get to endgame myself and film everything, but I just wasn't able to do that. So big ups to Arcanan who helped me get footage. And thanks to the patrons, subscribers, and Beta for keeping this channel alive. For the price of immortality, all I ask is that you stay sane, Exile. Oh, the weary traveler draws to another video in Noodle's complete Path of Exile lore series. This video is part 1, covering Izaro's Labyrinth. Let's begin. The Lord's Labyrinth is an essential element of any player's journey through Path of Exile. By completing the 4 levels of the Labyrinth, players are able to choose one of 3 ascendancies for their class to focus their skills. While running Lab is basically a requirement for successfully playing Path of Exile, the purpose of the Lab was not originally for class ascendancy. As the name implies, the Lord's Labyrinth is built as a means to select the next Emperor for the Eternal Empire, whose capital was Sarn, the city the Lab was built in. But this labyrinth was only ever used once for this purpose, and its creator, Emperor Izaro Frecius, has been locked inside the lab since that first run. In 1319 IC, Chittus Parandus completed the lab and was named Emperor. Izaro's spirit has remained in his lab, waiting for those worthy to complete his trials, run the lab, and bestow upon them powers and such wisdom as, "Where there's a golden key, there must be a golden door." Ascendancy for players was introduced as a new league and mechanic in early 2016. We don't run the lab to become the new Emperor, but to enhance our own skills. This change in the lab's purpose is likely practical. The Eternal Empire no longer exists, and not every exile can, or should be, or wanted to be an Emperor. According to the story of Ascendancy League, 19 challengers took on the Labyrinth, and it is these 19 who inspired the 19 Ascendancies for the 7 classes in Path of Exile. By completing Izaro's Labyrinth, we prove ourselves worthy of the lessons of our chosen Ascendant. After the disaster of the first and last Lord's Labyrinth, Izaro still believes in his lab as a means to choose those who are worthy of power. So what led to the creation of Izaro's lab? Izaro Frecius ruled before the infamous Emperor Chittus Parandus, and was part of a long legacy of Phrygia and Frecius rulers, who reigned almost since the inception of the Eternal Empire itself. Since the first Frisian Emperor, Alano Phrygia, the empire has been passed down like a monarchy. But Izaro could not have children. Izaro muses, "In the impressionable youth of my reign, I was encouraged to believe in the precious nature of my imperial blood. Unfortunately, try as I might, with a lovely procession of young and ever dutiful wives, my noble seed simply would not sprout." Izaro had to figure out a way to choose a worthy heir. He says, "Fortune took me by the hand and led me to a forgotten tome on a forgotten shelf in the quietest corner of the Sarn Library. A tome entitled Ancient Traditions of Asmirian Ascendancy. Izaro read about the Asmirian method of putting potential new leaders through trials and mazes to select the most worthy leader. And so, he created his own version of a labyrinth. While the tradition of patriarchal lineage for emperor had continued since the Emperor Alano Frisha in 35 IC, he was the third emperor, not the first. The first two emperors, Tarkus Varuso and Caspiro, had been chosen through this Asmirian tradition of the labyrinth. According to these books from the Sarn library, the Asmiri were the first culture known in history to use the trials of strength, wisdom, and spirit to select its chieftains. The First Lord's trial was a rough-hewn maze festooned with wild animals and brutal traps, crafted to test aspiring Asmirian leaders' body, mind, and soul. The first trials were simple contraptions reflecting simple times. As the Asmirian civilization grew in number and complexity, so did the trials, from treacherous mazes to bewildering labyrinths. Alas, there are no surviving descriptions of the labyrinth that tested and proved the worth of Varuso, Prima Imperialis. I would imagine it was quite something to behold. Izaro was inspired by this information to create his own, more elaborate labyrinth. So the founder of the Eternal Empire, Tarkus Varuso, had been chosen through these trials. And his successor, Emperor Caspiro, also took on this ancient tradition. The PoE Wiki and the Ancients entry about Caspiro say that Caspiro is Varuso's son, but Izaro claims Varuso's successor, Caspiro, was a low-born legionnaire, the lone survivor of a labyrinth that claimed the lives of every highborn contender, including Varuso's only son. Whether Caspiro is Varuso's son or beat out Varuso's son, it seems the original intent of the Empire was not to pass the title of Emperor based on lineage, but on capability. Izaro says that Caspiro proved to be every bit the Emperor Varuso was, but Caspiro was killed by a dark being 5 years after he became the Emperor that we know is the Val Oversoul we defeat in Act 2 within the Val Ruins. After Caspiro's death, the General Alano Frisha led a group of legionnaires down to the Val Ruins and sealed the Val Oversoul away, and for this heroic act, in 35 IC, was made Emperor without having to complete a labyrinth. And when Alano Frisha was ready to pass on his title, he made his own son Emperor without putting him through these Asmirian trials. Since then, the Frisha bloodline ruled the Eternal Empire, until Izaro Frisius created his own labyrinth and Chittis Parandus was named Emperor in 1319 IC. The Frisian family ruled for almost 1300 years. The Frisian forest surrounding Sarn was named after this royal family, as well as the Frisian cathedral that is now the Felshrine ruins. A quick aside, while Chittis Parandus' reign was obviously problematic, the Frisian rulers were not without fault. Emperor Romero Frisha was the man behind the Night of 1,000 Ribbons. Romero Frisha ruled around 334 IC, and discovered that his wife had multiple affairs with his own brother, and his two children were actually his brother's children. On the Night of 1,000 Ribbons, our finest city burned. It burned with fires lit by cruelty and neglect. It burned with shame for giving the title of Emperor to a man who did not deserve it. While this probably refers to Romero's horrible actions against his wife and children, questioning of the Frisha bloodline has continued, including for Izaro Frisius. Fun fact, Emperor Chittis Parandus was betrayed and stabbed by Mayor Ondar on the 1,000-year anniversary of the Night of 1,000 Ribbons, in 1334 IC. Chittis Parandus, the man named Emperor after completing Izaro's labyrinth, questioned the sanity of Izaro while the lab was being created. The Parandus family had been integral to the financial stability of the empire, and Chittis felt that allowing whoever completed a labyrinth to rule, rather than acknowledging and rewarding the contributions of the Parandus family, was tantamount to madness. Chittis wrote to his uncle Kadiro Parandus, "Izaro's plans are an insult to the empire and an insult to us, its most devoted servants. Izaro spits upon our very blood and then offers up everything we have worked for to the first fortunate fool who stumbles through his little maze. I will not stand by and allow Izaro to deliver us all unto damnation. I trust, dear uncle, that I can rely on your support. Izaro believed strongly that returning to the ancient Asmiri tradition of the labyrinth was returning to true justice, and he even believed in a goddess or lady of justice, who we see as a green ghostly entity attached to Izaro when we run through the lab. Whether the goddess of justice is a real god or a figment of Izaro's imagination, made tangible by his own belief, is not known. No information on this goddess exists except in reference to Izaro. Izaro wrote that, alas, the Lord's labyrinth was corrupted by those with the vanity to consider their blood more precious than their empire. Selfish blood breeds selfish times, and the empire paid for it with its own blood, with the Knight of 1,000 Ribbons, with that most regal of cannibals, Emperor Romira. Not anymore. I, Izaro Frecius, shall return us to justice. I shall build the greatest Lord's Labyrinth in Asmirian history, and my successor shall be chosen by the goddess herself. Whether the Lady Justice was a real god or a manifestation of Izaro's fervor, we cannot know. But Izaro's devotion to perfecting the labyrinth made him seem somewhat unstable to those around him. He was adamant that the lab would be the most fair and the most accurate way to determine the new emperor. Thank you so much for watching. It's your boy Noodle. I'm trying out a new format of cutting long videos into shorter parts, so let me know in the comments what you think. Thanks as always to my patrons. If you have any questions, feel free to stop by my Twitch stream at twitch.tv/kittencatnoodle. And until the next video, stay sane, Exile. Harbinger League came alongside the fall of Toriath expansion, which introduced Acts 6 through 10, as well as bringing to life gods we had only heard about until this point. While Harbinger resembled past leagues like Breach or Beyond, a portal opens up, baddies come out, food is obtained, there was one striking difference. These interdimensional beings and all the items associated with them were depicted in the new pictographic language created by GGG. Now, this is strange. Even interdimensional nightmare beings like Chayula had names we could read, and flavor text on their items. They didn't exactly appear like, hey, I'm Chayula, my friends call me Chalupa, and I love dreams, but they were put into context by text associated with them. But now, with Harbinger, we get these even more foreign beings because we can't even read the gosh dang text telling us anything about them. And GGG was quite proud of themselves. They challenged players to decipher the symbols to learn how and why these beings were invading Rayclast. They even gave us a couple freebie symbol translations, as well as letting players know that the story of their journey to Rayclast was told in the order of belt, mask, quiver, shield, staff, sword, text. A few people back in the day created a pretty amazing Google Doc, mostly using the names of individual harbingers and the skills they're associated with to figure out quite a few of these symbols. I will say this document helped me significantly. Admittedly, I spent about a day going full Ralphie from A Christmas Story trying to decode this on my own. While the literal interpretation of the Harbinger's story was mostly deciphered in the Google Doc, it missed one big element: the context. The symbols had been pretty much decoded, but no official agreement upon the meaning, such as who is the god, and thus who the Harbingers worship, was reached. But with the release of the new upgraded Harbinger uniques in Harvest League, there seems to be more to this story than was originally decided upon. And I think some of the new items, this second part of the story, help illuminate some remaining questions about the first story. So I'll link a document I made with every symbol translated below if you'd like to follow along while I go through my interpretation. First, let's establish some basics. All of the symbols in rounded brackets are concept or word symbols. This means whatever symbol is contained in the brackets is its own unique word. The smaller symbols between
That's
these
like nothing.
words are used as syntax. They have general purposes but are not concretely one concept. For example, the symbol with arrows pointing towards each other vertically can be a possessive S, is, of, while the singular diamond can be and or was. So there's room for interpretation within these, while the bracketed word symbols are a bit more fixed. The two symbols GGG confirmed were the symbol for the god of domination and the symbol for the beast. With this in mind, I present to you my full interpretation of the first story presented in Harbinger League. I'll put the individual words under each symbol, but I'll write the story in a more grammatically correct way. God has the skill to become the master of math. God has the skill to become the master of time. God's followers are empowered by God's skills. When the time of the beast began, God was weakened and fled. God's followers saw their God imprisoned, or God's followers have imprisoned their God. God's followers have divided God's arcane power amongst themselves. God is the master of attacks. God is still imprisoned. God's followers divided God's mastery of attacks amongst themselves. When the beast's time is done, God will use his rage to escape from imprisonment. God's mind will not be broken. God is enraged over his imprisonment. God's power is hungry to expand. God's prison remains not broken. God's power to expand becomes a hunger for God's followers' powers. God's followers have mastery of attacks. God's followers have the skill to expand. God's followers became focused on descendants. Followers are focused on Ray class. Let's break that down. The god that the Harbingers followed was weakened when the beast was created. Then, somehow, either by others or the followers themselves, their god was imprisoned. The Harbingers took powers from their god while he was imprisoned, and this made the god even angrier. Their god now wanted to take his powers back from the Harbingers. The Harbingers then decided to come to Ray class, to descend and escape their god, and use their new powers. At first, I toyed with the idea that the god in question was Kitava. Kitava and Harbingers were introduced at the same time, and Kitava is the god of endless hunger, and hunger is represented in the story. The god's hunger to expand, and his hunger for the power of his followers. But there's a few major issues. Kitava was initially imprisoned in the underworld by Kumatora, before the beast was created. And after the beast was created, all the gods for our known were put to sleep, not weakened or imprisoned. In addition, it seems like this god is still imprisoned or restrained after the beast's time is done. The death of the beast released Kitava onto Reiki. Furthermore, we know that Kitava is a Karubi god. We had seen long before this league or expansion mentions of Kitava in the lore. Kaum believed Kitava was the cause of evil in the land. If Kitava had Harbingers as followers, there would likely be more reference to this. The Harbingers also use portals to enter Reiki, which seems more otherworldly than godly, by which I mean more similar to Breach than to Ray class-based gods. The Harbingers also seem to be fleeing to Ray class, which, if they're trying to escape their god, doesn't make much sense. The beast's time being over brought Kitava back to Ray class, so they wouldn't want to be arriving on Ray class to escape Kitava. But then I thought, what if this refers to a being that we didn't meet in Fall of Auriac? What if it refers to a being we were going to meet soon? One that certainly also has a desire to expand, one that comes from another dimension. What if their god is the Elder? The Harbinger's god was not imprisoned by the beast's creation. Instead, it was weakened, which led to its imprisonment. The Elder was imprisoned by the Watchers of Decay, using the blade Starforge to seal his body in stone. But his mind remained free. This is supported by the line, God's mind remained unbroken. If we look at the Shaper's Book of Memories, he describes the Elder as a shade, a mind that has been trapped outside of its body. The shade is also able to teach Voldo his thaumaturgical, perhaps arcane, powers, but requires someone to remove the blade from his stone body to be free. While the timeline might not make sense initially, I looked deeper into it. The Watchers of Decay were apparently started by a god speaking to a woman who had lost her son to the Elder, and this god taught her about the Elder and his powers. This means that the Watchers learned about the Elder before the beast's creation. However, it wasn't until the Order of the Jinn that the Starforge was created to seal the Elder and split his mind and body. This happened after the Eternal Empire was founded, so after the beast's creation, but way before we destroy the beast. And this is also supported by the god being enraged at his imprisonment, but not being freed by the beast being slain. It wasn't until Voldo Caesarius recreated the Watcher's map device, and High Templar Venarius went inside, that the Elder was free. And even then, the Elder was free within the Atlas, or as Voldo put it, his pocket dimension. So the Harbingers escaping their god by going to Rayclast would make sense. In addition, the Elder's ultimate goal is to spread his decay across everything. He also seems to eat memories, especially those of children. So the themes of expansion and hunger also fit the Elder. Xana does have a line that says, "The Elder is not a lord unto itself. It serves a greater master, a greater purpose," which some people interpret as him not being a god. I would argue that the Elder isn't really a god in the sense of gods we've seen on Rayclast, mortal beings who ascended to godhood. He is a manifestation of this decay that wants to spread. Voldo writes in his memories that the Elder came to Rayclast out of hunger, feasting on children's imagination, attempting to cultivate something, to sustain and birth forth its true goal, the oblivion from outside time and space, the decay. We see in the first lines of the original story that this god is the master of maps, which could also mean space, and that he is the master of time. This matches the decay's oblivion from outside time and space. Also, when their god is imprisoned, his power is hungry to expand, not the god. That could mean the force within him, this goal, this power, the decay, is pushing him when the physical manifestation is locked in place. Voldo writes, "The Elder's form is trapped in stone, but its agency runs free." The div card called the Messenger might support this theory. Players had worked out that this symbol refers to beings or harbingers, as it is present in every harbinger's name. For example, the boss of Beachhead Map is named the being that leads God's followers. My rough translation of the Messenger text is, "A being not broken goes to the best mind of Rayclast. The being wants to move to ascend into our realm. The being is divided by God. The device on Rayclast will bring fire and destruction to the maps." If I'm anywhere near correct, this could be the story of Venarius asking Voldo to recreate the Watcher's device, wanting to talk to the Elder, and being summarily devoured by the Elder. Venarius forced Voldo to bring him to the Elder by threatening to kill Xana. And once Venarius was in the Elder's dreamlands, he offered to free the Elder in exchange for power, of course. Venarius removed the Starform, releasing the Elder, who immediately killed his guardsmen, feasted on his memories, but importantly left him alive, and Voldo fled. Voldo broke his original map device, but as we know, it is eventually restored and used by us. One more translation before I move on to the new story. The beachhead map translates to God's followers have divided their attacks and broken onto Raycloud. This likely refers to the Stargate, their method of transportation from their dimension at the center of Beachhead, as the initial entry point or portal onto Rayclass. If the Elder could teach Voldo to create a map device, maybe the arcane powers the Harbingers took from the Elder included the power to create such portals. Something important to consider is that the story was introducing a new character or event, the Elder, from the upcoming expansion. So in a way, these Harbingers are not only telling the story of their past, but of our future. Harbinger means a person or thing signaling the approach of another, so their story alluding to the introduction of the Elder fits quite well. With that in mind, could the new story told by the Harbingers be signaling important events to come in PoE? The new story told on the recent Harbinger unique upgrades includes new symbols not previously seen, and thus not previously decoded for me to work with. I'm assuming the new story is told in the same order: belt, mask, quiver, shield, staff, sword. But I still needed to decipher these new symbols from scratch. However, the final text on the Surging Thoughts sword, so the last part of the new story, is what ultimately led me to believe the Elder is their god. I'll break down why first, and then go through the story. This new syntax, with the symbol for negative or un, is now in emphasized brackets. This must change the meaning somewhat. Based on its use in other pieces of the new story, I suspected this might mean is new. So the last line of this text seems to say, the new god is blank. I considered this for a while, and then realized there is one new character who has been transformed, and is arguably the new Elder, Cyrus. For a very brief summary of the Conquerors of Atlas expansion lore, Xana had taken 5 exiles with her into the Atlas to find her father, Voldo, the Shaper, to defeat the Elder and stop his expansion. When they fought the Elder, trying to trap, maybe imprison, him in a device, Cyrus had to jump onto the Elder and push him into the device to finish the job. Cyrus disappeared, apparently also trapped in the device that sealed away the Elder. Then, after some time, he reappeared, changed. I recommend watching my video on the Conquerors for a more thorough story, but let's get to the translation. Please note, I'm not as sure on some of these symbols and translations, but with the rough idea of the story of Elder and Cyrus, here's what I came up with. God has escaped his imprisonment. The followers escaped his ending. God is seeking arcane power from the followers. God's followers aren't free. They have escaped to Rayclass and split up. The followers have escaped from their God. The followers have broken from their God. The followers have divided into new bodies. God is broken. God is broken, but God is not done. God's power is not ending. The followers must unite. God's body has changed. God's mind has changed. This new God is not the old God. The followers have divided over their God. They will move to this new imprisonment and will plan an attack. This new god is Cyrus. Here's how I deciphered some symbols. As mentioned, I inferred the last symbol because Cyrus has now been possessed by or has absorbed the Elder, making him a new Elder. For the symbol free, it is only used on the Tempest Liberation. So I assumed that symbol means liberation or freedom. For changed, it is only used on the yielding mortality. So again, I inferred X is blank to mean X is yielding or changing. For body or possibly pieces, the symbol itself resembles the symbol for being or harbinger, but split apart. This initially made me think pieces, but contextually, body makes more sense. The symbol for ending looks like done, but with an arrow pointing to it, making me think of the direction towards done, thus ending. Unite, I am the least certain of. It looks vaguely like the symbol for followers, which I see as 3 pairs of praying hands. It looks like they are moving towards a center. This one could have a different meaning, so let me know if you have any other ideas. While there's certainly room for interpretation, here's my summary of this new story. The Harbingers had escaped to Rayclast to become their own beings and not be attacked by their god. They spread out over Rayclast to exert their own power. But the Elder, now free, began seeking them. We know the Elder was trying to get to Rayclast. That is why we, and the past conquerors, tried to help Xana stop the Elder's spread. But then, when Cyrus pushes Elder into the Cosmic Arcana, the Harbingers can tell that their god is broken. But the Elder's powers have not ceased to be. The Elder became something new. Perhaps the Harbingers traveled back to the map to discover this new imprisonment in the Cosmic Arcana. Maybe that is how Cyrus, now possessed or become one with the Elder, was released. Or maybe the new imprisonment is the Atlas itself, which Xana tried to trap the Conquerors inside. Maybe the Harbingers, sensing their god is now a mortal being, plan to attack Cyrus. If the Elder was immortal before, perhaps he has yielded or changed into this new mortal form, so the Harbingers could defeat or attack Cyrus. The Elder had wanted to reclaim their powers for himself, but was then shattered by the Conqueror. While the Elder's will is immortal, his body has now yielded to mortality, and this may have given the Harbinger's thoughts to surge against him. Could this be foreshadowing some new event? The Harbingers either joining forces with or attacking Cyrus? Again, I didn't have much to go on for this second story, but I think this could be the intended interpretation. It wouldn't make sense for the Harbingers to be connected to a god we know from Rayclast, as their language is too foreign, and they escaped to Rayclast, not from it. While they're too ancient to worship the Shaper, they are also too mystical and interdimensional to be tied to Kitava. It could be some other god we don't know much about. I toyed with the idea of this last symbol being all because of the crown looking similar. But Cyrus also has a spiky crown. All is blue, so he has that going for him, but he doesn't seem to be a god. Whether I'm correct or not, I hope we can get some more information about the Harbingers. What do they want? Why do they throw shards of loot at me like they're making it rain pennies? And why the hell did I spend so much time deciphering these symbols? Thank you so much for watching. It's your interdimensional being, Noodle. Sorry for the long delay in videos. Obviously this took a bit, but I'm also not really sure what topics to cover next. So if you have any suggestions, feel free to leave them in the comments. Check the description for credits for art and the Google Doc I referenced, as well as my own Google Doc deciphering the symbols. Thanks as always to my amazing patrons. You keep this crazy train going. I think I've officially gone insane, but I still hope that you stay sane, Exile. Exile, I fear I have not been entirely honest with you. We're back for another video in Noodle's complete Path of Exile lore series. This video covers the Betrayal League and Expansion. Let's begin. The Betrayal League and Expansion revamped the Master NPC system by taking NPCs from previous leagues, Alva, Einhar, and Miko, and making them new Master NPCs with a revamped daily missions system. This is at the expense of the previous Master NPCs, known as the Forsaken Masters, all mysteriously disappearing. Except Xana, of course. At first, we don't know why they have disappeared. Are they dead? Are they retired? Do they just hate us? But the fourth new master NPC, Jun Ortoy, is also looking for them. She believes there are much darker forces at work than just a significantly improved master NPC system. Jun Ortoy is a Meriteth woman who is part of a very secretive, ancient group called the Order of the Jinn. The Order of the Jinn took in orphans and exiles from every walk of life. They've been around for centuries, all the way back to the Watchers of Decay and their fight against the Elders, at least. The Order's purpose was to guard knowledge and artifacts too powerful for people to obtain. Jun says they were protecting the people of Rayclass from themselves. We'll learn more about Jun and the secretive Order of the Jinn later on, but for now, Jun informs us that she suspects our Forsaken Masters have been taken by a group calling themselves the Immortal Syndicate, and I fear they will not be the last. So first, we'll look at our missing Forsaken Masters. There were 7 Masters in total, not including Zana. Each one was responsible for selling specific types of items and or providing certain types of crafting. They were Elrion, Haku, Borichi, Vagan, Tora, Leo, and Katarina. Their dialogue has been lost from the game after the Betrayal expansion, but luckily most of the dialogue was archived on YouTube. Unfortunately, I couldn't find any of Leo's dialogue, but I'll try to summarize him first to the best of my ability from memory. Leo was a pitmaster of the Grand Arena, likely starting in Oriath, but after exile, running fights in the Grand Arena of Sarn. He is missing a hand, which he has replaced with a hook. He was in charge of PvP missions, which is probably why there's no archived information for him, as no one wanted to complete his daily PvP quests. He also didn't show up in the Forsaken Masters dialogue regarding the other Masters, at least none that I could find, so I don't know how the others felt about being Master of the Arena. For the rest of the former Masters, I've made a reference chart of their relationships. Vagan, Weapon Master, was a duelist who crafted attack weapons. He likely had some relationship with Leo. His daily missions were to fight Vagan or kill more training dummies than him. He was quite the masochist. He claims to have known Doresto as a boy, and is generally quite boastful. Vagan respected Haku and Elrion. While Borichi and Katarina do not like Vagan, most of the Masters tolerated him, and it seems he and Tora even had a mutual attraction. Tora, Master of the Hunt, crafted ranged weapons and had to hunt down beasts. Kind of like Einar, but not as funny. Tora was interested in the corruption on Rayclass and how it affected wildlife. She had an interesting and likely unintended premonition on what was to come in Betrayal. There's nothing haphazard in what these creatures have become. I see a plan. And where there's a plan, there's a planner. Not a thought that helps you sleep at night. While she would not complain were Vagan to find his way into her den, she was at best neutral to the others, with active disdain for Katarina and Borichi. Borichi, Master Assassin, would help with socket and lace crafting and coloring, hence the Borichi calculator and the Borichi method of using jeweler's orbs to color items. Borichi's missions would involve rogue exiles, either killing or rescuing them with some variations. Borichi was a member of the Brotherhood of Silence. Borichi was heavily invested in the power of virtue gems, saying, "Gems represent the one true power here in Rayclass." The Vaal understood this, the Eternal also. Geomancy I have come to call this field, and of one thing I am certain. It is we Geomancers who shall inherit this fallen empire, who shall raise this realm to its former glory and beyond. This is another possibly unintentional premonition like Tora. Borichi basically hated every other master, but respected Haku. Haku the Armor Master was a Karui man who ended up in Oriath, and from there was exiled to Rayclass. He crafted armor for us and gave escort missions for Karui spirits. While I did not include Haku in my Karui video, because his dialogue is hard to find and outdated, he did have interesting thoughts on Kaum and Kitava. He was the first Forsaken Master to appear in story progression in Lionai's Watch alongside Elrion, and as such had read Labian's carvings about Kaum. He concluded that the stories of Kaum that we were raised on, they are lies. Kitava, god of corruption, consumed Kaum from hurt to skin. Kaum became the greatest of Kitava's slaves when he abandoned his people to serve himself. Haku was a Karui who actually disliked Kaum, although he still revered Tukohama and blamed Kitava for all the evil in the world. Haku was fond of Tora and Varici, tolerated Vagan, but disliked Katarina and Elrion. Elrion the Lore Master was an exiled Templar. He was exiled for voicing his opinions on Vol, who he thought had been ignorant. Elrion believed strongly that thaumaturgy was a gift from God and should not be forbidden or dismissed. He crafted and sold jewelry, and his missions involved destroying or defending holy relics. While Elrion claimed his crafted jewelry was holy, he was fully aware that the power instilled in his holy trinkets is the same as the dark power that lurks within the so-called virtue gems, the same power that feeds and molds the corrupted. Nightmare and thaumaturgy, two sides of the same coin.
Why?
But Elrion believed that God, in a sense, created thaumaturgy, rather than the now known source, Sin Feast. God gave us thaumaturgy, a divine gift above all others. It's man who corrupted that gift. Even though Elrion is openly into thaumaturgy, he's still devoutly religious, who rubbed other masters like Varici and Haku the wrong way. Elrion mutually disliked Haku, as they had opposing
bullshit, I got
religions
one
that
shot then. Fuck
Elrion
you.
liked the others and was surprisingly neutral towards Katarina, the only master to not openly hate her. Katarina, master of the dead, could craft and sell spellcasting and summoner gear. She was a necromancer, and her quests would often revolve around gathering corpses or souls for her sculptures. Katarina could speak to the dead, and was using their knowledge and power to further her thaumaturgical pursuits. She spoke of dark days to come, that the darkness is not a mindless thing like the sea or the air.
I believe in traveling
It is a
light.
creature that obeys neither life nor death, a truly undying being, a nightmare. The darkness and the cataclysm one and the same. The dead tell me this all the time. She was obsessed with some dark future when flesh and bone, sense and spirit are saturated with darkness. Only then can true and pure undeath be experienced. I do not speak literally of the absence of sun. I speak of a darkness that is home to all that have lived. We were born in darkness. We return to darkness. The warm sable of the womb, the cool pitch of the grave. It is in darkness that creation itself resides. All of this is relevant because Katarina is the leader of this new immortal syndicate, and she has successfully recruited all of the other Forsaken Masters into this syndicate, regardless of their feelings towards her. None of the Masters liked Katarina. Katarina's work with corpses and souls bothered them. Only Elrion tolerated what she did because the soul is God's concern. Katarina can do what she likes with the discarded vessel. Even though Katarina liked Varici because he left bodies well intact for her art, Varici found her work disgusting, saying, "It is not how a man lives, but how a man dies that truly matters." Katarina's cadaverous sculptures mock us in what should be our finest moment. Haku claimed, Katarina is Kitava's slave, preparing pretty feasts for a cannibal god. Tora seemed almost afraid of Katarina, saying, Katarina pares back the skin and looks upon the truth in flesh and bone. If anyone has seen how deep the corruption goes, it's Katarina. Vagan even threatened that sometime soon I'm going to teach Katarina the definition of rest in peace. We don't find out that Katarina is the leader of the Immortal Syndicate until we have met everyone who is part of the Syndicate,
Why do I
which
not have
includes
any
more
heals?
than just our missing Forsaken Masters.
Fuck me.
Jun is confused as to how such good people and capable fighters doing what they could to bring light could become part of the Immortal Syndicate. Honestly, there's nothing I can find that explains exactly how the Forsaken Masters turned to respecting and working under Katarina. Based on their original relationships, it doesn't make much sense, but perhaps the power that Katarina offered was enough to gain their favor, and the favor of quite a few others. What exactly is the Immortal Syndicate? On the surface, it's a group of people, some familiar, some new, that have been given the gift of immortality in exchange for their work. The members work in one of 4 areas: transportation, fortification, research, or intervention, to help the Syndicate reach its goal of becoming the new ruling power over Oriath and Rayclast. Katarina has discovered something beyond necromancy to bestow the Syndicate immortality, as Jun notes that the members we have come across, they have come back from the dead. They are no mindless zombies. Somehow they are returning whole. This must be why they call themselves the Immortal Syndicate. Immortality is dangerous, even in the hands of those with good intentions. As for familiar faces besides the Forsaken Masters, Hillock the Blacksmith from Act 1 and General Gravisius from Act 3 have joined the Immortal Syndicate. Chimeria the Cold-Blooded was seen in name through the weapons Chimeria's Maul and the fated Chimeria's Avarice before the Betrayal expansion. Chimeria is an Oriathan murderer and apparently an accomplished one. There is Thane Jorgen, an Ezomite who left Ezmir after being accused of killing his own brother. Fun fact, Jorgen believes that Barichi, or another member of the Brotherhood of Silence, is responsible for his brother's death. Also, he shares the name Thane with Rigmor. This either refers to a clan or blood relation. Rin Yushu, Horel Goya, and Guff Tiny Gren are from the warbands Mutewind, Redblade, and Grindrot, respectively. It That Fled is a being from the Breach Realm who fled the rule of the Breach Lords. Ashlyn Laffrey and Riker Maloney have no established backgrounds, although there are 2 quivers, Maloney's Nightfall and Maloney's Mechanism, the first of which predates Betrayal. The final member, Giannis Parandis, while not being a known character himself, comes from arguably the most infamous family in all of Rayclast's history. He is the great-grandson of Chittis Parandis, and he was originally a member of the Order of the Jinn, alongside Jun Mortoy. As soon as Jun discovers that Giannis Parandis is part of the Immortal Syndicate, she begins putting the pieces together. Jun reveals to us that everyone in the Order of the Jinn had been killed in a horrible raid of their stronghold, except for herself, and now, apparently, Giannis. Jun explains, "You have heard of the famed Parandis family, I have no doubt. Wealthy and powerful and responsible for putting Malachi in position to bring Rayclast to ruin all those centuries ago. Though Emperor Chittis is the most famous of the Parandis family, some remnants of his vile bloodline linger even still. Giannis was one such remnant. He too was orphaned, but with the Parandis coffers dry and the Parandis name worth its weight in gold, no one took him in. No one except Malakara. That he is the only other survivor, and now a powerful member of the Immortal Syndicate, leaves no doubt in my mind that it was he who sold us out." After the Cataclysm, Kadiro, Chittis' uncle, cleared out the kingdom's treasury and fled Sarn. I'll go into more detail in a future video about the Parandis family, but we can assume that any remaining members of the family were left broken, the name now marred by the horrible rule of Chittis. Giannis was a gambling addict as well as an orphan, but because of his tainted lineage, no one would take him in, except the Order of the Jinn. With this revelation about Giannis' involvement, Jun tells us more about the mysterious
Can't do
Order
this
of the
just yet.
Jinn they were both once part of. As mentioned, the Order vowed to hide and protect extremely powerful artifacts. They resided in a place called the Forbidden Vault, which we can find near the Oasis in Act 9, part of the Vastiri Desert. Jun was its guardian, who was kept in absolute secrecy for countless generations, known only to my Akara, the Order of the Jinn. It feels so strange to tell someone. To speak so plainly would have been a sin of the highest order, punishable by death. We have actually seen another example of the Order of the Jinn taking care of items and knowledge too dangerous for the outside world. 3 members of the ancient Order of the Jinn, Egrin, Kianga, and Batusia, were involved in the forging, delivery, and use of Starforge by the Watchers of Decay to seal the Elder away in his dreamlands long ago. While they remained a secret order, their work was clearly pivotal in the safety of the world. One noteworthy member of the Order of the Jinn from the past is Isius Perandus, the scholar who worked with Siosa in the Sarn Library. He was captured by Malachi and forced to translate Vaal artifacts for him, but was later rescued by the Order of the Jinn. According to the Perandus Scarabs, Isius helped the Order stop Kadiro Perandus, Chittis's uncle, from stealing some artifacts. He also attempted to help them prevent the cataclysm the Order had foreseen, but they failed to prevent it. There are an interesting number of parallels between the Order of the Jinn and the Immortal Syndicate. For one, they take on members from many different walks of life. While some members of the Syndicate are openly disdainful of the backgrounds of other members, for example, most of the Syndicate members are terrified of It That Fled, the breach monster who was just playing. The openness to different cultures as a principle is shared between the groups. As mentioned, Rin, Corel, and Guff are from the Mutewind, Redblade, and Brinerot warbands. In the Order of the Jinn, there was a Redblade named Omid who studied breaches, a Brinerot named Wraithen the Betrayer who studied sulfite, and Kianga of the Stars, the Order member who delivered Starforge to the Watchers of Decay, was originally a Mutewind. Fun fact, Rin, Corel, and Guff all have parents or relatives in their respective warbands. Rin Yushu has Jane Yushu, Corel Goya has Lely Goya, and Guff Tiny Gren has Musky Two Eyes Gren. I really want to know where those nicknames come from. While some of the Syndicate members have issues with each other, Jun also seems to have some strange hang-ups about certain members' backgrounds. While it's perhaps understandable that she shares the Syndicate's fear of It That Fled, remarking, "The Syndicate knows no limits, look at what they fight with." Her remarks to Thane Jorgen, an Ezemite, and Haku, a Karui, are somewhat racist. She taunts Jorgen with, "Where are your first ones now, Ezemite?" and "Stay down, Haku," like he's a dog. It feels like for such an inclusive group as the Order of the Jinn, where all peoples are accepted, Jun is a bit biased. Perhaps her anger about the horrible murder of her fellow members of the Order caused this attitude, but she is incredibly rude to particular members while sympathetic to others, and she is seemingly sympathetic only to Oriakan exiles like Vegan or Elrion. For example, she says to Elrion, "I'm sorry, holy man, but you've chosen the wrong crusade." Quite a different tone. Returning to the story, Katarina, with the help of Giannis Ferrandis, infiltrated the Forbidden Vault of the Order of the Jinn. Katarina was after an artifact they were guarding called the Horns of Kulamak. Likely, Katarina learned of the existence of these horns from her studies about death and immortality. Whether she sought out Giannis or vice versa, she was able to get him to betray the Order of the Jinn so she could get these horns. Jun believes Giannis betrayed the Order to restore glory to himself and the Ferrandis name. For hundreds, maybe thousands of years, we remained secret until Janus Perandus, that imbecile, he sold us out, reaching for the last vestiges of his ancestral glory. Just like his great-grandfather Chittis, he may have doomed us all. According to Jun, the horns of Kulamak are an artifact capable of shifting the very energies of life freely. What Kulamak is, or where the horns came from, not even Jun knows. We were only taught what was passed down for generations. We believed the horns to be the ultimate tool of life and death, capable of siphoning the very breath of life from any living thing. We do not know where it came from. Perhaps the remains of a powerful, long-dead animal. Perhaps a creation of the gods themselves. Regardless of its provenance, I believe the horns are what have given the Immortal Syndicate their miraculous ability to return from the dead unscathed. Siphoning life is exactly what Katarina had us doing for her master missions before this betrayal. With these horns, Katarina seems to have finally brought upon the darkness she had before described to us. The darkness that comes, the death of stagnation, and the birth of creativity. But what is the purpose of Katarina using her learned immortality on others? Does she just have a thing for resurrection like Clarissa? She clearly does, but more than that, as Katarina now wants to become a true eternal queen. Take over Rayclass and the rest of this world and bring every walk of life and death together under her rule. Katarina chronicled her beliefs in this new immortal world order on the Light Giver's Manifesto, seen in Syndicate Hideout. We bury the dead. Insects feed on the flesh and bone. An entire lifetime reduced to seed for the ground above. A waste. But the soul does not even feed the earth. It drifts invisibly into the ether, never harnessed, never used. Gone. What greater waste of life is there than to let the soul flutter away into nothingness? We hope and wish for something more. But here and now we have the tools that will guarantee no afterlife unnecessary. We have the tools to build a utopian life in Rayclass through thaumaturgy. The only thing we lacked was time. The gift of the horns has given us that too. People need a strong leader. As Oriath bubbles over and spills into Rayclass, the ragged and the hungry will look to someone to keep them safe from harm. Oriath didn't learn from Sarn's mistakes, but they cannot be blamed. The death of a ruler always has and always will throw an empire's direction into the wind. With an eternal queen, this is a problem we will never have to face. She even wrote what it would cost the Syndicate and what actions we would take to stop them. The heat is coming, brothers and sisters. They will try to destroy us, pit us against each other, and put us in impossible situations, but throughout, we must stand united. Though we crawl through the mud, act in secrecy and silence, we are destined to become Rayclass's saviors. Katarina, like Atziri or Chittis before her, is seeking to bring the entire world under her rule, and to use thaumaturgy to achieve some form of immortality. She claims it is for the betterment of everyone, that she will save humanity from losing precious time, knowledge, and friendships. Elrion, a man of God, even sees their work as a new crusade. If only you could see the bigger picture, Exile. If only you could understand what we're trying to build. Gravicius, who once served under Dominus and Piety, is also a religious man. He began seeing Katarina as a new kind of god, referring to her as the Eternal One. However, as we investigate the Syndicate, killing, bargaining, causing betrayals, Gravicius and others become wary of their commitment. If Gravicius wants to bargain, he says, "I prefer not to rely overmuch on the Eternal One's resurrection. That's quickly become changed." And when asked to betray, elaborates that, "I don't see God after death, Exile, not when the Eternal One brings me back. I prefer not to die if it can be avoided." And if Elrion wants to leave the immortal syndicate, he reflects. All this time, all this bloodshed, I kept telling myself that the ends justify the means. But I can't stop asking myself, what if I'm wrong? Have I damned myself? Katarina seems to truly believe she will bring a gift to the world, but her methods are definitely brutal. She killed the entire Order of the Jinn to obtain these horns. And when we confront Katarina with Jun, Katarina brings back some of the fallen members of the Order to taunt her. Like many cases we've seen before, power has corrupted whatever admirable goals, if there really were any, Katarina had. And the methods which she is using to create her vision, this immortal syndicate, are abhorrent. Even those who initially believed in her cause can be seen faltering, recognizing the costs and challenges of forced immortality at the hands of someone who sees themselves as an irrefutable, infallible god. Maybe there is still some pain or suffering in their deaths, even if they're brought back. Maybe they just fear the growing debt they owe Katarina, like Ravisius touched on. What is eternal life if you owe eternal servitude towards the ambitions of another? How can you ever reach an end if there will always be a forced new beginning? An interesting quote from Isius Perandus is the flavor text of the 7 League Steps. Death can be outrun with these, but beware. In running from death, you may forget to live. Katarina was always the least favored Forsaken Master. Her necromancy and desires were seen as disgusting, immoral, and unnatural by the others. She never came across as greedy or power-hungry, though. In fact, from old dialogue, it seemed she was warning us that the world should fear some new darkness that the dead spoke of. She implied she studied thaumaturgy to prevent another darkness or cataclysm. She said, given time and suitable conditions, the dead walk of their own volition in Reykjavik. Why? The cataclysm remains. In soil and stone, look closely, and you will see its dark hues, its corrupted radiance. Yet the seeing is the difficult part. It's why we look through the gems. Our pretty living eyes are blind, yet these eternal stones, they will show us everything. And that the risen dead are mere echoes of the true power that is the darkness to come. In retrospect, it seems it was less of a warning and more of foreshadowing into what Katarina herself would bring. She was not against this new undeath, this new darkness, but instead has become the bringer of darkness.
Damn.
With the ironic chosen title of the Life Giver. She was not warning of a new nightmare, but prophesying her own actions. The nightmare won't be satisfied with Breakfast. This time, the nightmare wants everything. And while we may not be able to get rid of her and her immortal syndicate entirely, we will happily slaughter them over and over for our own benefit. Thank you so much for watching. It's your boy Noodle. This video was pretty difficult to compile as there are so many bits of information, like how John lusts after Xana, or how she possibly recognized Franklin Maloney. But if you want more information on specific syndicate members or any other questions, feel free to leave a comment below or ask me live at twitch.tv/KitKatNoodle. I can't express how amazing the support for this series has been, so big shout out to all my patrons, subscribers, and everyone watching. You guys are awesome. But until the next video, stay safe, Exile. This video sure was. Welcome back to another video in Noodle's complete Path of Exile War series. This video covers the history of the Templars. Let's begin. The Templars, unlike most peoples we meet in Path of Exile, are a religious group. While they currently rule over Auriac, they originated on Reykjavik before the beast was created by sin and put all the gods to sleep. They were an integral element of the Eternal Empire, like a church and state. emperor made the laws, while the Templars were their moral compass. And unlike other races or groups we've seen, they only worship one god, innocence. Before we talk about the history of the human Templars, let's look at the origins of their god, Innocence, and his brother, Sin, who are both major players in our journey through the story acts of Path of Exile. We first meet Sin and Innocence in Act 5, after the gods have returned to the world. Innocence has taken over the body of the current High Templar, Avarius, and as we make our way to confront Avarius, we can learn about the history of Sin and Innocence through the lens of the Templars who worship him. According to the stained glass windows around the Chamber of Innocence, Sin and Innocence come from someone named the Mother of Two. There's not much known about this Mother of Two, although some have speculated, without much evidence, that Kalandra may be this mother. Kalandra is known for her Mirror of Kalandra, the most valuable currency in game, and the image for the Path of Exile logo. So even though she is mostly unknown, she is clearly important. Either way, the Mother of Two had two sons, Innocence and Sin. Innocence with eyes of burning red, Sin with eyes of clearest blue. For the Templars, Innocence symbolizes the ideal of humanity, while Sin embodies all that makes humanity corrupt. Innocence listened to his mother, while Sin filled his heart with lies and indulgence, and deafened his ears to his mother's pleas. It's important to remember that this story comes from the Templars, and clearly leans towards favoring Innocence and condemning Sin. The hints of injustice towards Sin begin on the third stained glass, which reads, "When the Mother of Two broke bread, she allowed Innocence to eat his fill, as a reward for his virtuous nature. Sin was cast the scraps to remind him of his worthless ways." Not only is that cruel to Sin, regardless of his nature, it is indicative of the Templar beliefs: defend the pure and destroy others. We will see this line of thinking of righteous damnation throughout the Templars' history. Because of Sin's starvation, he stole a fish from the market and lied to the watchman who caught him, and Innocence saw him steal. Sin then beat his brother until a promise of silence was extracted. But Innocence could not keep a promise made in fear. He told the Mother of Two what happened, and it was decided between mother and son that Sin was beyond rule and redemption. That only purification could cleanse his burgeoning corruption. The terms purification and corruption are especially apt, as they are common themes. It is clear that even before this act of stealing, Sin was viewed as an impure outcast by his own family. Their belief in punishment and duty outweighed any kindred feelings. The next part can be interpreted two ways. It reads, "The village gathered to watch Sin come act and gazed deeply of the smoke that poured from his streaming mouth. Sin filled their lungs, their minds, and their hearts." Literally, this describes Sin being burned alive for his crimes, burning to a smoke the village breathes in. But figuratively, this is either that Sin infects all the people of the village with his corrupt essence, entering otherwise pure beings and corrupting them, or it's that Sin, a god, was brought down to the level of the people, losing his own purity and becoming one with those unrighteous humans, and Innocence recognizing the impurities of Sin in humanity. I think it's a mix of both. Some believe that Sin and Innocence ascended to godhood from men, like many of the other gods we've seen, but this does not seem like a story of becoming a god for either Sin or Innocence. I personally think that Sin and Innocence were born as gods, and this is more of an allegorical tale about how Sin sank to levels of unpure humanity, while Innocence rose to fight that impurity in humanity after Sin had infected it with his corruption. Regardless, the Templars and Innocence, the entire village, perhaps representing all of humanity, was corrupted by Sin. The story continues, with Innocence watching Sin take root in the bodies of men and women and children. He witnessed them turn on each other, first with words, then with fists. The story gets a little strange here. The literal interpretation of the next part is something like a horror story, as if the entire village got turned into the depraved Trinity. Friends and kin embraced in mortal struggle, their skin meeting with skin, flesh bonding with flesh, bone entwining with bone, until the village had become one writhing giant, forged of strife and hatred. This particular passage makes me believe this story is more of an allegory for the fall of mankind than a literal description of events. It describes the fall of humanity from grace, all becoming part of sin and his evil ways, rather than some actual Frankenstein event. As this titan of sin rose to its many feet, Innocence knew that the village was lost. With an anguished cry, he committed it to flame. As town and titan burned, the sky turned dark with the ash of sin. There, amongst the raging ruins of his home, Innocence swore an oath. No matter where the ashes of sin fell, his purifying flames would rise to meet them. So Innocence's beliefs are that all of humanity has been infected and is impure, and that which is impure must be burned down to right this wrong and eradicate the sin in humanity. While this story is clearly biased, it does demonstrate the beliefs of the Templars, that the world needs to be cleansed of sin and his corruption, and that innocence and purity is the way to fight the scourge. The first Templar was a man named Maxarius, who lived sometime before the beast was created by sin. We know this because Innocence physically gave Maxarius his sign of purity, a staff that we see in games that has been with the Templar religion since its interaction. Innocence increased Maxarius to continue his legacy of purity from within humanity. Where Maxarius lived exactly and his background are unknown. There's some indication that he may have been Val, as the Templar Deskry that we see all over Templar sites and here is actually a Val symbol, or vice versa. The Val were present on Rayclass and Oriath, as we see multiple Val ruins around Rayclass, and the Templar Devarro found Val ruins on Oriath. So this information doesn't exactly pinpoint the original location of the Templars of Maxarius. The sign of purity that Innocence gifted to Maxarius was able to conduct energy, according to Valenti. But it remained inert when she applied corruption to it. It must only respond to divine energy, and with corruption and divinity being diametrically opposed, it's no wonder that her experiments failed to excite the thing. So, the sign of purity was a receptacle for some of Innocence's divine powers as a god. And thaumaturgy, the power of corruption, accessible to humanity because of sin's creation, the beast, was unable to affect the staff. This reinforces the idea that the power of the gods, divinity, is not the same power that we utilize, thaumaturgy.
Cool.
Their sources are opposed. One might say purity versus corruption. So Maxarius, with this staff bathed in the blood of innocence, began the Templar religion sometime before the beast's creation. And with this sign of purity, Maxarius smote with flame the army of the faithless with one ray of its hallowing light, according to books the Templar Bannon read. Really fulfilling the legacy of innocence, no matter where the ashes of sin fell, his purifying flames would rise to meet them. Sometime after this, Innocence's brother, Sin, created the beast to put all the gods to sleep with its power of corruption, and stop a war between two gods, Garukan and Shikari, that could have wiped out humanity. Garukan was Sin's former wife, and Shikari was their daughter. This conflict is discussed in more depth in my episode on Act 9. Sin's beast affected all the gods, including Sin and Innocence, and they weren't seen again until we kill the beast in Act 4. The power of the beast, this corruption of nightmare, is the source of all thaumaturgy that humans can wield. That is why High Templar Dominus, who was heavily invested in and mutated by thaumaturgy, could not bear to touch the sign of purity, a conduit for divine energy, even though it is the ultimate symbol of Templar faith. Even in the absence of Innocence's physical presence, the Templar religion continued. Like many people and their gods, Innocence became more a symbol than a literal being. The Templar faith persisted with markings on Rayclass and Oriath through the fall of the Val. One interesting question that I cannot find answers for is what the Templars thought of or knew of the Val's thaumaturgy and human sacrifice. They do use the Val symbol from Zeal's amplifier as their Deskry. But it's impossible to think that the Templar would see the Val's thaumaturgy as anything but corrupt and impure. Human sacrifice is questionable considering the
Googling
Templars'
it.
own history, but I won't get a
Rogue, roguelike. I've never seen it spelled. I think the other way might be right. Magic Craft computer game. Oh my god, no way Google said that computer game. No way. It's pretty fun for $10 though. Yeah. $10 is a reasonable price as well, I would say, for this game. Too bad that the trailer is in Japanese or Korean, whatever this is. But yeah, holy shit. It's like Binding of Isaac pretty much. Wait for it. 2023 to see. No. What are you talking about? Who, me? Why I never do blight. What are you talking about? Challenges? I have not done even my challenges. Did not.
I can't do this just yet.
Okay. Oh, okay, that sucks a little bit.
The blight is trying to spread.
Okay, that's a little bit better.
Put out new mycelium. New roots.
Duh. The fuck? The fuck? What?
Put out new mycelium.
What the
New roots.
fuck is this?
Blight is trying to spread.
Bam. Good map. Good map. Good map.
The blight is trying to spread. Blight is trying to spread. It's put out new mycelium. New roots.
This map is dog shit. Holy shit.
It's put out new mycelium! New roots! Put out new mycelium! New roots! Purification pump! Put out new mycelium! New roots! The blight is trying to spread!
People fucking for your chance. It's a simple. I would never do it, but respect people that do. I can't be bothered to do the 40-40. Maybe if the armor was really cool, or if there was a pet or something, maybe then. I don't wear hats, so I can't get the purple meat. Why do you not wear hats? Yeah.
I can't do this just yet.
I used to use it. Why?
Do not protect the roots of purification pump!
I don't know, has looks dumb to me a lot of the time. So I just use the glowing item as I have. Alright. Oh, tier 1 is sad oils, Jesus. It's not great loot. Change hideouts. Yep. You bitch, sweet pippy, I did. Still haven't made an axe now? What do you mean? My bone shatter? Oh. It's been 20 years. At this rate, it's much easier to farm uniques, ain't it? Alright.
I can't do this just yet.
The fuck? Chance is wrong, can change. Damn. Damn. Just remembered something, forgot to corrupt these maps. Do we have anything in the cards yet? No. Oh, chaos.
Lord Slayer, good day.
I don't need to corrupt these. Blue eyes, white dragon. Okay, smaller map. Ish. But blue eyes. Okay. Why is this building again? What the fuck? Is with this fucking... Am I cursed? What's this? It's the day, not light day? Oh my god.
Light is trying to spread.
Oh yeah, I wanted to ask something, I just remembered. Any way to speed up the encounter with the green guy? This...
Light is trying to spread.
I forgot his name. Eater? Yeah, I think Eater. Yeah, Eater of Worlds. Yeah, that guy.
Spread.
Cause I usually go into a map, have the encounter, and instantly leave. That's the fastest way I found it.
New routes. It's put out new mycelium. Ugh, new routes.
They can't do this just yet.
The blight is trying to spread. The blight is trying to spread. It's
There's an
branching
Atlas point that
exile.
doubles the amount you get sometimes. I have that, but
It's put out new
it's only
mycelium.
10%, man.
New routes.
It ain't much. I mean, it might be if the 10% work like after every Atlas encounter or
Put out
20,
new mycelium.
2020,
New routes.
10.
It's put out new mycelium. New routes.
I wish it worked like after every altar or every bonus you take and just boss rush as maps. I mean, you didn't even have to go to the boss, you know. I mean, you can do the boss for maps. I mean, I found out you don't even have to go to the boss anymore.
Close to my power.
I literally go into a map, have the Elder Eater build spawn his minions and instantly that's it. That's the fastest way to get the points. But I don't know. I feel like there could be a faster way or efficient way. He's just running in. The stars, I think. Ash of stars. Farming for that. You're... Yep, that's what I want. Load up right, so yeah, like I think it was 2 or 4%. I mean, what can you do? And you want a good quality one? Oh, it's true. I could, I mean, re-roll the stats on it though. If I get really bad.
I can't do this just yet.
Everything quality one is 9 divide on train. I am. Why is it showing me life flasks? Crap one is 1.5. Well, damn. Alright. Just trade for it? No. I live for the grind. If I buy stuff, I won't pay anymore. So you're with drops. So it's for? No. But trading is so annoying as well. I can't. We're so annoying trading is in here. I don't respond in 10 seconds, they have another trader, and they don't wait. Or are impatient little fucking pricks. Farm, would you like to play for currency and then you extend 3 card if you like to farm? Well, I guess you won't be seeing me trading. Where life flasks? Son. I live for the grind. You know why? Because one game from the ground up has taught me to grind my ass off. And that game is Warframe. I've grinded my ass off in there, waited 3 days for an item to be ready. A day to wait. Fucking... Oh my days. How many times have you killed Eater? Is there a way to check? I don't know. I mean, enough to have... Where is it? I have to find it. Have his item, the Mending of the Flesh. I would say... 5 to 7-ish.
Hello. I can't do this just yet.
Yeah, you're looking like 340 average still. If you don't get unlucky. So you're telling me 200 runs? Alright. Oh, that's a lot of lives. Okay. What we do, fire. I did Xerax one time. Without a single good drop. I lost like 100 coin. Sounds like fun.
It's branching exile! It's branching exile!
Practice makes perfect.
It's branching exile!
You know, it's branching.
Put out you mycelium! New roots! The blight is trying to spread! Branching exile! Branching exile!
Tell my shiny anointed one for 10. 10 chaos? Alright, you got deal.
It's branching exile!
Fuck it. Wait.
Trying to spread!
I got you the trade worth it. Fool.
Put out you mycelium! New roots!
Soft one. GG. Yeah, I think you've lost more than you think. I had an idea.
Do not let them reach the purification pump.
My spirit is
So tempted, sir. Oh, the magic trap. Oh, so I can buy the ether mutations? Oh really? I don't know that. Are they, how much are they usually going around? Checking. Where occurred the Biden mutations?
I can't do this.
Inch. Inch. Fucking inch. What? Fuck off. Those are at least worth around 50 to 100, I would say, each. What the fuck? They are annoying the farm as you mentioned. But they only how much is a tier 14 map worth? Random maps are normally 5 to 15 chaos. Okay. Let's assume they're all tier 14, right? I have to run only around 28 normal maps. A speedrun. If I use speedrun mode, it will take me around 30 to 1 minute to do a map. What the fuck, man? The fuck? Much easier to buy a map. We're also rich this thing. Yeah, I know. I know from hand from you. The mechanic is so strong. Oh yeah. And you can chain run them? What do you mean by chain running them?
I can't do this just yet.
If you buy say 20, yeah. And just run 20. I am not computing. Don't have to farm 28 in 3 each. Ah, yeah, I
Put
guess.
out new mycelium! New roots!
Sorry, brain's slow today. My brain was so slow yesterday, bro. Oh my god. Some people think it's worth to just buy the invitations. Bruh. Some cases this. I mean, I don't know. What's the point of doing the invitation if fucking amulet is already worth that much? The amulet is the same worth as a fucking invitation. Do you have to get lucky? They are running the Uber version? The Uber version. Ah. Is the Uber one guaranteed? I checked some Uber drops, but I didn't see anything that exciting, I think. They are running for the flame slash flesh tuners. Oh. Okay.
Put out new mycelium!
That's why the amulet's are cheap as well. So it's like a higher drop chance on Uber.
I keep trying to spread.
I can't do
Light
this
is
just
trying
yet.
to spread.
Higher drop than the good flame
Exile!
flesh.
Thallium! New roots! The blight is trying to spread!
Fires class. Marauder. Okay. So it gives you those key passives, that's cool.
Purification pump!
If you need to see from your class. Ooh. Cool. Wait, how does Scion have one? I don't understand. How would that work with Scion? So combos of Vortex or Divine. Damn, yes? Really? Scion has some? How the hell does she have some? I think she would even have some. Scion specifically. Yeah. It's not from your ascent your class. Yeah, I did see that. It said required Marauder. So you can have a random cultist tendency on a necromancy. Huh. Oh, I guess you could do some stuff, eh?
Can't do this just yet.
So yeah, you're like Berserker or your sayers, yeah. That's wild. And they only drop from Uber, right? Well, no. What do you mean, no? Yeah, from Uber. Wait. Not Berserker. Eh? Gladiator or Cham? This guy is Marauder. One of the guys was a totem guy. I don't remember what he was. I think he was Scion though. Berserker's Marauder. Oh no, I did have a Marauder. It was the volcanic shaking one. Yeah. Nice. So you could have a Glad or champion know that you're Slayer. Oh. Okay.
I mean, I one time accidentally started to do an Uber. I don't understand how the fuck people do Uber. I died fast. Ubers are fucking hard. I think you need like a specific build or something, I'm not sure.
I can't do this just yet.
And if Bones near can do Uber, not got Giga Gear. Oh yeah, I mean, I accidentally started
I
one
believe
Uber
you have me
fight.
right.
I didn't know it was an Uber version. It was by accident. I got my ass kicked. And I was complaining as well that this guy couldn't tank shit. Then later out I found out it was an Uber version that I did. I was like, ah. What was it? It was the fire guy, the searing Serok. See the 3-node click? Yep. That's why it was an Uber. Yeah, it's rough. Yeah, it's heavy, but first thing I noticed was more balls were on the fucking ground. He hit like a truck as well. That was scary. I don't know if my cock can't even do it. Harsh. Harsh. The Ubers are a harsh people. I checked the Etherbird's Uber for a second. You think I have the wiki already open? Probably I just can tell. Drop from the Uber encounter only. Forbidden flesh. Yeah, I see that. Nimis. And the key. I can wait for this simu, but also I suck at the mechanics. Well, it's key for. It is like 14 days. Oh, wow. What is this? Why am I looking at in Discord? A church and a book. What? What this meaning? Magic Craft? Yeah. I mean, I saw the trailers. I could tell it was Magic Craft. I don't understand. Are you a female or a male even? Yeah,
I hope you haven't got enemy. There is bow. That's the boy. Okay.
I can't do this just yet.
Why so many ice, man? Oh, what the fuck is this? You play Power yet? Nope.
Approaching exile! Branching exile!
Think you will or no interest now? I have interest in it. Question is just when. I might wait until there needs something else in the game as well. Or, I don't know, if it goes on a sale I might buy it as well. One of the two. Come on, let me have an open power.
Light is trying to spread. Branching exile! Put out you mycelium! New roots! Light is trying to spread.
I can't do this just yet.
Put out you mycelium! New roots!
Yes, good game, whether I'm gonna play it today or not. What do you mean by that? Well,
Do not let them hit the purification exile! It's branching exile!
try and get all the Magikarp stuff unlocked. Ah, so you're hooked in another game. I see. I mean, maybe I'll play Palworld after last epoch, because I do wanna buy that, and they have an update coming out in 3 days. So I'll probably play that, and after that maybe go for Palworld. Because I do wanna play it, but okay. Yeah, it's supposed to be really good. Yeah, well, we'll see about that. I've heard a lot of good shit about it. Now, here's the question, what class am I gonna play? Wish I could have gone A instead? A? What do you mean by that? A instead.
Can't do this just yet.
That. Ah. But what you mean you can't get that? You have money. No, lol. What do you mean? I'm broke and I'm gonna buy it. How you can't afford it? That's what I'm saying. How much did you fucking spend? Kids? Well, the kids don't deserve any love. Gas? Food? Bruh. Daily bills, man. Monthly bills, man. What the fuck? Saw lightning. Family of 4 now, broke most of the time. Damn. Sad. But you bought Magicraft. Hold on now. How could you afford Magicraft then? Something adding up here, man. Oh, I made 7 divine. Let's go. Or is it 8 now? Oh, it's 8 divines now. Nice. $10. Well, yeah, but last epoch should be around $20. Ooh, max life. Tier 1. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. Could be an upgrade. Like the middle, what's this? 28. Ooh.
Can't do this just yet.
painted. Hey, another one. Okay, I made 16 divine already. Let's go. Fuck yeah. Oh shit. I entered the portal. Nice. I am rich, motherfucker. Give me that. Give me that map back. Yeah, but it's always good for money. Didn't I have this one in here somewhere? No, I didn't. Okay. Go. Yep. Although my plan was to do blights and get some maps, but I'll take money. Oh yeah. I cannot name them. Oh. Oh, oops, I clicked on that. I meant to click on this. Made the traders price, same price, same price, same price. Made the money start rolling in.
My spirit is spent.
No men no return in this area. Many totems. Many totems, you know, like map. I can see all, yeah. Only ice? What the fuck? Okay. Send the minions strat again.
It's branching, exile! It's branching, exile! Put out, you mycelium! Ah, new roots! It's put out, new mycelium! New roots!
Oh,
Blight
what
is
the
going to
fuck?
spread. Not let them reach the purification pump. Trying to spread. Branching exile. Put out new mycelium. New roots. The blight is trying to spread. Do not let them reach the purification pump.
Ah, yo.
Branching exile.
Okay, that's...
I can't do this this way.
You're making me nervous.
My spirit is spent.
Map. Map. Nice. 3 maps.
Nice. So 13, damn. $15, alright.
My spirit is spent.
Oh no, a blighted house map. Fuck me. Shite.
I can't do this just yet.
I have so many ravaged maps, god. Damn. Oh my god, they just keep piling up. Rep sending me to the store for stuff already. This is why I'm what kind of stuff are you buying? God damn. You already out of food or something? God damn. Coffee, cream, mac and cheese, and tartar sauce. What? 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 Bro, I've never heard anyone in my family get tartar sauce. You must be a rich bitch, no way. Mac and cheese, I get it. Never had mac and cheese. But I get it. Or maybe I had, but I don't remember. It's like the same price as ketchup. Ain't that much then. Is it the same size though as a ketchup? That's the difference. Minion fire, ice, lightning, I guess.
Put out new mycelium. New roots. trying to spread.
I can't do this just yet.
Light is trying to spread.
And 5 car is out of gas, so 15
It's
the.
launching exile.
How is it out of gas? Are you guys driving a lot?
It's launching exile.
How low? Well, yeah, well, I understood you meant by low. So that's why I was trying to understand. Are you guys driving a lot or what? But they're stuck. I'll let them be stuck there.
You die rather
Put
well.
out you mycelium. New roots. Those fiends are getting too close to my top.
I mean, like
Light is
5
trying to
hours
spread.
minimum a day. That's a lot. Well, no wonder you guys are out of gas. Smoke 6. Oh, that's that. How many? Damn, that smoking costs a lot.
Put out you mycelium. New roots. Put out you mycelium. New roots.
Pack a day. Oh my god, do you know how much that is? Fucking hell. No wonder you guys are broke. More me? Oh my god, that is so pricey though.
I can't do this just yet.
Do not let them reach the purification pump.
I'm not sure what the cigarette prices are there, but in here it's like 5 euros. That's like a lot. And if you smoke a day, let's say a monthly, you'd be around 28 times 5, 140. It's a lot. Like $8 to $9 a pack. Nice. A lot, man. Fuck me. I would be broke because of that. Jesus. I gotta say then, A game is nothing compared to a smoke. Because if a game costs 20 bucks, I mean, fucking hell. Can I go over?
I can't do this just yet.
I'm a bad sync on it. Back on the phone. Alright. Maybe? Can you hear? No? What do you mean maybe? Ah, förlåt, den är svärp. Goddamn. Unlucky.
Hello.
That's my last blank map, goddamn. Because I was driving on and pulled up to the store and the audio came back. Don't you have like oh, what's the word? 4G or something like that? Or 5G? For G, 5G, yeah. That shouldn't give you problems, right? If you're driving, right?
It's okay, some spots. Ah. Do a few more blights. Make this a little bit more emptier. That's too many blights, maybe. Well, said I was farming today. Just specified which ones. Yeah, for this we do need to go back to the grind though.
I can't do this just yet.
Minion ice fire. Okay. More minions though. Yeah, I guess they came up with a strategy against me.
Light is trying to spread.
Spread this way. Yep. Just interrupt, I guess.
It's branching, exile. It's put out new mycelium. New roots. Put out new mycelium. Ugh, new roots.
realized I forgot to corrupt them. Well, I knew I forgot something.
You're making me nervous.
I can't do this just yet.
Team map. Thanks. Give me more of those. Corrupted, don't forget. Bam 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 bam. Crop 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 crop.
I can't do this just yet.
Fire, lightning, fire. Minion, lightning. What the fuck? No ice though. Okay. Huh? Well, I build minions here, I guess. I mean, pretty good options right now. Everything goes weird again.
Put out new mycelium!
Hi.
New roots!
Sorry, 3 I've seen, but what the fuck? More roots. Is that a lightning here?
Trying to spread!
Ah! Fuck yeah. Throws through fireballs at me. Bolts. Balls in your mouth.
Put out new mycelium! New roots! Branching exile! Trying to spread! Branching exile! Put out new mycelium! New roots! It's branching exile!
I can't do this just yet.
It's put out new mycelium! New roots! The light is trying to spread! The light is trying to spread!
physically AFK these. Might be obliged to try the league start low. This one is to Lodi only. Well, I'll let the lore lady speaking then.
Ahead of myself, but imagining the Templars living alongside the Val
How about now?
thaumaturgy doesn't make sense. Of course, Maxarius and his encounter with Innocence happened long before the Val, before anyone had access to thaumaturgy, although there was some level of magic that allowed humans a path to divinity, as seen in many gods we encounter, including the Val gods Yugel and Ralakesh. But the Templar Order existed during the Val's rise and fall, and until the start of the Eternal Empire. When Tarkus Baruso and Asmiri brought his people down the treacherous Asmiri ranges to the ruins of Azala Val to found his new empire, starting 1 IC, the Templar religion followed. According to Trinian, who wrote the text called The Ancients, to care for this empire with eyes open is a traditional vow made by the High Templar upon the coronation of an eternal
I like
emperor.
the lore now, so I don't mind.
While it's not completely
Nice.
traced back to Tarkus Baruso himself, for many years the Templars lived in and influenced the Eternal Empire. The High Templar was not a ruler of the Empire himself, but still an important figure, like a pope. The playable exile the Templar says, Sarn, birthplace of the Templar, upon entering Sarn. While this contradicts the story of Maxarius somewhat, this does show that the Templars became most prominent and established in Sarn amongst the Eternals, rather than being an isolated group on Oriath, as one might presume from the current state of Path of Exile's world. More evidence that the Templars were there with Tarkus Baruso in the founding of the Empire is that Baruso was adamantly against thaumaturgy and corruption. According to the text of the Ancients, Baruso built his capital upon the bones of Azala Val and baptized it Sarn. True to his word, Baruso ensured that his people lived with eyes open. Thaumaturgy was outlawed, and those who stained themselves with valid folly were burned for their
that is
sin.
all taken though. There's a lot of
Baptism,
extra
burning
things in
their
place. I
sin,
have to listen
these
to it a
beliefs
few
echo the
times to
teachings
understand.
of the
No, I
Templar.
pretty much get all the
And
stuff.
one of the most important
Lore,
High Templars
talk,
really
text,
believed
lore.
that sentiment. High Templar Vol, the leader of the successful Purity Rebellion in
Nice.
1314 IC. As mentioned, the Templars had worked alongside the Emperor without much note, presumably since the foundation of the Empire. For 1300 years, there was no notable division between this church and state. While there were Templars on Oriath at this time, the High Templar was likely in Sarn or nearby. High Templar Vol watched as the Emperor Chittus Parandus, the first non-Frisian emperor since 35 IC, watch my videos on the Labyrinth for more information about Chittus' succession, began studying thaumaturgy and encouraging his empire to do the same, going so far as to
PoE complete lore series The Templars.
plant gems into himself, his army, and fund the experiments of Malachi and his students. These actions were too much for the Templars, believers in purity, to stand by. High Templar Vol is also known as Vol of Thebris, but unfortunately there is no other mention of Thebris in PoE lore or if it has any significance.
Yeah, pretty much
Vol
all of
was
them.
horrified by Chittus' actions and saw that same horror in many of the common people of the Eternal
Nice.
Empire. He knew he must take action to stop Chittus and to purify the Empire once more. Clarissa explains this dynamic, saying, Chittus thought that the gemling was the pinnacle of human progress. These glorious gems have brought us within spitting distance of godhood, he once said. The High Templar at the time, Vol of Thebris, thought they were a perversion. He wanted the Empire made pure, cleansed of the stain of thaumaturgy. Many of those in support of or practicing thaumaturgy themselves were eternal elites, so Vol entrusted a famous poet, Victario, known as the People's Poet, to help stir up anger amongst the working class. Victario wrote multiple stories about his experience with those who had chosen to become gemlings, documented in Victario's writings. But he also left graffiti around Sarn, which disparaged Chittis as a monkey king who has built a throne on your back. Other graffiti by him says, "The Monkey King names you slave. No, you are the gems of Ray class, not the treacherous stones you dig and die for," referring to the mines in which slaves of many races were condemned to dig out virtue gems and suffered horrific mutations and death. And finally, the gemmed genteel are an infestation. They are the Monkey King's fleas that drink of your lifeblood. Crush them in your work-forged hands. Victario and Vol looked beyond the eternal citizens of Sarn to back their Purity Rebellion. High Templar Vol entreated 3 leaders of peoples who had been systematically mistreated and enslaved by the Eternal Empire: the Karui, the Mariketh, and the Ezamites. Vol knew that all of these people were oppressed under the Empire, and that much of that oppression revolved around Chittis' interest in virtue gems. As mentioned before, people were forced to work in the mines to get virtue gems for the Empire. The Mariketh had been pushed out of their homelands, the Vastiri Plains, so the Empire could further its mining. Karui and Ezamites had been enslaved for various purposes for the Empire for years, although notably without any pushback from the Templars before this time. Whether or not Vol cared about their oppression, he used these people's desire for freedom to help his rebellion. I'm not positive of the order of events here, as the months and days of PoE are somewhat confusing, so I'll present these in the order given by the Purity Chronicles. High Templar Vol wanted the help of Thane Rigwald of Ezamir, but knew that Rigwald would be more inclined to listen to a poet than a politician. So he sent Victario to entreat with the Ezamites in his stead. The Ezamites live west of Sarn in Ezamir. Gaius Centauri was the Eternal General and Governor tasked with capturing and enslaving Ezamites. Vol and Victario knew that the ultimate insult to the Ezamites was to be held captive and made prey by others, as they were a proud people. At Victario's behest, Rigwald led his people to battle against Gaius Centauri, writing later, "We crashed against their legion like waves upon a cliff. Time and time again they repelled us. Yet what is a slave to do? Suffer the lingering death of mine and mill, or offer the gift of your life to your people in one bright and glorious moment? 3 Ezamites fell for every eternal, and still the courage of my people tore down that polished wall, severed the strong arm of the Empire with a rusted woodsman's hatchet." This battle took place on the fields of Blaren, and eventually Centauri and his forces fled back to Sarn. This was all part of Vol's plan. Gaius Centauri asked for reinforcements against the Ezamite rebellion, drawing forces away from the capital city of Sarn to continue the fight in Ezamir. This uprising of the Ezamites is now called the Bloody Flowers Rebellion. High Templar Vol went to Kaum, king of the Karui. Maramoa tells us it's an often told story among the Karui, how Vol of Thebris bent his knee to my ancestor during Kaum and promised freedom in return for war. The Karui were known for warfare, in particular their methods of only using melee attacks in combat. The Karui are from a group of islands just south of Raycross, near Lionai's Watch. Vol wanted the Karui to drive the Eternal Forces out of Lionai's Watch, which were headed by Marcius Lionai, a gemling captain who had replaced his missing eye with a virtue gem. Kiri, Kaum's niece, wanted to help the cause. According to the Purity Chronicles, traditionally, Karui warriors were forbidden from using projectile weapons of any kind. At her uncle's behest, Kiri had traveled to Thebris and studied archery with Vol's finest military tutors. Kaum and his army advanced on Lionai's Watch, with Lionai aware of their melee limitations. After some fighting, Kaum and his army retreated, and Lionai's forces followed them, assuming victory. Kiri then ordered her newly trained female archers to rain arrows upon Lionai's forces. Kaum's army turned once again to engage the combat, and Kaum and his Karui won the battle. Kaum cut off Lionai's head and marched north towards Sarn. Vol also helped the Mariketh in return for aid in his Purity Rebellion. The Mariketh were being pushed out of their lands by a particularly vicious and gem-obsessed general named Hector Titusius, who had replaced every joint in his body with virtue gems. Fun fact, it is believed Hector Titusius was an Ezomite by birth. The leader of the America, Secama Deshret, agreed to help Vol's Purity Rebellion in exchange for the death of Titusius. High Templar Vol discovered eternal spies among the Mariketh and fed them false information regarding a potential tribal uprising. The Mariketh were well accustomed to the dust storms of the Vastiri Plains. They could navigate these storms and hide within them, while their enemies would be disoriented. On news of this fake uprising, Titusius had his Gemling legion surround the supplied location, thus placing himself squarely in the path of Deshret's dust storm. The Mariketh attacked Titusius and his legion, defeating them, and Secama Deshret turned Titusius' skin into a saddle for her Roa. With these reinforcements and unrest building amongst the working class Eternals, on the last day of Divini, 1334 IC, High Templar Vol laid siege on Sarn, his ranks swelled by Ezomite, Karui, and Mariketh rebels. But Vol also had support among Chittis' allies. People like Archbishop Joffrey of the Phrygia Cathedral had taken great offense to Chittis' actions, and one such traitor to the Empire was a man named Mayor Ondar. During Vol's siege, on the anniversary night of 1,000 Ribbons, Mayor Ondar stabbed Emperor Chittis. Chittis fought back, and they both died. The rebellion was successful, and High Templar Vol was named Emperor Vol I. This is the first time in Rayclass history that the Templars had become an empire in their own right. But it did not last long. Chittis' favored thaumaturgist, Malachi, was incredibly cunning, and with the help of his students was aware of Vol's rebellion before he struck, and had prepared for this outcome. Emperor Vol had Malachi's students, Doedre and Malagaro, burned at the stake for their actions. Javron had already perished at her experiment Brutus' hand. Malachi was set to meet the same purifying flames, but told Vol he knew about the source of all thaumaturgy, all corruption, the beast, and that he knew how to destroy it. Vol took the bait. High Templar Emperor Vol locked Malachi in the Solaris Temple to finish his rapture device, which Vol believed would destroy the beast. Malachi calling his machine the rapture device was probably a manipulative ploy to appeal to Vol's religious values, as a rapture is the transportation of all religious and pure humanity to a state of heaven. Vol's desire to purify Rayclass severely clouded his judgment. As we know, when Vol and his guards marched Malachi and his device to the Highgate Mines, to the heart of that beast, Malachi was not planning to destroy the beast. Rather, his device allowed Malachi to enter the beast's core and merge with it, causing the cataclysm that destroyed Rayclass. This was only 2 years after High Templar Vol had become Emperor. Vol died, became an undead abomination, and wrote his final confession. I vowed to care for this empire with my eyes open, calling back to the traditional Templar vow to the Empire. I lied to my people. I lied to myself. Blinded by my lust for purity, I placed my faith in the most corrupt of men. I have failed you, my empire of purity. Vol had hoped to snatch the empire from the claws of devilry and return it to humanity, and instead allowed corruption to completely decimate Rayclass. But as mentioned before, the Templars were not a regional group like others. Although their High Templar was in Sarn, many Templars were also on Oriath, and Oriath was untouched by the Cataclysm. Perhaps emboldened by Vol's rise to Emperor, or because they were the only safe or untouched advanced civilization left, the High Templars became an empire over Oriath, and have been in power ever since. They call themselves High Templars now, fully affirming that this is a theocracy governed by religion. Our playthrough takes place almost 300 years after the cataclysm caused by Malachi entering the Beast, and the Templars still rule from Oriath. While some people still live on Rayclass, there are also people from Oriath who have been exiled by the Templars for their crimes, with the Templar being fully aware of the catastrophic state of Rayclass. And in Oriath, the Templars have continued the tradition of enslaving Ezomite, Mariketh, and especially Karui people. The Templar tradition of purity and anti-corruption or anti-thaumaturgy has wavered in recent years. Starting with High Templar Venarius, the Templar who entreated Valdos Aecerius, Xana's father, to research an ancient map device. Venarius's thaumaturgical study ended with him falling prey to the Elder. High Templar Dominus was Venarius's successor, and this is the Templar who exiles our character to Rayclast for our crimes. Dominus was heavily invested in thaumaturgy after meeting Vinia, a condemned thaumaturgist and prostitute who convinced Dominus that thaumaturgy was divinity and a way to become closer to God, in this case, innocence. After this meeting, she took the name Piety. As we know, thaumaturgy is directly opposed to the power of divinity, and Dominus could not even touch the sign of purity that was the symbol of the Templars and innocence. Dominus had the staff locked away in the ossuary. The Templars had strayed far from the path of innocence. Once we kill Dominus and defeat Malachi and the Beast, the gods are released, and the newly awakened innocence goes to Oriath to possess the new High Templar Avarius and reclaim the Templars in his image. While we don't know if Avarius was involved in any thaumaturgy like Dominus, he certainly participated in the oppression of the people High Templar Vol had championed for his purity rebellion. Utula, a freed Karui slave in Oriath that we meet in Act 5, says, with Dominus away in Rayclast, someone had to keep the wheels of oppression turning. It was Avarius who led some of the largest and most crippling raids upon the Namakanui and the Nakura Makoi. It was on his orders that men, women, and children were shackled and shipped like cattle to Theopolis. And it was Avarius who spent 5,000 Karui lives building his Templar courts and his Chamber of Innocence, who had wives and daughters scrub their husbands' and fathers' blood from the stones so as to preserve their purity. Did Innocence choose Avarius simply because he was the High Templar? Most likely. But does Innocence care about the actions of the Templars in his absence? Probably not. Sin tells us that humanity's general well-being has never been of particular concern to my brother. Innocence and the Templars care more about making the world in their image and burning all those who don't match or oppose that image than actually helping humanity. When we defeat High Templar Avarius, Innocence leaves his body and makes his way to a somewhat disillusioned Templar, a man named Bannon. Bannon seems to be against much of the cruelty the Templars have committed. Regarding Innocence, Bannon says, for a long time now, I thought my god's intentions were being twisted by his supposed servants. Did I speak up? No. The pyre would have been my only answer. I did what I was told and drew the lines of morality where I could. Now I understand the truth. It wasn't Innocence's intention being twisted. It was Innocence himself, perverted by the selfish convictions of the men and women who worshipped him. A god answers to the believer as the believer answers to their god. And while there may be some truth to this, we have seen Innocence act unfairly to his brother's sin, shielding himself with righteousness in the face of his cruelty. He believed in purifying those who do not agree with him, with flames. Perhaps influenced by Bannon, or maybe because Kitava is undeniably evil, Innocence decides to help us defeat Kitava. After our success, Innocence and Sin have a chat in the epilogue of Oriath. Sin and Innocence seem to reconcile their differences. Sin apologizes for creating the beast, and Innocence regrets the countless millions he's murdered. Innocence decides not to stay in Oriath amongst the ruins of his making. Instead, he says he will go as far south as he can travel to isolate himself. Innocence says to us, "You have heard my admission of guilt and my plea for forgiveness, yet I sense in the glowing embers of your eyes that you will be glad to be rid of me. I don't blame you. The sins I've committed, although bad enough, are made worse by the lens of pride I once viewed this world through." Innocence seems to have seen the error of his righteous, pure ways. But what about the Templars? With High Templar Avarius dead and Innocence gone, who will lead them? Will they admonish their past of slavery and oppression? Will they continue exiling and burning those who stand against them? We see in Conquerors of the Atlas that Thoran hopes to rebuild the Templars under his rule within the Atlas. Who knows? I hope we will find out in PoE 2. Thank you so much for watching. It's your boy Noodle. If you liked this video, there are more videos like it in the playlist below. Thanks to all my subscribers and of course my wonderful patrons for voting on this topic. If you have any questions about the lore, or just want to watch me do weird builds in Path of Exile, check out my Twitch at twitch.tv/kittencatnoodle. And yes, I will be doing a series about the Conquerors of Atlas. But until then, by the muscular golden arse of innocence, stay sane, Exile.
Put out, you mycelium! You
Siege of the Atlas expansion, much like War for the Atlas, has us exiles fighting off two devastating Eldritch forces that wish to stake their claim on the Atlas. But Siege has a twist. We are acting on behalf of the Maven, who is herself a cosmic entity with possibly dangerous intentions for the Atlas. We must become her champion to take on the mortal champions sent by these forces to win the Atlas. Like the Elder to the Decay, these forces have not come themselves. They have sent entities on their behalf. And like the Decay, we must stop these two forces, the Tangle and the Cleansing Fire, from conquering and consuming the Atlas and Rayquest. By defeating their champions, we can hold them back, for now. But what are these forces? Why does the Searing Exarch have a symbol that looks like a combination of sin and innocence? What happens when the Maven gets her way? And why did Xana leave me? Let's start with how us getting to the endgame has been rewritten for this expansion. Like most expansions, our accomplishments from previous endgames has been attributed to another exile. Now, after we defeat Kitava, Lily asks us to join her on a boat adventure, and we do so for an entire year. Boat League finally happened. During this time, Xana, Kirak, and the Elder Slayers, also known as the Conquerors, all team up to take down the Elder. Cirrus gets trapped with the Elder, escapes the Atlas imprisonment Xana created, and wreaks havoc on Oriath. Xana had recruited a mysterious other exile to fend off the Elder Slayers and Cirrus, and in the final showdown with Cirrus, this exile dies, alongside 800 citizen vanguards led by Kirak. Xana walks off into the Atlas, according to Helena, and Kirak suspects this is both because of heartbreak from the events, her friend and potential lover killed before her, but also for vengeance. In this new timeline, we've never even met Xana, although you can still keep her as an unsettling ghost in your hideout. We arrive after a year on the Ka-Rui shores, and Kirak has continued the study and exploration of the Atlas in Xana's absence. Helena has been recruited as an archaeologist, something she used to do for the Blackguards and Dominus, now focusing her research on all things relating to the Atlas. Kirak is taking groups of his vanguards to explore in the Atlas, but he has recruited us for a special mission. He has encountered the Envoy, who has informed Kirak that they are coming, as he does, and both Kirak and the Envoy urge us to act as the Maven's champion to fend off whoever they are. As we make our way through the Atlas, we discover the luminous astrolabe and the flesh compass, which guide us to find areas influenced by the cleansing fire and the tangle, respectively. Really, we are seeking the champions of these forces, the Black Star and the Searing Exarch for the cleansing fire, and the Infinite Hunger and the Eater of Worlds for the tangle. We must fight these champions because, as the Envoy says, were conflict even possible between the Eldritch forces, it would rend the very cosmos asunder. Order requires that mortal champions are wagered and set against one another. Order here may be a reference to the Lightkeeper. If you watched my Maven and Envoy video, the Lightkeeper and Progenitor were two entities who were involved with the creation of and care for the Maven. The Envoy, before they arrived, had said to us, "Order and ambition urge progress, and time and entropy stay progress's hand." He often talks of the Lightkeeper and Progenitor as necessary opposites, the Lightkeeper being order and time, the Progenitor being ambition and entropy. And this is reinforced when the Envoy now tells us, "The Weavers of Destiny do not share knowledge of the path. The murmurs of the Lightkeeper are not for our understanding." He illuminates the way forward, but our eyes are ever locked downward on the steps we take. Only the Progenitor may cast its gaze forward, birthing new ambitions apace as the old turn to dust in the light. It is simply the way it must be, so that existence may be. So while we have not been graced by the presence of the Lightkeeper or Progenitor in this expansion, we learn a bit more about them. They seem as forces, possibly even more great and all-encompassing than the Tangle, Cleansing Fire, or Decay. They are a duality, order and chaos, light and dark, back and forth. And while they are not themselves here, the Envoy hints that we, and the champions we are fighting, are all part of something much grander at play. Let's discuss the forces we are fighting. I'll start with the Tangle because it is less complicated. The Tangle is an ever-consuming, ever-consumed mass of bodies, and each thing it devours becomes part of its being. Sort of like a horrifying katamari. Nothing it consumes dies, it just becomes part of the hungry mass, as seen on Melding of the Flesh Jewel. Grasping limbs coiled around us, into us. We sank into each other, then rose into the living sky. My family screams alongside me still. The Tangle's champions are the Infinite Hunger and the Eater of Worlds.
Just yet.
They are both pretty on the nose, hungry boys who want to eat our world. Fun fact, the Infinite Hunger's disgusting-looking arena is called the Seething Chime, chime being the acidic fluid and partly digested food that goes from the stomach to the intestine. So fun. The Tangle and its champions don't seem to have any ties to Rayclass or current lore, unlike the Cleansing Fire, but the threat of the Tangle is certainly fearsome. The Envoy did mention a Tangle in his previous ramblings to us when the Maven first arrived, but I do not think it's related to this, the Tangle. The Cleansing Fire is a mind seeking omniscience, knowledge of everything, and where it goes, everything it learns burns. One interesting thing about the Tangle and the Cleansing Fire is that the Envoy says that the Tangle is so overcome from its pain and hunger that it cannot fathom the will of its progenitor, nor any other. That wouldn't seem important because progenitor can mean any creator. If the Envoy didn't say about the Cleansing Fire that its obsession with learning leaves it blind to the path set before it by the Lightkeeper. Does this mean the Cleansing Fire and the Tangle have something to do with the Lightkeeper and Progenitor? I'm not sure. At least, I don't think so directly. I think it means that both are under the eye of, or created by, the two. It seems all beings and forces are connected to the two. The Progenitor creates them, and the Lightkeeper sets their path. The champions of the Cleansing Fire are the Black Star and the Searing Exile. I don't have much to say about the Black Star besides that I think her name is a reference to those worlds and stars that have been known by the Cleansing Fire and are now burnt, disintegrated. However, the Searing Exarch is immediately visually surprising. The symbol above his head is recognizable. It is a combination of sins and innocence's symbols. Some cosmic amalgamation sent from GGG themselves to make me scratch my head until my hair falls out. So what the heck is up with that? How can a cosmic entity, a mortal champion of an eternal eldritch force, be wielding a combination symbol of two of the most prominent and powerful gods of Rayclass? Well, I've got two theories. I'll start with the easier one. The cleansing fire seeks all knowledge. Upon approaching our world, his foremost champion has taken on a combined form of two of our most powerful
Put
entities.
out new mycelium!
We know from the envoy that these beings, force or mortal entity, take on different forms to be viewed by us mere humans. He tells us he takes on a form most pleasing for those who must listen, us, and that when he tries to remember his old shape, the shape of where or who he came from, he cannot. I am anchored by you, no matter. In becoming a pleasing form for us, he has forgotten his old form. Even if Kirak thinks he takes the form of a man poorly, he is doing so. We have no way of knowing if the Searing Exarch has changed forms to be in the Atlas, or why he would take on sin and innocence instead of, say, the Shaper, although his outfit does have a striking resemblance to the robe of the Elder, especially with his 4 arms. The envoy says, those who seek to seize the Maiden's new realm are chained by that constancy, for they are as foreign to each other as they are to you, which seems to imply that the cleansing fire has not been to our world before. If that is the case, the Searing Exarch may just be a representation of the most powerful religion, as discovered once they arrive. It could just be the innocent symbol upside down. It certainly has more in common with the innocent symbol if you just flipped it on its head. An exarch is defined as a bishop lower in rank than the patriarch, giving it religious connotations and title. Maybe the exarch saw knowledge of innocence, that innocence also used purifying flames, and thought, hey, that's on brand, let's invoke that guy's image. That could explain why he looks like the Elder and innocence combined. They are representative of his purpose here, serving an Elder's force and bringing people into the cleansing fire. While that's certainly the cleanest theory and the easiest to digest, it completely disregards the new unique flavor text that heavily imply the Searing Exarch has some direct connection to the Templar religion. So my second theory is that sin and innocence are related to the Searing Exarch. I'm not sure I'd say with certainty he's their daddy, but it's possible. A father is mentioned in the Templar story of sin and innocence, only the mother of 2. And according to the omniscient Voidstone, the Searing Exarch spread the word of enlightenment for countless eons without ever understanding its master's message. Could the Exarch have come to Rayclass to spread the word before now? The best evidence for this theory is within the flavor text of New Uniques, but to understand how that flavor text connects to sin and innocence, let's refresh on that history. The Templar story of the Brother Gods, seen on stained glass windows in the Chamber of Innocence, is essentially this. Sin and innocence were born to the mother of 2. Innocence was good and obeyed his mother, so he got bread and love. Sin was full of lies and indulgence, so he was given scraps. Sin was hungry and stole a fish from the market in their village. Innocence caught him, and Sin beat Innocence until he promised not to tell their mother. But Innocence did snitch, and the mother and Innocence agreed that Sin was beyond rule and redemption and must be purified. They burned Sin alive while the village watched, and the village absorbed Sin's ashes. The people who absorbed Sin, and this will be important later, became one writhing giant, and Innocence committed the town and people to flame to purify them, taking an oath to purify whatever Sin touched. This ties into the flavor text of the crystallized omniscience, which says, that winter, scorched refugees emerged from the shrine, speaking only in strange tongues. They prayed to a new symbol of power, not out of love, but out of fear. Scorched refugees could be the people who survived the burning and cleansing fire, if you will, of Innocence's flames. Their new symbol of power might be the symbol of innocence, which is the Templar death scribe. If the incident in the crystallized omniscience was from the Searing Exarch himself, I do not think the Templar symbol would be as is. Innocence's symbol is always shown, even in simplified Deskcribe, with the long point going down. The Exarch's points don't even go down at all. There is not even a small one pointing down below the horizontal line. This matches Sin's symbol. The long line goes up. Furthermore, we had learned from Bannon and Valenta that the first Templar ever, Maxarius, was given the sign of purity to start the Templar religion from Innocence himself. Maxarius smoked with flame the army of the faithless with one ray of its hallowing light. But a new unique dropped from the Searing Exarch, Dawnbreaker, reads, "The newcomers warn of doom and death beyond the mortal ken." I asked, why should we fear the fire when we serve the Lord of Light? And that is said by Maxarius, the first High Templar. Now, I don't think that puts into question if Maxarius was given the sign by Innocence, but it does beg the question, why is this information on a Searing Exarch unique? There can be no other purpose than to make a connection between the Templars and the Searing Exarch, possibly the cleansing fire. There were many referential clues. The Templars have purifying flames, the Searing Exarch serves the cleansing fire. The name Exarch has religious connotations. The Exarch symbol looks like an upside-down innocence or combo sin-innocence symbol. But nothing is as direct of a connection as this inclusion of Maxarius, the first High Templar, on a Searing Exarch Unique's flavor text. That you can't ignore. Matt even says on an official lore post that the uniques the Pinnacle bosses drop are very connected to their themes. No room for random unrelated uniques this time. So this item is not a random unique talking about Maxarius, the first High Templar. It is specifically tying the Searing Exarch to the Templars. Although, we have never heard Innocence be called the Lord of Light. That does sound more like something that the Searing Exarch might call the cleansing fire he serves. And there's another weird bit. The description of Sin as he turns to ash and is ingested by the people of the village sounds an awful lot like what the Tangle is. It says, Innocence watched Sin take root in the bodies of men and women and children. He witnessed them turn on each other, first with words, then with fists. Friends and kin embraced in mortal struggles, their skin weaving with skin, flesh bonding with flesh, bone entwining with bone until the village became one writhing giant, forged of strife and hatred. Is this just a coincidence that the Templar propaganda / origin story of Sin describes his effect so similarly to the Tangle? If the cosmic entities are foreign to each other, can any weight be put on this similar description? There are a lot of incidental dualities, as opposition is often stemmed from two ends of a spectrum clashing. Divinity versus corruption, for example, two ends of the same idea. Sin and Innocence themselves represent duality, but that specific description of Sin and the humans who absorbed his ashes becoming one writhing giant, as if Sin is the Tangle and Innocence is the cleansing fire, is too striking to go unmentioned, even if I have no conclusion about its relevance or purpose. I considered another theory. Could Sin and Innocence be from the cosmos as well? Entities that served other forces and came to Earth. There is some evidence of that. Sin and Innocence must be among the oldest gods, as Sin is aware of almost every other god's origin story. He also says to us after we fight Kitava and lose in Act 5 that you shall soar, that much I am permitted to see. This made me think that Sin can see parts of the path set before him by the Lightkeeper. Maybe Sin and Innocence are like the Maven, part of the Progenitor and the Lightkeepers group. We do act as Sin's champion in Acts 5 through 10, and Innocence even calls us Sin's hero. And while all gods have some form of divinity, Sin and Innocence's corruption and divinity seem to be more powerful than any other, except maybe Kitava, which puts that into question. Sin does say to us that, though I am a god, I have not forgotten my humanity. I always took this with a grain of salt, because Sin might say anything to get us to work alongside him, and the Templar story of Sin and Innocence seemed so clearly propaganda. It paints Sin as only bad and Innocence as only good, even when the story ends with Sin being burned into ash and innocence killing everyone with fire. It didn't describe how they became gods, and normal people when burned alive don't come back as a god. It was only his ashes that were acknowledged, like a metaphor for the sin that lives inside the faithless. Sin even calls himself the Forgotten One, as if his story has not been properly acknowledged and retained in history by the Templars. However, if we take Sin at his word that he was once mortal, how did they become gods?
Light is trying
How
to
did they get
spread.
their symbols? And who is their father? Could a mortal champion of the cleansing fire produce offspring? Do I really want to know that? Personally, of the three theories, that the Exarch is just taking on a form with parts of innocence and possibly sin, that sin and innocence are actually cosmic beings themselves, or that sin and innocence are related to the Searing Exarch. As wild as it sounds, I think the last one is what I feel is most likely. The dissolution of the flesh reads, "We awoke to a sudden dawn cresting through the mountains. Each peak rose into searing fire, a massive rolling tide. A great eye gazed upon us, and we became known, utterly." This could be a description from another world, as I had believed the melding of the flesh was, which talks about the kingdom. But it could also be an indication that our world and Rayclass was visited by the cleansing fire and maybe the Tangle once before. And the text on the Dawnbreaker is just too much for me to not see a direct connection between the Templar religion and the Searing Exarch. Regardless of origin, our mission is clear. We must defeat these champions to protect the Atlas from the arrival of the forces they serve. The cleansing fire and the Tangle will respect the claim of the Maiden over the Atlas and Rayclass if we can defeat their champions. And so we do. But what happens then? The envoy, upon the defeat of the two primary champions, ominously states that this is not the end, this was merely the beginning. We can probably expect more forces to come for the Atlas.
Exile!
But he also compares us to a fish, living merely by instinct. The fish does not comprehend its purpose, for it is barely cognizant of the tides that steer its course. Yet it is perpetually in motion, in pursuit of something more. The Maven even says to us, "The puppets dance on strings unseen." We have been working with the Maven, the lesser of two evils in this particular instance. But for how long? Chirac himself is wary of the Maven. He acknowledges that the Maven has taken many beings to be her toys, including his brother, Baron, and that this is a terrible fate. He wishes revenge against her for that. When all this is through, there will be a reckoning with that creature, mark my word. Clearly, the threat of the Tangle and the cleansing fire were more pressing than the Maven. She is still a child, and she is entertained by us, even sympathetic to us. As long as we do not die, we still have free will. She even assists in the fight against these champions, not only giving aid, but translating what the champions say to us. But they never address us directly. They address the Maiden. We are, as the envoy has said, an insect charting cracks in the ancient stone on which we stand, blind to the dead stone forest that encircles. We are nothing in the face of these forces. We can only hope that the Maiden does not have more nefarious plans for us and for the Atlas. That using us as her toys, continuing to fight for her entertainment is all that she seeks from us and our world. The envoy describes her as silhouetted in starlight. She is forever learning and playing, unaware of the consequences of her actions. I have witnessed inordinate destruction at her behest. She is but a petulant infant, subject to the whims of her desires and unaware of her own strength. What happens when we are no longer entertaining her? As the Maiden grows and learns, she may develop other interests. Maybe she will get bored and destroy us. Maybe she will require greater and greater conflict, driving the world into dust. Maybe, now that we have solidified the claim to the Atlas, we'll learn she's an entity that serves a greater force, that now has an open invitation Additionally, Sin and Innocence have been down south for a year, while we had our boat adventure with Lily. If the Searing Exarch is connected to the Templars, do these two have any idea he was here? Would they know him if they saw him? Would they fight against him? Or would they want to help him in the cleansing fire? Would this drive another wedge between Sin and Innocence? And of course, the issue of Xana. She has been upset at us players for some time, and I think accepting the Maven's Beacon into the Atlas was her last straw. It's no surprise she left. We are power-hungry idiots, truly. But to leave into the Atlas? That's not a vacation. That's not avoiding the situation. With the Atlas serving as a shining neon welcome sign for eldritch beings, I suspect Xana wants to destroy the Atlas entirely, or at least destroy access to it. And we can't let that happen. Just one more map, we said. No more maps, she answered. If I'm right, Xana may become our greatest antagonist, someone to rival Piety in her attempts to thwart our progress. This is a fate many saw coming, but actually facing her as our enemy, rather than our friend, will be one of the hardest challenges yet. Thank you so much for watching. It's your boy Noodle. If you like this video, it would mean a lot to me if you check out my Patreon. Just $1 a month gets your name on my videos. It really helps show interest in these because they can be a lot of work and a lot of brain smashing to get done. If you have some theories on what the connection between the Searing Exarch and the Templars really is, please leave them down below. Now that Xana's gone, I guess I'm the only one left to tell you to stay sane, exiles. Hello Moana, Exile, and welcome back to another video in Noodle's complete Path of Exile lore series. This video covers the history of the Karui. Let's begin. The Karui are a fierce people whose legacy has been stained by conquest and slavery. The Karui come from the Karui archipelago, which consists of the main island, Namakanui, Te Onui, Cape Owanatui, and a few other islands, including the one we land on after defeating Cyrus in the Conquerors of Atlas expansion. The Karui have many gods, more than any other group of people, including the most formidable god in the story acts of Path of Exile, Kitava. There are some references to the minor gods of the Karui, although we do not see them in the game. Namahu, Mother of Fire, is referenced the most of these minor gods. Namakanui is likely named after this god. Namahu lends us fire, which illuminated the path. There are 3 rings that connect King Kaum, who we will talk about later on, with these minor gods. The first is Namahu's son, a gift from Namahu, assigned to the Karui to spread like fire, given to Akoya, but inherited by Kaum with the swing of his axe. The next minor god is Valako, father of the storm. Valako is mentioned in the Kitava's hunger story, which describes the gods punishing Kitava for his gluttony. Valako's sign ring reads, "A gift from Valako, appointing Kiloava as the herald of war," a title Kaum claimed when he ended Kiloava's bloodline. The final ring is from Tassalio, father of water, a gift from Tassalio, god of water, to the chieftain Rakiata. Kaum took Rakianta's head and hand so that his warriors' axes might rise and fall like the waves. The other Karui gods that are mentioned within the game are Tafwa, son of the forest, Ramako, father of light, and Arohongoi, daughter of the moon. There are 3 more prominent Karui gods we see in-game: Tukohama, Kitava, and Hinekora. Tukohama is the father of war. King Kaum was devoted to Tukohama, believing that war was the true way of the Karui. Tukohama appears as one of the gods we must defeat in Act 6. Tukohama became a god through his passion for war. According to Sin, The Karui were a peaceful culture of farmers and fishermen before fate thrust the great Tukohama upon them. It was he who put the stone axes in their hands and the hunger for conquest in their bellies. And that, battle by battle, war by war, Tukohama carved the steps that would carry him up a mountain of severed heads and into immortality. Tukohama led wars against the other gods on Rayclast. He led a war against the first ones, the Ezomite gods, according to Kitava's hunger. He also attacked Rizlatha, the puppet mistress, and Azmiri god. The puppet mistress was a revered matriarch who nurtured her tribe into greatness through love, peace, and fecundity. That is, until her children were slaughtered by Tukohama's brave warriors. Hers was a prolific tribe once. Then Tukohama's fire swept across her sacred land and her children were butchered by the madness of war. Tukohama was an inspiration for many generations of Karui to come. Weakness must be purged, lest it poison the blood of all Karui, is a prayer to Tukohama seen on the Eye of Conquest. While Tukohama was revered by the Karui, Kitava was often seen as his opposite, as the most damaging or feared Karui god. We know from experience that Kitava was powerful. He is a threat to the entire world with his unending hunger, and we can only defeat him with the power of both divinity and corruption, gods and the beast. Kitava is the god of hunger, a primal deity forged from the most fundamental of human desires. Kitava was even hated by the other Karui gods, as we see in Kitava's hunger. For brevity, I'll summarize the story. Tukohama was returning from his war with the first one, so the other Karui gods wanted to have a feast celebrating his victory. Kitava offered to watch the food while it cooked, but instead ate it all. When Tukohama arrived, he punished Kitava by pulling out his own tooth and slashing Kitava's face with this tooth, making the bleeding X across Kitava's face that we see in-game. This also blinded Kitava. We even find Tukohama's tooth in the reliquary along with the story as one of the Karui artifacts. To replace the food Kitava had eaten, Tukohama and Balako took Kitava with them to fish. Kitava ate all the fish bait in the boat, so Balako took off his own jaw to hook Kitava and used him as bait instead.
What?
Balako's jaw is the second Karui artifact. At the bottom of the sea, Kitava ate all the fish. Tukohama and Balako, even more enraged, took Kitava back to the shore to be punished by Hinekora, Mother of Death. They asked her to kill the greedy Kitava, for surely their tribe would starve if Kitava continued to live among them. But Hinekora refused, for death would not teach Kitava the lesson he needed to learn. So Hinekora made a whip out of her hair and whipped Kitava so he wore thousands and thousands of blistering lashes across his back as Hinekora drove him relentlessly into the darkest corners of the underworld. There she left him to suffer, without water or food, for the rest of eternity. And there Kitava remained, in the darkness of Hinekora's night-clad island, for time beyond measure. There he suffered, waiting for the day that he could return to the world of light to slake his scorching thirst and satiate his ravening hunger. Kitava had been banished, contained in Hinekora's underworld, before the creation of Sin's beast put all the gods to sleep. I wonder what would have happened if Hinekora had killed Kitava, and what the difference between being banished to the underworld and death is. I believe that the beast putting the gods to sleep somehow broke Hinekora's banishment, as Kitava was free once the beast was slain by us. Apparently, Hinekora bound Kitava to a rock that Kitava could not lift with all his might. Maybe somehow this rock was destroyed by the beast's influence. Maybe it was some divine rock that was put to sleep, or it was imbued with divine power from Hinekora that was dissipated with the beast's creation. But whatever the reason, once the beast's nightmare was gone, Kitava was free from this imprisonment. Before the rise of the god, during Chittis's reign before the cataclysm, King Kaum saw evil as Kitava's doing. Those who stood against Kaum were servants of Kitava. But after Kitava and the other gods reawakened, there are Karui who worship Kitava, namely Utula, who we meet in Act 5. In fact, it was Utula who told the story of Kitava's hunger, narrated by slave Utula, transcribed by Erwin of Theopolis. Utula sees his own suffering in the story of Kitava. Kitava has learned from the suffering inflicted upon him, learned what cruelty is from his own flesh and blood, learned what it means to be a slave. Now he hungers for freedom, not merely for himself, but all of us who have suffered under whip and shackle. Kitava is the tormented one, destined to rise up from the darkness and banish cruelty from this world, and we, his children, rise with him. The transition from Karui following Tugohama and condemning Kitava to sympathizing with Kitava is consistent with their own history of being conquerors to becoming slaves. When King Kaum was in power, the Karui were just beginning to be attacked and oppressed by the Empire. They still considered themselves warriors, fighting against the Eternal Empire who tried to control them. To best understand this cultural transition, we must look at Kaum's life. Since the Karui lived on islands to the south, they were not in as much direct contact with Raycloud until Chittis Karandus began his rapid expansion, which targeted less technologically advanced peoples to enslave for his empire, namely the Ezamites, Marraketh, and Karui. Chittis sent the Gemling captain Marcius Lionine to the area now known as Lionine's Watch, specifically to head this new slave operation. Marcius Lionine, their great hero of the Empire, one of the best slavers they ever had, according to Utula. He was known for missing an eye, but replacing it with a virtue gem. He was also known for his military prowess, often focusing on his army's archery skills. Lionine and his men raided the Karui archipelago for slaves. So when High Templar Vol bent the knee to Kaum, asking for his assistance in Vol's purity rebellion against the Empire, Kaum agreed, in exchange for Karui freedom. Kaum had already conquered many other chieftains of the Karui, as we can assume from the 3 rings we saw earlier in the video. We also see on Kaum's primacy chopper that, one by one, Kaum slaughtered the weakest tribe leaders until the others left to join his cause. Kaum was a devout follower of Tugohama, and rallied the majority of the Karui under his war-focused leadership. Kaum took his army to the shores of Lionine's Watch. His canoe struck the sand with the force of destiny. At his back, the greatest war host in Karui history tamed the wild sea. Kaum led his Karui warriors into battle with Lionine. Lionine's men kept to the watch, firing many arrows on Kaum's army. Lionine's men stood at the walls, eyeing the savages that walked the beaches below. With a single word, 1,000 bodies and 10,000 arrows would litter the sand. But this loss was part of Kaum's plan. According to the Purity Chronicles, in a man-to-man fight on open ground, the Gemling Legion would have slaughtered Kaum's Karui warriors like so many pigs in a pen. But Kaum had no intention of engaging Lionine in a fair fight. By absorbing some heavy losses and feigning a chaotic retreat, Kaum drew Marcius into ordering his Gemlings to abandon their tower shields so that they might pursue and rout the fleeing Karui. Kaum and Vol had planned a secret weapon, headed by Kaum's niece, Hiri. The story continues. It was not out of recklessness that Lionine plucked such a decision, but from experience-born confidence that Karui did not have archers. Traditionally, Karui warriors were forbidden from using projectile weapons of any kind. What Lionine understandably overlooked was that this takuvai, which means sacred prohibition, did not extend to women. At her uncle's behest, Kiri traveled to Thebris and studied archery with Vol's finest military tutors. When the legionnaires shed protection in favor of mobility, Kiri and her bowwomen broke cover and rained death upon the gemlings from the cliffs above. After taking heavy losses from Lionai's archers, Kaum's melee army feigned retreat. Lionai sensed imminent victory, and in his vanity, seeing only foot soldiers, the Sarn knights cast aside their heavy shields, and paid dearly for their mistake. Kiri and her bowwomen had hid amongst the cliffs above and attacked Lionai's army. Kaum's men turned around, and with their combined attacks, the Karui were victorious. Kaum's victory was huge for the Purity Rebellion, but also for the Karui, as it was their first chance to stake claim on land outside of their archipelago. Kaum's advisor, a man named Lavianja, chronicled the story of Kaum on carvings that are littered across the land near Lionai's watch. According to one of Lavianja's carvings, Kaum has removed the eternal stain from this coast. The Empire's citizens decorate our meeting with their heads. Our warriors build homes for our families. Our families till the earth, fish the waters, fill the air with song. The Karui way is yet a seedling here, but it grows, gains in pride and power every day. Kaum has kept his promise. The time of the Karui has come. The Karui killed or drove out all the Eternals who had settled near Lionai's watch, taking many heads. Kaum himself took Marcius Lionai's head as decoration for his belt to commemorate his victory. Chevron, one of Malachai's students, had plans to stop Kaum and his Karui from coming further inland to Rayclast. She created the Thaumaturgical Prisoner's Gate between the southern part of the Frisian Forest and the Axiom Prison, which blocked any travel by land. She also implanted virtue gems in the warden of Axiom Prison, Brutus. Brutus was already notoriously violent, but became absolutely monstrous after this experiment, and beat Chevron and her assistants to death in his prison. Before her death, Chevron knew that the prison and its gate was the only way of travel further north by land. But the Karui never encountered the prison or Brutus, because they did not travel by land. They instead took canoes north off the coast of Siren's Cove. Kaum and his Karui assisted Vol in his Purity Rebellion, and then returned to their new settlements on the southern areas of Rayclast. This successful conquest was short-lived for the Karui, as the Cataclysm 2 years later did not spare them either. While they were not immediately killed or affected by the Cataclysm, like many who lived closer to Highgate, the devastation began changing their new land. Lavianja wrote, "Black storms descended on us from the north. Unnatural tempests of rage and hatred lashing our backs, tearing at our houses. The rain is shot with shadow. It withers our crops, sickens our livestock. A spirit that creeps through our dreams weaves tales of misdeed around our resting minds.
I can't do
We
this.
try not to listen. We try to remember ourselves. Some of us forget. Brothers fight. Brothers die. Kaum punishes those that quarrel, that steal, that murder. Yet still the nightmares goad us into malefaction. We Karui are banished from sleep." And Kaum himself was not immune to this spirit. The fallen Eternal Legionnaires from the battle at Lionai's Watch began rising from the dead. So too did the fallen Karui warriors. Kaum and his Karui had to fight off the undead. Karui tradition dictated that fallen Karui should be fed to the birds, believing that the birds carried their souls to the ancestors and their bodies should give back to the earth.
Light is trying to spread.
The goal flavor text reads, "It is the goal that delivers man unto ancestor, the consumer of our flesh, the seeders of our soul unto the earth. We give the goal his life. The goal gives us our way." But with the new threat of the rising dead, they had to change their ways. No longer may we give our beloved to the birds, messengers of spirit to the sky, conveyors of flesh
Put
to
out
the
new
earth.
mycelium!
Helm has commanded
New
us to
roots.
destroy our remembered with axe and fire. Helm is the bravest of us, willing to bear the
Put out
ire
new
of the
mycelium.
ancestors for the survival of
New
his
roots.
people. As his
do
people
love this
began
stinking
dying, Helm was going mad. He directed the Karui to begin sacrificing and eating their own people to attempt to appease the ancestors with ancient, forbidden tradition. The Karui people thought that Helm would bring in a new era under the true Karui way. But Helm now believed the land of Rayclast had become infected with Kitaba's influence, and tried desperately to appeal to the other Karui gods for aid, particularly to Mohammed. One night, Helm had a vision. I dreamed of my ancestors' halls. They were empty. I dreamed of the north, of an offering left to us by Tukohama, an offering that will save the Karui. Helm was having dreams that Tukohama had some important offering for him and his Karui north, inland Rayclast, specifically in the mines of Highgate. While Helm was convinced this was Tukohama's necklace, we know this was really the influence of Malachi and his control over the beast's nightmare. Other Karui had doubts about the validity of Helm's vision.
Rushing exile!
Helm wanted to take his 500 greatest warriors with him on his journey. Tormented and desperate, Labianja and Kiri took the remaining Karui back to Helm. Labianja lamented, Helm is gone. Our king has taken our finest 500 warriors and descended into the depths of
Things are
Rayclast.
getting too close to my
He
pump!
spoke of a vision, a gift from the ancestors. Helm has been
Put out
deceived.
new mycelium!
The vision was a gift from the Black Spirit. It has conquered Helm. The Black Spirit has conquered the Karui way. Fury has made ready the news. We will take those that are left, 500 forgotten families, and carry them back to their true home, back to Namakanu. Helm's promises have led us into nightmare. Fury will lead us back to the dawn. Random fun fact, in the PoE lore document, Fury has the last name Namaku, and Labianja has the last name Namako, which are probably references to being from Namakanui, but are also similar to the god Namahu, Mother of Fire. Helm's actions have strayed too far from the Karui way, and even though Fury was imperative to Helm's success in the triumph against Lionai and saved the remaining Karui from a horrible fate, he too was damned by going against the Karui way. Many felt that Fury's loophole, training women to be archers when Karui warriors were supposed to use melee weapons, was a damnable offense. We see Fury in Act 6 as the dishonored queen. A Karui woman's place was not the battlefield, but the heart. Fury's quick thinking led to victory, but it came at the cost of respect. Even though Helm had endorsed her decision and it won the battle, she was seen as dishonored. And even though Helm went much farther past the line of tradition, or even just basically acceptable decisions, he is still revered by many Karui. Helm and his 500 greatest warriors traveled to the Highgate mine to find this offering from Tukohama. As they traveled, Helm believed they were fighting the servants of Kitaba, the only way Helm could interpret the horrors that befell the land. Once in the mines, with all 500 Karui warriors following Helm still alive, Malachi, using the nightmare, spoke to Helm. Helm recalled, we descended into the heart of Rayclast, and there he came to me, Tukohama. He asked of me a sacrifice. I gave it willingly. My axe fell 500 times, with the jade drinking its fill of Karui blood. Tukohama was Helm believed that this sacrifice would aid this Tukohama in fighting Kitaba. Brothers and sisters, I honor you with a warrior's death. Your spirits will fight by my side when you march against combat. You will be given in service to Tsukuhama. You will be remembered for glory. What exactly happened to Helm after he killed his own men in the Highgate mines is unclear. I believe Helm remained in a dream state within the mines under the illusion of nightmare until he died. We do know that 20 years after Helm entered the mines, Deshret sealed the mines and commanded her Akara, or tribe, to guard the mines of Mount Veruso from Highgate forever. When we enter the mines to kill the beast, almost 300 years later, Helm is one of two entities undead within, existing in his own dream of Karui glory. We kill this apparition of Helm and take his essence, the Eye of Fury, as fuel for the Rapture device to enter the beast's core. When Kitava and the other gods are awakened, one might think that the Karui would still fear and despise Kitava, especially considering he wants to consume the world. But Kaum's massive failure after the Cataclysm was in part due to his devotion to Tsukuhama. In addition, the Karui went from being fierce warriors to slaves, also in part due to Kaum. He took away their finest warriors, leaving the Karui vulnerable to the remaining Eternals on Oriath. Of the Karui NPCs we talked to, only one was not a slave, Lonnie, who was half Oriathan. I'm not counting Navali here because she's technically dead and we don't know much about her life before returning to Rayclast. But Utula, Maramoa, Tane, and Seosa were all slaves. While Utula is the only one who is devout to Kitava, neither Tane, Maramoa, or Seosa revere Tsukuhama as Kaum did. The Karui shifted from relating to Tsukuhama, the fierce conqueror, to Kitava, the outcast punishing the world. At the very least, there is no longer a unified Karui way. All of the Karui NPCs we meet have vastly different outlooks on the world. I'll start with Utula, since he is like a foil to Kaum, the Kitava to Tsukuhama. We meet him in Act 5 after he has led an uprising of Karui slaves against the Oriathan slavers. He says, "I'm what passes for a chief around here. Well, I put the steel in their hands. I tell them where to stab, where to run, where to die. If that doesn't make me a chief, what does, eh?" A sentiment which heavily echoes Kaum. Utula is the main source of information about the Karui slave trade, calling out Marcius Lioni, Captain Fairgraves, Dominus, Avarius, and others. Although following Kitava seems extreme and self-destructive, his reasoning for doing so is understandable through this lens of systematic slavery and desperation. Lonnie is the other Karui NPC in Act 5, although she's only half Karui. Her father was an Oriathan lord, and her mother was a Karui woman, possibly a slave. Because of her father, she was not raised a slave and instead educated in Oriath, but she sided with the slaves in the uprising. She is kind and empathetic, arguably to a fault. Both Utula and Valenta take advantage of her empathy. Utula used his freedom to join Kitava, bolstering Kitava's message and the spread of his influence. Lonnie allowed Valenta, an Oriathan woman who had experimented on many Karui slaves, to join them in the safety of Overseer's Tower in exchange for Valenta treating Lonnie's wounds. In return, by Act 10, when Valenta sensed that Kitava's influence was growing too powerful, she offered up the location of the survivors to Kitava in hopes of being spared. Instead, Valenta fell victim to Kitava, and Lonnie and Bannon only barely escaped. Maramoa is an exile from Oriath. I can't find completely certain evidence that Maramoa was a slave, But the Path of Exile wiki says that unlike other exiles, Marimoa intentionally became an exile to be free of slavery in Oriath. Marimoa is actually a descendant of Kaum, which she is proud of. She is incredibly tough and wise, but even though she admires her ancestor Kaum, she makes no mention of Tukohama or Kitava. Siosa is one of my favorite NPCs. He's a former Kurui slave of the Eternal Empire, who worked in the Sarn library with Isius Corandus. He was a scholar and intellectual, and was actually much respected by Isius.
Whoa.
Isius and Siosa had tried to translate Val artifacts regarding thaumaturgy, specifically Doriani's works. When Malachi visited the library, he kidnapped Isius and left Siosa behind, overlooking him because of Malachi's bias against the Kurui. Siosa eloquently describes the difference between the Kurui and Eternal's methodology. It is the Kurui way to observe nature in nature. The fish without the sea is no longer a fish, it is dinner. The Eternals do not see it that way. An Eternal catches the fish, guts the fish, preserves the fish, and places it in a box. Only then does the Eternal feel he truly understands the fish. At some point, Siosa's soul was connected to a painting by a Kurui, Motiata, definition unknown, and he has remained attached to this painting in the library ever since. Tane, introduced in Metamorph League, was a slave to an Oriathan scientist named Lucan Octavius. Lucan used Tane to handle the more dangerous elements of his experiments, as well as allowing his children to torment and abuse Tane. Tane eventually grew enraged and killed Lucan, freeing himself from slavery and vowing to continue Lucan's experiments, if only to stop the intrinsic darkness they had studied together. One interesting note is that Tane fears Navali, the last NPC I'll discuss. He warns us to keep our distance from her, recalling that one horrible night my master flew into a great wrath and beat me to the precipice.
Were you not shooting?
For a moment, I envisioned myself walking through strange gray halls. She was there. She spoke. She said that joining the halls of the dead was not my fate that night, but that we would meet again. These are the faded memories of a terrified and traumatized child. But I cannot stop myself from shivering when she turns her purple eyes my way, because I can tell that she recognizes me. Navali is the first Kurui NPC we meet. She is in a cage kept by the Fawn, who has likely captured her to create more goatmen. Joke's on him, Navali is undead. Navali was a Kurui Hatunga, the wise woman, who died alongside her monkey companion named Yama the White, and a seeing stone she carried. Navali awoke in the halls of death with the life she once led, little more than the half remembered. Both Yama the White and the seeing stone were given a hair of Hinakora's dark knowledge, but each serves a separate purpose. The seeing stone dragged me deep into its core, where every instant of eternity is known all at once. Yama, like a torch in the mist, guides me back from the stone's infinite visions. This is how Navali is able to grant prophecy. For the price of 1 silver coin, she has 1 foot in this world and the other foot in the realm of the dead. She is an inquirer of the living and interpreter of death. Hinakora, the mother of death, has given her this power. Hinakora's hair must be very powerful, as it is what gives Navali's stone and Yama their powers, and also what Hinakora used to make a whip to lash Kitava into her underwear. We don't see Hinakora making a wing, but based on Kitava's hunger, Hinakora may have had the power to kill Kitava truly. She chose not to, in favor of punishment. Navali says that Hinakora let the Fawn capture her as a little trick to remind me of my place, but she also sent you here to help. Of all the Karui gods, I would be most curious to see more of
Run,
his
you
aura.
exile.
She did not return to the mortal world of Raycloud like Tsukuhama or Futaba. So I wonder where she has been,
Put out
or
you
if we will
mycelium.
ever see more of the Mother of Death. Thank you so much for watching. It's your boy Noodle. Thank you for your patience on this video. I know it took a while. Next video will be on Conquerors of the Atlas, as voted on by my patrons. Thank you all for your continued support. If you like the video or this series, consider subscribing or joining Patreon. For $2 a month, you can vote on upcoming videos. If you have questions, feel free to drop by my Twitch channel, twitch.tv/kittencatnoodle. And now, more than ever, stay sane, Exile. You stand before the gates of another video in Noodle's complete Path of Exile Lord series. This video is part 2 on Azaro's Lord's Labyrinth. Let's begin. As we touched on in part 1, Chittis Ferrandis and his uncle Kadiro found the creation of the Labyrinth madness and an insult to the contributions of the Ferrandis family to the Eternal Empire. The Ferrandis family had been around since the founding of the Empire and the city of Sarn. The marketplace we explore in Act 3 is informally referred to as the Ferrandis Market. Kadiro wrote that the same day Baruso planted his banner in the soil of Sarn, the Ferrandis family built the first market stall. That one stall spawned so many others that the people came to call our venture the Ferrandis Markets. We were never vain enough to make the name official. Until Chittis took the throne, we were a most unassuming consortium. By the time Azaro created his lab, the Ferrandis were well established and incredibly wealthy. So Chittis and Kadiro began scheming to rig the lab run for Chittis to win the first Lord's Labyrinth in over 1,200 years. Chittis wrote multiple letters to his uncle Kadiro regarding Azaro, his lab, and these schemes to ensure Chittis won the title of Emperor. Chittis' own father was not interested in helping Chittis cheat. Chittis wrote to Kadiro, "While my father remains determined to play the role of Azaro's lapdog, I trust that you and I are of like mind regarding our glorious Emperor's ridiculous labyrinth. He would have us entrust our imperial leadership to the primitive diversions of some cave-dwelling ancestors. It is beyond reasoning. In fact, it can only be surmised that Azaro himself is also beyond reasoning." Chittis and Kadiro paid people constructing the labyrinth to give them information about the mechanisms being created. According to Chittis, "I have purchased several of Azaro's overseers and they keep me informed." And Kadiro purchased architectural plans for the labyrinth for Chittis, who replied, "I have familiarized myself with the architectural plans you have so kindly obtained for me, and I have paid certain overseers handsomely regarding Azaro's various hazards and living horrors." Chittis also had those overseers under his payroll place caches of supplies for his eventual run through the labyrinth. Chittis even paid for hits on Azaro, all of which failed. Chittis entrusted his own cousin, Ilano, who was not a Ferrandis by name, to organize Azaro's death, and by doing so the cousin could earn the Ferrandis title. Chittis was frustrated by these failures. Our Eternal Emperor Azaro might be insane, but he's clearly not stupid. Or at the very least, he has had the presence of mind to surround himself with clever people. 3 meticulously planned attempts on Azaro's life. 3 astutely thwarted failures. Of course, none of them can be traced back to us. As for cousin Ilano, he will be dead by sunrise. We need not fear any inconvenient disclosure on his part, and he is not a Ferrandis by name. His familial connection is known only to us. Legitimacy is a useful carrot to dangle. Since the assassination attempts failed, Chittis and Kadiro had to simply prepare for the labyrinth run by Chittis. Through their communications with Azaro's architects, Chittis and Kadiro were able to learn about many of Azaro's planned traps and trials, which we see ourselves in the lab. Izaro, since he could not find exact descriptions of the lab runs Veruso and Caspiro had to complete, took the information about other ancient Asmiri trials and altered them through his own imagination. Chittis muses, the man, Izaro, is obsessed with spikes. They pop out of the floor, spin on treacherously shifting wheels, and even roam about like predators in search of prey. Izaro's mechanisms are truly of the most devious design, and the creatures, if it bites, claws, or stings, it now lives in that labyrinth. Izaro began creating his lab in 1316. It seems the lab's construction was completed in 1318, and in 1319, Chittis Parandus was crowned as emperor. Fun fact, one of the lab trials, the High Gardens, outside of the Scepter of God and near the Sarn Library, was a test run of Izaro's labyrinth before the official Lord's Labyrinth was opened. Izaro was very attentive to perfecting his trials and labyrinth. One interesting aspect of the Lord's Labyrinth that isn't expanded upon is Izaro's dog, Argus. Reddit user, and I apologize for pronunciation, Uizui, suggested that Argus was a sort of first draft for the Minotaur Shaper Guardian. Apparently, the Minotaur fight was supposed to include arc traps, which we see in the current Minotaur as the electric fences, but arc traps was not released in time for Ascendancy, so they believe Argus was a first draft Minotaur. Thus, Argus was put into the lab without any real lore or explanation. I personally think that Argus is inspired from the dog Argos, Odysseus's dog in the Odyssey. TLDR of Argos's role in the Odyssey: Odysseus disappears for 12 years, suitors take over his home trying to woo his wife Penelope, the dog Argos is severely neglected in those 12 years. Odysseus comes back to the house dressed as a beggar to avoid recognition. Argos recognizes him through his disguise but cannot move to his horrible condition from being neglected. Odysseus cannot acknowledge the dog without giving himself away, so he passes by, and Argos dies, a very neglected but very good boy. We have no idea how or why Argus is in the labyrinth, but Izaro does refer to him much like a dog, saying he enjoys new playthings, and "you killed my poor little Argus" when you defeat him. Izaro is never mentioned to have a dog in the lore, but the similarity of the name Argos and Argus led me to this theory. Regardless of Argus's origins, Izaro's purpose was clear: to create a labyrinth full of the most arduous trials to test the strength and intelligence of those who attempted it. Izaro greatly expanded on the ancient, rough-hewn maze festooned with wild animals and brutal traps, and believed that, in conquering the adversities of the maze, a champion proved they were capable of bearing the crushing burden of chieftainship. Izaro was fond of musing about the attributes of a good leader, and how the Asmirian trials would prove true worth in the next leader, rather than Izaro selecting a new emperor himself. Who then to choose as my successor? With the candidates on hand either mediocre at best or maniacal at worst, I found myself in quite the quandary. It makes one wonder where Izaro would have placed Chittis Parandus on that spectrum, as we can assume Chittis had made his desire for the title of emperor clear before being forced to enter the labyrinth, even though the lab was now rigged in his favor. Izaro had a truly prophetic musing about the next emperor. Strong leadership is able to bridge the chasm between existence and extinction. Poor leadership might see an entire tribe vanish into that same chasm. Chittis Parandus was the main benefactor of Malachi, who caused the cataclysm in 1336 IC, just 2 years after Chittis's reign ended. While the cataclysm happened under the rule of High Templar Vol, it was absolutely Chittis's empowering of Malachi that gave Malachi the tools and power to manipulate Vol and cause the cataclysm. For more info on Chittis's reign and the cataclysm, watch the videos about Act 3 and Act 4. Thank you so much for watching. It's your boy Noodle. Conquerors of Atlas is coming out soon, and I will have videos on Xana, Shaper, and Elder coming out shortly after the new expansion and League. so look out for those.
Nice.
Thanks as always to my patrons. If you want to see videos early, vote on upcoming videos, or see more pictures of my cat Sunday, consider joining my Patreon, link below. If you have questions, feel free to ask here or on my Twitch stream at twitch.tv/kittencatnoodle. And as always, stay sane, Exile.
The blight is trying to spread.
By the goddess, what ambition to watch another video in Noodle's complete Path of Exile lore series. This video is part 3, the final video covering Izaro and the Lord's Labyrinth.
I need a break from that. My head. Me head. It's melted.
Blight is trying to spread.
I think I'm getting past.
It's branching, exile. It's branching, exile. It's put out new mycelium. The blight is trying to spread. Those fiends are getting too close to my punch. It's branching, exile. Put out new mycelium. New roots. You're making me nervous. Put out new mycelium. New roots. It's branching, exile.
Oh, this map is hard. Why? How? It's only one turret that can't be frozen and chilled. Where are you guys coming from? They were coming from down there, but I'm not sure where the fuck they're coming from. Starving.
I can't do this.
Take a break after this. Maps. It will never end. It will never end.
I can't do this just yet.
Yeah. A whole fucking row now. Fucking Ravage maps, or might be short one of you. I do have a full row. How much is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. 12 ravaged blind maps. Jesus. Oh my fucking god. I almost have all the rats. Then I can do that. Then I need to make sure I enable Maven, so. Should open before I go eat though. I'm gonna claim some of these cards in here.
Sure of Mortal Hope. Maybe. No, do I? I feel like I know it, but I don't know. You know? Oops. Jan's furry. I just got that sword. Okay, let's open all the leaves. Jesus. Oops. Ah, yeah, that was that. Now I remember.
These are the only maps I haven't done. The problem is. That's literally about the price check the others and stuff. This was first one divine, right? Okay, yeah, sorry. That's like nothing. That's 24. Ah, interesting. One chaos.
Hero?
Right. Yeah. No Arblights today. But that guy that wants trade with me. Many people trading this. Doesn't even have a full stock. Wait, a whole wild stock. Some have 15, some have 10. Damn. People actually have these more than I thought. Cool. Some guy listed for 7 divine, maybe he got that guy to respond. Okay. Never mind. Hello. 2 golden eyes, my divine or bruh, you don't want it? Radiant Faith. Where am I getting Radiant Faith from?
I can't do this just yet.
Like Guardian? But what Guardian? Not weapons. No. No. Nope. No. Build the glass? Or was it a buff? It is a buff. That is you, Pride. I'm pretty sure I disabled that though. The fuck? And it gives me arm? Why is it? It's giving me 8 armor. No, putting this on. Oof. There might be passives. Dude, that's a huge armor difference, Jesus Christ. I get grace as well on me. That should make me more tankier. How much is pride? 43. Gonna open Bob up. I bunch other active, build in full TPS. Okay, where is it? Pride. If I remove pride, no, I'll lose a lot of damage. But if I add grace and without pride, I lose a lot of damage. Why? Full TPS is 6 million. Having Grace instead of that puts me to 4 million. So it was 2 million. It's actually a huge difference. Yeah. Why? Why are you giving me that much? Is it really the physical damage? Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go eat beer.
9 maps. Some that were higher.
I can't do this just yet.
How good is it?
Oh. That's pretty nice for a totem. They're both tier 1s. Cool. Might buy them. Need 903 points, so... Right. Definitely get that.
Greetings.
Excuse me, chaos resistance. We need to change that though. Can I change the stats? Oh, it's never modified. Yeah, that's nice.
building. I wonder if it counts to one building. I have a shield on the other hand, or is it only 2 main outfits? Oh. Combat rhythm's pretty cool. But smite the weak ain't that good unless you have a shit ton of attack speed, of course. I feel like I jinxed myself now.
I can't do this just yet.
Itching for me to lose another limb, are ya? Not on my watch.
What the fuck? Alrighty. Looks like only like me here. Level 3, that's all. Level 3, that sucks.
The blight is trying to spread.
Yeah,
can't do this.
spread there, then.
The blight is trying to spread.
Again, that way.
It's branching, exile.
What? See the spell going up.
Spirit of space.
Finally, oil extractor. Do I get lucky? What's this? Nothing. Either way, do I get lucky? I did. Awesome. Kill the boss. Level up. Oh, it's been so long. Rejected. Source suppression. If you get 5 per endurance charge, we have 3 max, that's 15, we have 60, 66 at max. Cool. Suppress spell damage prevention 50%, spell damage suppression chance 40, is quite high. Putting these last in put me to 50, 62. It's a lot. Quite happy with 40, I guess, as well. Level am I? 94. 100 should be max. 3 points in here. So I get 6 total. I can't. So what? What? Well, I can't get immune to curses. Okay. Tough it out.
I can't do this just yet.
Other one? No. Best of the boss is usually pretty close. Should I get the Ember Trigger? Not sure if I do. Ah, no. Still there's spawning. Speaking of curses though.
I can't do this just yet.
Last Stormfire. Spear line and dead line. One shot? Nani? Hakana. I'll do. If you have anything. Do one boss fight. One, like the Etherverse boss fight. Then I'll
Can't do
stop.
this just yet.
If I'm tired. I'm feeling a little tired, but not too much. You know? I feel like I could play Dark Souls for 5 hours. 2 hours. 1. Can't jump over these. I'm gonna dead end. Unless,
Patriarch to come out to help you here. The Wildwood's power is mine.
My spirits are spent.
come on.
You'll see. The beginning is mine. Opening awaits. Soon as you know me, when my opens exist.
Okay, know that one. I don't know the sound though. Ah, yeah. Onslaught, that's it. That's it. Okay. Yeah, I can see why they didn't show up. This late game. Can't play this yet.
Can't do this just yet.
My brain's itching. It has an idea it wants to do. But that requires me to make a new character. Hate it. Hate it. I hate my brain. I'll never be able to form F-Chef stars at this rate if I keep coming up with ideas that I want to do. Maybe if I'm too tired, I might do a little bit to build idea. Might do check what level I need to be and choose the best class. Take my road and choose them. Chieftain might be the best. Not sure yet. Might have to. Oh no. No, I should open the victim. Andre.
Nice guy. I'm happy that he waited for me. And the other guy. I'm happy now. Yeah, you don't usually wait for me. I'm so happy. Smallest things. A smile on my face. So why are you increased evasion, maximum life, increased attack speed, increased accuracy rate, reduced restoration? Attack size seems as poison with maximum penalty charge. And this work with the bow. This too. Yep. There's no friendship and reach your maximum penalty charge to make the next spell attack from fire beneath additional arrows. It's a crit bow though. I mean, it is attack speed though. Are the stats changeable? Oops. No. Only max life and evasion rating is changeable. Nothing else really. Oops. Misclick. Want to check the price. The price is all over the place, I'm not sure. Right. Give me this as well. Oh boy.
I feel like this is
Back
just
in the mirror is a stranger.
War then. Oh. If I do what I do with my shit, then that make me test something else out as well. Theory I have. Okay, to 7. Check the damage. Have sucking to the gems and I mean, yeah, if you can, it's good. If you can't, that's bad. Tactile damage, caster attack speed, it's pretty nice. That's what I mean, like, these are some nice stats actually. I mean, you could sacrifice some damage, but how the hell do you put them all on? Definitely want to make a build where I use a large cluster with we're filling the socket now as well, like medium and with a large and a medium ones all over. That's kind of what I want to do. Then try to get really good stats on that shit. Although if it has passive chance, I guess I'll need to unlock it very slot, right? All 4s are passive, but that's highly unlikely. 90% of the time we'll probably land on chaos. 2% damage ain't that much, so... Some small passives that make a difference. Just putting 2% damage on and wasting 1 skill point for this quite resource wasteful. Spawned in. No, it's... must be hitting me. So that guy bought my... iridium. That should be enough. How much gold do I have? Okay. How much did this cost? 300. Do this 10 times then. Actually, I get gold. Oh my god, I could offsell it. Holy shit. Huh. Well, that ain't a fucking... that ain't a far off dream, man. Jesus, I got actually had the opposite one. I didn't think that was possible. Dude, you could have had gold then, but it's like what? How many oils are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14. 14 oils. I'm not gonna count tainted oils and effective oils. Because I don't know if I can roll for that. Probably not. Yeah. But let me upgrade 4 of those. Nice. Perfect. That's good enough.
Can't do this just yet. Didn't even break a sweat.
I don't know if the layout seems nice, so I might add it. Gotta stop meeting like this, man.
Protect the ritual. Don't do it. Into the darkness. Keep running. Doors break. Ugly armor. Nothing is approaching.
I can't do
A
this.
sliver of what my home feels like.
Sorry. See that ring? I don't know we were actually this close to it. I'll keep going straight. Now we're back. Okay. Too straight. Ah, here, okay. It's a turn. No. Nah, found it.
The Wild One's power is mine!
I mean, lightning become the same fire. It's the fucking fact that he fucking snares my feet. That's the fucking fact. I know this one. Let's see. It is so annoying. Oh yeah. They're empty slot. I don't get this, like, and it's worth 5 chaos. Like, empty slots. I feel like that's dangerous, you know, or you're missing out damage. But I'm not sure. Some crackhead probably knows how to use it. On a boss and Uber. I don't know, mana return here. Yep. That sucks.
We can't do this just yet. My spirit is dead.
Bruh. Thanks for the best. Right, is this round? Yeah, sure. Oh, we don't need to anymore. Seriously, don't need to. Well. Oh my god, give me more. Give me more, man. Oh my god, this is all. rats.
Can't do this just yet.
Jesus. Alright. Go on. Take the... I don't know that. I'm curious to
spirit is
know what
spent.
these are though. Curiosity, killing the cat. Speaking of cat. Fuck off. What is this? Alveron's Warpath. That's chaos damage, attacks, increase strength, armor, chaos resistance, movement speed, summons get more repair. Ah, yeah. I had that. Physical damage, attack streak, chaos damage, light. 25 physical damage go to chaos, attacks with suffer maim. It's a lot of physical damage, okay. So one-handed sword, 3% physical damage go to fire, 25% to knife, increased burning damage if ignited and imprisoned the corpse, and life when you ignite the enemy, increased mana physical damage against ignited enemies. Why is this not good? It seems okay to me. I can see myself using it. Okay, I guess. Got a bunch of maps now. 4. Not bunch. Oh, he's doing this, hopefully I can counter her.
I can't do this just yet.
What? Oh, detonates. Fair play, fair play, fair fucking play. I didn't read it. Sneaky beaky. I haven't gotten the second invitation in a long ass time. I guess it's skippable. I'll go kill the boss in this map though. Because I do wanna fight him. Yeah, it's something I wanna figure out. Or I thought might be fun to get. Oh, so I saw, dude. Are you kidding? For the love of God. Just leave me alone, old man. How many times have you just listen, old man?
Nothingness approaches. Our great Mark protect. Nothingness approaches. The border of my realm grows close. Or a whisper.
I can't do this just yet.
Ata or a whisper. The wild one's power is mine.
My spirit is spent.
Oh, so close. He was literally one hit. Oh my god. It was one hit away. What's this? That's the first time getting that. Why are you? Crimson Jewel. 16% to gain power charge and crit destroy. 8% increase effect of your curses. 31% to gain endurance charge when you are hit. Gain 11% physical damage, extra damage for a random element. That's not bad. Yo, the rolls are low-ish. I mean, getting a power charge is pretty nice. Primo Defuxer, Assassin, Juggernaut, Occultist, Pathfinder. Oh, crit though. This guy can crit though. Effective curses is pretty nice. And gaining endurance charge while I'm hit is also nice. If I throw there. If I throw other endurance builder in, it's pretty nice. And random element also makes me feel He's actually worth killing. About to skip on this mission. My brain was so frosted. They go past it. The answer to that is yes. Oh, you guys are the bosses? Got the invitation. Oh, wait, I should price check this. 1.5 divines? God. Damn. How about the invitation? 5 chaos. Okay, that makes sense. I'll fight it here though. Don't know what use for this right now. But I get to fight him. Oh wait, upgraded. See if I can upgrade these. Sure. Better than it doing extra damage and then fucking being fast as fuck.
It is champion against champion. Victorious.
Something more this exchange.
Without end. The tangle will not feed. Liberate.
Okay, I mean, I was trying to jump out, but I got slowed down too much. Projectile spells deal 50 more damage with hits. Projectile spells are 4-second cooldown. Projectile spells are 4 additional projectiles. Projectile spells fire projectiles in a circle. Projectile spells are 8% less effect duration. For the increased shield energy. Increased spell damage. Okay. What's the thing? That's not the item I'm thinking of. But do I have this? Senate. Senate. I do not. Okay. New ones. Thank you for the new uniques. And thank you for the Elder Chaos Sword. No. Let's get going.
What happened? I just exploded. He's off.
I can't do this this way.
10% chance to advance. So fucking low. Money. Okay.
Welcome.
I'm standing in blood. Oh, not the bug.
How was it?
Where am I fucking bleeding?
Move swiftly.
I mean, I wish I could read them carefully, but fucking the bug happened. You could have a lot of food.
Spirit is spent.
Of course I found the dead ends. Oh, we need a highway. Come on. It's not just completely. Bro, are you dead ass? Ah, maze map, man. I can be like that. But maps are 11 now. I love this one. I'm gonna run until the end. Actually, gonna run through
once. Just remember to ring up the top. Alright. Okay. Can I think? Spam message like multiple people. And then hope the cheapest one responds, and if he does, fuck the others. People are coming online. You know, remember when I said when I was tired? Not anymore. But sorry. Okay, well, shut up.
My spirit is spent.
Search. Small passes. Codex ring. 19 man of enemy kill. Ooh. Healing effect on nothing. Increase her dice drop. Slain is poison effect. I'm not poisoned. Why? Right. Ow. Oh, where the hell did he come from? Oh, we got giving flame with icy direction. Fire here. That makes it. Oh!
that actually a good spot. Nice. Not on
The
there.
light is trying to spread.
Or just barely in range. Oh my god, that was a good spot I saw. Nice. Great units here though. Speed this up a little. Hey. Wait. Oh yeah, this I just saw why there was 29% increased damage, but oh, it's not over. It's about to be over. Oh my god. I did it. Alright, let's check all of these out. Thanks for the map. You, no, you, no, you, no, you, no, you, no. We got nothing. Got another extractor finding my last one. Yes! Let's go, thank you.
They can't do this just yet.
Boss, yeah. I think I'm from past the boss. Oh, this boss is annoying. You win. Keep that. I love these cluster dunes, my god. 17. Few more. Few more. So. Awesome. Thanks for the help.
Oh, basically. This should be another easy map where I just go straight to the boss in this map as well. Blue, 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 blue. No. What I want then.
No more prison. I'm ill
Oh.
fit for this. It's proven that you won't regret
I
this.
can't do this
I
just
forgot
yet.
about that.
Exit.
Okay. So I'll do it now. Oh, thank you. Something new. Fuck yeah. Too late. I forgot about June's mission. Oh my god.
The picture is at last.
Yes, show investigation, safe house. Mastermind, the map window, go through clear inventory.
Can't be. This, it's the Forbidden Vault.
Oh,
You found me at last. I too am resourceful. There's nothing that makes you feel. Now come to me. Let us see what your soul has made. We can't let her escape.
reinforce it.
Spirit is spent.
You're a thief, nothing more.
Oh, I just want to see if they did damage. I can't out. Do I stay in here? No, I'm dying. I know. Kill him. Ah, you are alive. Let's see.
But you will We must persevere. Too much hinges on this.
But the needs of the cause outweigh your own gain.
I don't get this, man. I think I'm doing it right, but it doesn't feel like I'm doing it right, you know? Oh, I'm all the way stuck there, why not? Sopporto.
My cause fuels me.
I can't do this.
The bones and
Do this, exile. You can still join us.
I can bring them back.
It's your chance to bring back anyone you've ever loved or cared about.
Just give me.
Shut up. Then, it is done. Katarina is dead. The Syndicate is fractured. My Akara can at last find peace.
you're welcome. Safe house. There's 4 hats in the safe house. That's my stash. Put some stuff away, I guess. Wait, so check out what the staff is. Oh, whoa. Increased unveil modifier magnitudes. What? This goes pretty high. Why? I mean, I guess it goes high because of the... just it, right? Oh, fuck. I panicked, dude. I don't know. Fuck the fuck. Is this good? Oof. That's not that good. Yeah. This takes me sculpture garden. Ah, yeah. That's nice. That's it. One item. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I can't do this just yet.
Tiny trial. It's a normal item with crafting window. Nani? Wait, I have my shoes. But I'm gonna go pee before I do this. Oh, I'm back. Good piss. Känns det långt? Jag vet inte. Så jag vet. Oh, all I have are rares.
I can't do this
Just
just
two of
yet.
these. Oh, wait, I have anything. Was it this one? Alright. New regions, not good. That's quite cool. Let's see. Unlimited resources, pretty cool. Let's say no to that.
Exile?
Is there a point in me unveiling this? Cupid. I think I'll unveil it though. Oh, what am I upgraded? Oh. 28 maps.
Alcohol damage. Sky.
I can't do this just yet.
I don't know if anyone saved him. I feel like someone did, and I just forgot about it. 6. Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me.
Kill that stranger. Nothingness approaches. My realm grows closer. The Wildwood's power is mine.
Oh, another one. Same stats. No, different. No, cool. So it's different each time. And I rerolled the stats on the elder. Your offerings have increased effect on you, increased area damage. Increased area effect for power charge. Charge the way drop the alignment. Or phasing. Cast a spell recently. Okay, it's not that good.
I can't do.
I should try seeing if I have all the stats. 14 for science. Okay, I wonder, is it going to fully change or only the stats? Only the stats changed. That sucks. Sadly, that sucks.
No. Misclick.
My spirit is spent. I can't do this just yet.
Come on now. Don't go all day. For the Calgar.
going outside now for all. Well, that could be good for that right there, I guess.
I can't do this just yet.
Four maps, oh perfect. Which one do I want to do last? A spider. I mean, I'm pretty sure I can get past the bosses than to the wild food of course. I'm trying to get something overall, looking for something cool. This is kind of bad. This ain't bad, this is bad.
You're making me nervous!
I can't do this just yet.
You're making me nervous!
My spirit is spent.
That is stupid, man. Like, they just walk past because they can't be chilled. That doesn't mean they can't be frozen. So stupid. Ah, God. Voidborn key. Okay. Oh, not sure what that gem was. Ah, you. We're done with this one. A key, eh? A key. go anywhere around her? No, does not. Can I upgrade it? No. Can I use it here? I can. Alright. What am I going to look out for? I am preparing my anus. Ah, okay. Just powering. Wow. Maximum mana, return mana, -6, 8% damage to kill this mana. Well, alright, I guess. 3 mana, I guess. It's worth 1 chaos. Quit the game and go read the book. Fuck you! Fuck you, motherfucker! Why I what the fuck? I got this that hard? God damn, even the game said go read the book. Jesus Christ. Fuck you. That made me wanna go. I wanna go to bed now. What the fuck? Quit the game and go read the book. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Toxic. First time getting that, and that's what I get. Toxic, that's what. Put the map away. I feel like I'm cursed, or the game doesn't like me. Why? Oh, I got a boost. Yo. If I run this map to the end, I shall get the invitation.
I can't do this just yet.
You're amazing. You know, you wanna know what happened to me a few minutes ago?
The night is flying spread.
Pussy. Well, I did this blind, right? I got a voidborn key or something like that. I was like, alright, dope. And I opened it. Can you guess what I got? No. I don't have it on me, hold on, I'll show it when I get back. You know what the game said as well to me? It said quit the game and go read a book. I'll show you the item, and I think you'll get why the game said that. Hold on, let me just... I should show it right now. It's quick running to see the way. So, drum roll. Oh, it's not here, where is it? Somewhere in here. Ah, here it is. Here's the item I got. Best item in the game. How do I feel? Pissed off? I'm fucking mad. Gonna kill this fucking boss as well, then I'm gonna be fucking done for the day. Fucking mad about that. I did my fucking blind. I got this drop from a blind for this Cassie event as well. Come on, like. God fucking damn it. Light touch failed me. Imagine I remove all my blight points. a boss invitation. Now for the boss. Fuck. Boss. Oh yeah. $100, $200, $250. That's up.
Greetings.
Monster does extra damage, is kinda scary. Cannot need, sucks there. Jesus, what the fuck? Okay, I can deal with that. No. Okay. Ash of Stars, here I come. Too fast. Oh no. Okay. Well, nice way to end today. Oh, alright, thanks. Take the extra fee. What is with the people giving me extra? Okay. It's gonna ignore them. More max life. This is more reduced extra damage.
Prepare.
I think people are just can't be asked to give an exact price. They just give you, hey, yeah, fuck it, it's over, I don't care, it's 2k, that's how people are nowadays. I'm so... What the fuck, man? My first void porn key and the game tells me to quit the game and go read a book. And gives me the worst item yet. Ah, me, what the fuck, like... What have you opened those void porn keys? What was your first item? Man. He's tilting us up. Can't remember, to be honest. Have you gone? You must have gone a lot. Them must have been trash. If you don't remember it, then yes, potentially it was trash. Trying to think. My brain came up with a stupid idea. I don't like it. I'm gonna try it out. I do wanna keep grinding Ash of the Stars. Did you know that you can buy the boss invitation? But it's worth 3 or 4 divines, something like that. Expensive as hell, man. Oh, I should do the last 2 unique maps I need to get. Try this. Oh. Dude, I am listening.
IO reports there's an odd series of altars in this map. We've given the area a wide berth. During a recent retreat, we were forced to leave behind some supplies. Most won't be missed.
Yeah,
But there's
finish
at
my
least
shit.
one map
Ah,
in the area.
I missed that message, you know. Bro, it's hard. I'm missing the uniques, man. Last 2 uniques. I mean, I'm not getting those drops, man. You have your maps done, though, I guess. What was you missing? Give me a second. I am missing the Putrid Cloister unique map and the Twilight Temple unique map. I just can't get those last two unique, so it's impossible. They don't exist. Set it out. Like, look. And nothing. Bruh. Fuck. Marsh, maybe I use this one, singular scout. Using uncompleted unique maps are possible. Well, why aren't you giving me any? Probably to do this now. The yellow ones, yes. It's better. I mean, those last 2 points aren't gonna do much as well for movement. I wasn't sure where I was putting them in. Oh, that. Last point would be quite useless. This. Oh my god, you have them? My hero, I'll give you these. Damn. Now I can do this. Oh, what the fuck is this? Why didn't you say it's cursed like this? Oh my god. What the fuck? What the fuck? I don't wanna know what the other one is now. What the fuck? I can hit. Sure. Let's go back then.
I can't do this just yet.
I have an idea as well. If I have any refund points, I have one. Okay, hold on. I have an idea. Give me a second. Refund this. How many points do I need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 points. I lost that much HP. Got that. I need 1 point back. It's this one. Fuck it. And let's get immunity curses. Yeah, let's start with the easy cursed one. Oh, they're both 16? I thought they were 11. What the fuck? I thought one of them was 11. Okay, whatever. Retrieve Cloister. Why is this cursed? Oh god.
Spirit
Seems
spent.
cursed. The enemies have those bubbles as well. Oh my god. That is cursed. Oh, crafting. Is this crafting recipe? Gonna have to pre-craft it for this one. There's more. Oh my god. Oh. Stop. This seems cursed for ranged people, man. Oh, it's why was she that tanky? She didn't need to be that tanky. There's more. Oh, I almost died. Well, not through that. What we have? That again. Oh, she was moving every time. I get it.
I can't do this just
Oh.
yet.
Nice. Well, next. Well, this one. What's this map like? Ah. Okay, seems a little bit normal. Just cursed. So that seems to be it. Oh, do we have to find the sun god and that guy? Oh, I never met the dead end. This way? It's the sun god and moon god. Where's this map? This map is huge. This map is fucking huge. Okay, we're back at this area. What is this? Okay. Mixing up two maps not a good idea, man. Who came up with this idea? Oh, I stepped on the pressure plate. I see. I see. I didn't see that before. Now I see. Oh, map. Give me. Now what? Okay. Did we miss one on? Oh, here. Ah. Ah. Okay. I think I understand now what to do. So if I go back down, there should be one down there as well. Did I activate this? Nope. Map? Oh, no. No map. So now I need to probably go to sun area and do the same shit. Here it is. Okay. Now the last one. Okay, what are we missing? Oh. No. Ah! Ah! Here. So there's two pressure plates here. So we have to fight them one by one. I guess let's kill the sun guy first. That's a nice interactive. Oh, it's still not over. Shall I? Oh, achievement. But what about the other guy? What? I can only fight one of them? Oh man, I wanted to fight both of them. Oh man. Damn it. Oh well. Well, I got my points. Thank you. But man, I wanted to fight the other guy as well. It's the shield. Just to look at the socket sims, trigger level 20 fire rages when acute. Fire rages. Can I pick Knight then?
Can't
Why?
quite get my head around this one.
Why? Oh, enough intelligence to it. Ay ay ay. Oh boy, pistachio is fun. Oh, I could destroy this, yes. No, it's still lagging. Oh fuck. Well, I don't need all of these vendor scanners that are shit, right? Guess, yeah. There we go. What? If you sell 3 vendors gamble, you get a unique a hidden item, a random unique item. What the fuck? It was another vendor's gamble. That's the worst I've ever seen yet. Are you fucking kidding me? Fuck you. Take it back. I didn't know I could combine 3 of them to roll the stats again. Interesting. Oh, this is better. Oh my god, something actually okay-ish. Really bad fire and lightning resistance, but something normal. My god, for the first time, something normal. If I can roll uniques, then just by getting 3 of them, that's pretty good. I should do that more often though. Nice discovery. Very nice discovery. I was just gonna sell them for taking a piss on me. Lash, map, event invitation, Elder Slayers. I'm having a stroke. I think I've killed all of them, right? Oh, I'm missing the hunter? Okay. Do I have the map for that? Maps. No, I do not. Of course I don't. Son of a bitch. Ah, these map drops are so cancer. Lips call. What? What's it called? The Elder Slaves. Can't believe I'm missing the hunter. I'm fighting all 4 of them would be a pain in the ass. Have I ever fought the hunter once? That I do not know even. Oh my god. Getting tired. Oh.
Oh, I can do the thing. I'm combining two of these now. Until distant before we go to bed. Do I need Maven? Domain of the Timeless. Don't think so. Okay. Well, heard the sound. Okay.
I can't do this just yet.
Why is this?
My spirits are spent.
Didn't get anything good. I think I was supposed to make a time and take a time to understand what the fuck I want needed to do. But a fast character would be really good in that area. Really have that many incubators. He want again. Golden oils. Treasure doing business. Might as well start using these incubators now. Stocking up on my inventory. I'm not good. Yeah, going to bed now. Brain is fried. Tomorrow might try something new for those. And build one. But yeah, bye bye.